Another weekend upon us and another tropical threat for the United States, and this time it's a big one. Ida is eyeing the U.S. Gulf Coast for landfall as a major hurricane. We can't stress enough that now is a time to prepare and that if you're told to evacuate, get out. Life-threatening storm surge and flooding are among the biggest risks for the coast. And then after landfall, a lot of these threats will push inland. People are stocking up and gassing up ahead of the storm. Places along the coast, including New Orleans and Mobile, are on notice as we help you get ready. So glad that you could be with us here today. We've got a lot of important information to get through. If you've been working all day and just joining us now and peeking in to get an update, I'm here to tell you that Ida is now a hurricane. It's a Category 1 hurricane and forecast to become a very strong storm. And when we talk about this is going to be a major hurricane at landfall,
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Winds 111 miles per hour or more, and the latest model trends are showing signs that it could be even beyond that, perhaps Category 4 or even better. So it's forecast to approach the northern Gulf Coast on Sunday as that major hurricane. This will likely happen late Sunday, perhaps early on Monday. So damaging winds, a big concern, life-threatening storm surge expected at the coast, and heavy rains are going to be producing flooding in the path of the storm, especially to the right, but also well inland. Here's a look at the latest satellite imagery, and you can really see how this has changed a lot since this time yesterday. We were talking about a measly, disorganized tropical depression, barely winds of 35 miles per hour, hard to find gusts beyond that. And now here we go, well-organized Category 1 hurricane. Notice the symmetrical nature of our storm, and so it looks round all the way like a circle, right? We have a little bit of wind shear out here on the northwest side of this, which is working against wind shear. Strong winds can blow down the tops of hurricanes and prevent them from strengthening. So despite some of this wind shear, this thing has still been allowed to blossom. We had landfall on the Isle of Youth a couple of hours ago. This is going to be moving now over the western areas of Cuba. There is a little bit of terrain here which could affect the intensity a little bit, but right now I don't see that slowing this thing down very much at all. So heavy downpours, hurricane force wind gusts can be expected, and then we're expecting this to ramp up even more as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico. The latest forecast bringing it up to a Category 3 with 120 mile per hour winds potentially at landfall along the Louisiana coastline. Now that could happen right down the middle of the cone. That could happen a little off towards the west. That could happen a little off towards the east. So we don't ever want you to focus just on that center line. And just a big note that even though this area over here, the Panhandle of Florida, southern parts of Alabama,
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
We do have some alerts for you, and you're certainly going to be feeling these impacts. Hurricane watches have now been posted. This is for southeastern Louisiana, including you in Baton Rouge and New Orleans. We've got tropical storm watches on the periphery of that, including you in Lake Charles, Mobile, and just to the west of Pensacola. So this will likely get changed to warnings with time later on today. Communities across southern Louisiana are now preparing for Ida's arrival. You've got the rest of today and tomorrow to get ready. We want to bring in now Josh Gilroy, and he is the mayor and president here in Louisiana right now of Lafayette. It's a consolidated government. Josh, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us today. I know so much is going on for you guys as you're getting ready here for Ida. You're a little farther inland. Tell us what you're most concerned about for impacts right now.
Hey, Jackie, thanks for having us on, and thanks for covering this so our people can be as prepared as they possibly can. So right now, we're not seeing too many effects, but that definitely will change here in the next couple of days. And as a local government, what we're most focused on right now is being proactive. How can we prevent flood? How can we prevent loss of life, threat to properties? And, in Louisiana, especially South Louisiana, drainage is a big issue, specifically capacity. So when all that water starts dumping on us in a very short period of time, it can cause some issues. So right now, we have our crews out draining public detention ponds. We've been doing that since yesterday just to increase that capacity. Proactively putting aqua dams and pumps in flood-prone areas. We have additional dams, pumps strategically positioned across the city and the parish. And, just like every other community in these situations, you got to be concerned with traffic, especially right after the storm. So we have some barricades secured safely in certain areas that we know are a little bit more vulnerable to, so we can block off the streets after the storm. And if you have a map up, you can see the Vermilion River cuts right in the middle of our parish, and it affects about 7 or 8 parishes as far as our watershed. So anything we can do to expand that capacity, like right now we're digging temporary ponds and ditches just to avoid any kind of threat to life or property. So, and there's a whole bunch of other things that are going into it, but proud of our first responders. And, we've been through this before here in South Louisiana and Lafayette and Acadiana, so we'll get through it.
Do you have rescue crews that you're planning to?
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Yep, spot on. So from utilities to our fire department to emergency services, and of course our police department, we have some secure locations that are safe, that can withstand hurricane wind forces, so that they can deploy those resources the nanosecond that the winds are safe enough for their crews to go out. Of course, every crew is different depending on what their resources are, but we want to not only get traffic flowing safely and things like that, we've got to restore power so that our community can get the updates. And so our utilities company has pre-storm contracts where we had 400 personnel come in out of state. They're on the road right now. A few of them have gotten here already. So we're going to secure those guys and gals before the storm. So again, when those winds are safe for them to respond and we have the locations, they can get out there quick as opposed to waiting a few hours after the storm.
What's the main message that you want to send to folks there in Lafayette?
Oh, prepare now. Hey, don't wait. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. I mean, if you do that, the worst that happens is you over-prepare, but the alternative is not preparing enough, and that's not good. So, look, tie down, secure your loose objects. Go to the store now. Don't wait. Get your supplies now. If you are going to evacuate, do it now. Don't wait. Traffic doesn't get any lighter. And as always, don't forget your pets. Pets are part of the family as well, so let's make sure we have a plan for them as well.
All right, great advice. Thank you so much. Josh Guillory of Lafayette, Louisiana, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us today. Wishing you the best as you guys ride out Ida there. Ray?
All right, Jackie. Well, we're going to continue to have what looks to be an intensifying hurricane, and a close look here at how quickly we can see these things happen as we head through the coming days. The steering currents are certainly going to push what looks to be a strong Category 3 hurricane toward the coast. That's where it's going to get most of its intensity as it approaches the coast. So right now the steering currents include high pressure. That's going to sag to the southwest and help keep Ida from going east or northeast, at least any further than it's going right now. So it should continue in that northwesterly direction. This is Nora, believe it or not. That is a tropical storm forecast to become a hurricane also as it heads toward northern Mexico and the Baja of California. So that'll block it from going west, and they'll kind of find that weakness in the steering currents and head right up that channel as we head through the upcoming weekend. GFS model, bang, straight into southeastern coastal Louisiana, and all the models, at least as they
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Meaning they put different information into the model here, the GFS. All pretty good agreement. Sure, there's outliers. Same thing with the Euro, a little to the east or a little to the west. Either way, it does look like we're in pretty good agreement that it's somewhere on the coast of Louisiana, at least the center right now. But continuing to emphasize, that cone represents where the center may go. If it goes left or right of that, bigger impacts to the west or to the east, depending on where it does go exactly at landfall. And there can be variations even this far out of 50 plus miles. That did happen when Henri, in 24 hours, we saw a pretty decent change to where the center actually ended up. Right now, winds are favorable for additional strengthening, so not much wind shear. Look at these water temperatures. They are 90 degrees or maybe even higher in some spots right near the coast or just offshore here where the oil platforms are. And some of the new guidance here, the 18Z early afternoon intensity guidance has actually gone up a little bit. This is minimal Category 4 strength. We're not saying that's the forecast right now, but some of that guidance kind of pushing up with the maximum sustained winds are forecast to be. So we'll see if there's any change in that intensity guidance with the 5 o'clock advisory coming from the Hurricane Center. Now, two things. Track forecast traditionally is a little bit better than the intensity forecasting in hurricanes, especially longer range. And it's certainly something we'll have to keep an eye on here as we watch this intensity forecast. And if the Hurricane Center is going to make any changes, Jackie, I think that's going to be as we go through the 5 o'clock advisory and as we look ahead toward the coming days here as we approach landfall.
Yeah, and as soon as that new advisory comes in, we will bring that to you. In addition to that, we are monitoring a press conference that's expected to take place at the bottom of the hour here with Louisiana's governor. When that happens, we will dip into that and let you know about how his state is preparing and getting ready for Ida. Storm surge, one of the big concerns that we're going to be looking at at, and this is going to be life-threatening in many areas of the coast. Really looking at an area from about Atchafalaya Bay stretching over to about Biloxi, Mississippi. That's where we're expecting the highest surge. That could be as much as 7 to 11 feet on top of what's normally dry ground. But on the periphery of that, we could see still 4 to 7 foot surge, 3 to 5 foot over here towards Mobile Bay. And look at Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 6 foot surge will be possible. Anything over 3 feet we consider to be quite life-threatening.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Because the larger the storm, the larger the wind field. And the larger the wind field, the greater the surge. So this is all connected. And keep in mind, storm surge happens because the wind pushes the water, that salt water from the ocean, and brings it up over on top of the coast. So the stronger winds will affect this area also for a longer period of time, especially since our storm is expected to slow down as it approaches and after it makes landfall. So we're talking about multiple high tide cycles. And we'll have the opportunity to get large and battering waves on top of those surge numbers that I was mentioning. This shows you the forecast wave heights. And what I want to show you mostly with this is not just how high those waves could be out over open waters where they've evacuated a lot of the platforms out there in the Gulf of Mexico, but it also envelops almost all of the Gulf, right? So it's kind of like a big tub. Everything will get agitated and churned up here. We'll have rips even in areas that are going to be far away from where Ida is going to be making landfall. It's also going to be moving over the very warm waters of the Loop Current Ray, and that's why we're very concerned that this will ramp up into a major hurricane. That is deep water, that is high-octane fuel, and there's really nothing stopping this thing between Cuba and the coast of the US.
At this point, you almost want the guidance to be wrong. You know, that intensity guidance, especially, it's a case where you may not want to be right, because if it works out in worst case scenario and you're looking at maybe even a stronger storm, which is potentially there, it changes all the numbers, and it changes by a little could mean a lot for a lot of people.
Intensity forecasting harder than track forecasting for sure, so it can be tricky.
It can be. And here in Gulfport, Mississippi, one of the areas where we are getting ready for what could be a pretty significant flood event and some surge also. They've got Public Works standing by to help residents fill sandbags today in this mess. Look at this. Visibility is low. It's raining. And it's going to go on through the weekend in locations across the city. You can check the mayor's office for more information. So this kind of mess is actually rain that's falling already way out ahead of Ida that's not even associated with it, and it's all falling on saturated ground. These departures are average for the year in some spots are 18, 20 plus inches above above normal, including New Orleans. Gulfport, you've had a very wet summer, and all this rain.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
That's what the models say. You know, European model, heaviest rain, southern and southeastern Louisiana moving into Mississippi. GFS, the American model. The idea is the same. The heaviest of the rain from this system gets into coastal Louisiana and moves on up through Mississippi. Today, there's flooding.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Already in parts of southern Mississippi, and this is not even associated with Ida. The rain from that still to come. This is that batch of rain with flash flooding going on right now in some spots. And then as we get into tomorrow, we'll start feeling some of those effects as the day goes on and into the nighttime hours tomorrow night and then into Sunday from Ida. Likely flooding in and around the area in yellow. And if you are close to this area in green, understand that the potential is there for flooding. Just because you're just outside the green doesn't mean your chance is zero.
Well, we know New Orleans is a special case when it comes to how easily the city can flood. Ida's threat for heavy rain will add to the above average rainfall totals here already for the year. So far, the city has had more than 65 inches of rain, and that's just over 21 inches above average, making it the second wettest year to date on record. So we've got squalls that are moving across the region already here today. We've got hurricane watches, which are up for you with more rain and all the impacts expected here in the Big Easy. Now, New Orleans, if you didn't know, it's surrounded by water. You've got Lake Pontchartrain on the north. You've got the Mississippi River on the south. And we all learned through Katrina about the intricate levee system that they have. Since that time, it has been reinforced and rebuilt. But it also hasn't really been tested by a major hurricane just yet. It's supposed to protect the city. That is the whole idea of that. But one thing it doesn't account for is that much of the city is below sea level. So that means it's kind of in a bowl. And any rainfall, maybe the levee system will keep the surge out, but it can't keep the rainfall out. And that's one of the big concerns here for New Orleans. So pumps are used to remove that water from the city, and pumps will work about an inch of rainfall for the first hour that it begins to come down. But every hour after that, up to 5 hours, it can only handle about a half of an inch per hour. So rainfall rates really can make a difference. We're expecting a lot of rain to move through this region. In fact, the latest models between Sunday and Tuesday put down 6 inches of rainfall. But if we get too much of that 6 inches at once, that's where we run into trouble. And somebody, by the way, on social media asked me, where do the pumps bring all that rain? We looked it up for you, and it looks like it pumps it out into the canals, which then ultimately pump it into...
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
The risk of flash flooding today, there's a flash flood watch in effect for rainfall that actually doesn't really have anything to do with Ida. So we're going to watch for that risk as these bands of rain and thunderstorms continue to push in. So far in New Orleans, the rain has been pretty light, but notice within this whole area, we do have some spotty showers and thunderstorms, and it does look like that will continue to push in for several hours ahead.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Did he cut the head off?
I didn't pay attention.
A Discovery Plus original.
I'm Sebastian Maniscalco, and I love comedy, and I love to eat. But I'm not some sophisticated foodie type.
There you go.
But I do have a lot of questions. Are you kidding me? This is how they do this?
He doesn't know. He's like a baby.
I'm learning already.
How you feeling?
If I were to quit, I would never hear the end of it from my father.
Well done with Sebastian Maniscalco. Stream for just $4.99 on Discovery Plus.
And I saw you feeling the meat.
I didn't think anybody saw that.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here with a new message about your Medicare benefits. You may be entitled to transportation, meals, and expanded coverage for dental work that includes extractions, fillings, and dentures, all at no additional cost. Plus, depending on your zip code, you may be entitled to the Medicare benefit that adds money to your Social Security check every single month. Call and get everything you deserve. Call now. It's free.
I'm on a fixed income, so I called to get money added to my Social Security check. They helped me so much.
I called to save money on copays, get prescriptions, transportation, and my dental work covered. I couldn't believe I was spending money I don't have to spend.
Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline, and you can too. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-346-4800. That's 1-800-346-4800 now.
Sweaty in bed for all the wrong reasons? Chic Performance Sheets keep you cool, even on the hottest summer nights. Chics are the world's most breathable, moisture-wicking, ridiculously soft sheets with superior stretch.
Go to TrySheets.com to save over $100 today.
There's never been a hotter time to sell your home.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
That's where HomeLight comes in. HomeLight is the essential real estate platform used by countless sellers every year. HomeLight is here to help you at every step of your real estate journey, learning how to sell your home, finding a top listing agent, and ensuring a simple and certain closing. And best of all, HomeLight is completely free to use. Learn more today at HomeLight.com.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
I never knew that my glucose spiked at 3 a.m. until I got my Dexcom G6.
The alerts are a godsend. I adjusted my treatment and now I sleep better.
I've had some scary lows in the past. Now I feel like I've got this.
Michael bought a bed without talking to a Mattress Firm sleep expert. He can't sleep. Now he's thinking he's forgetting something.
Dad?
For real sleep, go to Mattress Firm and unjunk your sleep.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day sale is going on now.
Get up to 30% off. Plus, get an additional 10% off outdoor furniture. Or get 6 years no interest. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Feels good to be home.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day sale is going on now. Get up to 30% off. Plus, get an additional 10% off outdoor furniture. Or get 6 years no interest. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Feels good to be home.
A heat advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 88 degrees, with thunderstorms in the area. Tonight, rain and thunder. Low 73. Chance of rain 80%. Saturday, considerable cloudiness with occasional rain showers. High 75. Chance of rain. A flash flood warning has been issued for our area. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
I think the people here are resilient. They know the drill. They know the move when we tell them to, and they've been very astute to that. So we've asked them to seek higher ground. COVID has made very challenging times for all of us. So we ask that they find a safe place and that we'll get through this together.
And certainly rather be safe than sorry as we watch Ida make its approach over the weekend toward the Gulf Coast, the northern Gulf Coast. Right now, Hurricane Center says a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane and most likely strengthening, moving northwest at 15. Already made landfall on the island of Youth. We're going to make a second landfall here in western parts of Cuba, and all the conditions are favorable for additional strengthening, unfortunately. Take a look at the visible satellite picture. You can kind of see the center here in the thunderstorms. That's that kind of whiter, brighter cloud tops. And then these lighter color clouds here, kind of those thin, wispy clouds, show the cirrus. And that's basically an indication that we've got a favorable system here, or favorable conditions for development as high pressure is aloft, and especially on this north and the northeast side here. And as it moves northwest, we should continue to see strengthening, unfortunately, over the coming days. Strengthening to this, a 120-mile-per-hour Category 3 major hurricane heading toward, by Sunday evening, the Louisiana coast. Now, again, we do want to emphasize impacts well away from the center, whether it's hurricane force winds, surge, flooding rain, severe weather, you name it. All these impacts will be felt well away from the center of a storm.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Radius is going to be a little bit larger than we'd say maybe the average storm. It's certainly going to have impacts well away from the center either way. And those impacts will start not when we see it get close to landfall, but well out ahead of the storm. Thus, we've got hurricane watches in effect, tropical storm watches for parts of Louisiana and Mississippi. And even out near Mobile, Alabama, we've got a tropical storm watch. Jackie?
Let's talk some of the timing of all this and some of the impacts for folks who are already getting wet in a place like New Orleans. You can see everybody kind of hiding underneath the awning there. We've had bands of showers that have been pushing through, and a flash flood watch is in effect today for this little disturbance. This has nothing to do with Ida. This is separate, but you could get some tropical downpours from time to time. So New Orleans under a hurricane watch right now. You are expected to see some really heavy rainfall and all the impacts impacts from a major hurricane as it pushes through your area. We do have some flash flooding ongoing right now in Biloxi and Gulfport. We've got some reports along I-10 here that there's enough standing water on the roadway that it's creating traffic issues and a lot of problems as a result of that. Estimating more than 5 inches of rainfall has fallen just in the last 6 hours, and we're looking at an additional 6+ inches of rain likely for southeastern parts of Louisiana. Right?
All right, Mobile, one spot also under a tropical storm watch that we're going to start feeling impacts here over the weekend. That watch meaning within 48 hours there may be tropical storm conditions. Right now, roads are dry, cruising along on a Friday afternoon, 79 degrees. You think everything is just fine and dandy. But not so as we watch Ida make its approach, and we'll start seeing the swells come in, then eventually we'll start seeing some of those outer bands as we go through the weekend. This is not outer bands from Ida. These are rain showers and heavy rain in Harrison County in southern Louisiana, or southern Mississippi, that has prompted the Weather Service to put out flash flood warnings. Biloxi are in it, Gulfport, Long Beach until 4:45. That means flooding imminent or is occurring. And then this is additional rainfall. Note that we're saying Sunday through Tuesday here. 4 to 6 inches of rain possible here in these areas, and that's where some of that heaviest rain, Jackie, and more flooding is possible, if not likely, in many of these areas.
All right, let's take you a little farther to the east of there, into the Florida Panhandle, as we look live at Pensacola.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Breeze going on there, but you may be having some significant impacts here too from Ida. We do expect the storm to be well off towards your west, but the impacts could reach a good 250 miles plus from the center of the storm. So some coastal flooding, a couple of outer bands could work your way, and we'll have to keep an eye on all these risks as well as some beach erosion. Right now, we're looking at a couple of spotty showers trying to get going here, but generally most of the rain is going to be off towards your west today. But when we look at the rainfall adding up, especially with Ida's approach, we could be talking about 1 to as much as 4 or 5 inches of rainfall. The closer to the Florida-Bama line that you get, the more likely you are to see the heavy rain and bigger impacts, right?
All right, it's Friday and it's time to hit the road for a great weekend destination. How about this? Take a drive up to North Carolina, into the highlands of North Carolina. Nestled high up in the Blue Ridge Mountains, about an hour and a half south of Asheville. Temps stay cool in the 70s, but pleasant here all summer long. This weekend will be great weather to enjoy hiking, shopping, and even some outdoor dining. Overnight lows, very nice, falling back into the upper part of the 50s.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
New 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
Seriously?
Just hold on to something. This is how I feel. We called this one the Powder Keg. Welcome to the Grizzly's Mouth. Your grandpa and I used to call this the Beast. Hey, why don't you name the next one?
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 a months right here.
Hey.
Plus the players of my squad. Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
Hi, I'm Mike Ditka. Did you know the average funeral costs around $10,000? And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family's going to get stuck with a bill. Don't let that happen. Call the Life Insurance Savings Group right now. And if you're between 45 and 85, you can get up to $25,000 in affordable life insurance, and your acceptance is guaranteed.
That's right. If you're between 45 and 85, you can't be turned down for this insurance regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam and no health questions. Your rate will never go up, your coverage will never go down, and rates start at less than $1 a day.
With the Life Insurance Savings Group, your coverage begins as soon as your application is received and accepted. Don't wait until it's too late.
Coverage continues until age 100 and cannot be canceled without your approval as long as premiums are paid, regardless of your health. And best of all, you can try it risk-free with our 60-day money-back guarantee.
Don't leave your family with a huge bill for your funeral. Call now and get up to $25,000 in affordable life insurance to help cover funeral expenses, credit card debt, and maybe even leave a little something for your kids and grandkids. Remember, if you're between 45 and 85...
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
There's no medical exam and no health questions.
Best of all, rates start at less than $1 a day, and your rate will never increase.
Nothing's more important than family. So don't leave them with a lot of bills to pay when you're gone.
Call the Life Insurance Savings Group at 800-771-2882 and get up to $25,000 in affordable life insurance. That's the Life Insurance Savings Group at 800-771-2882 or visit us at lifeinsurancesavings.com. Don't leave your family with a lot of bills to pay for your...
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Your acceptance is guaranteed. Call now.
Here's Captain. Let's get back to dramatic finishes and grabbing the first round. This will be the greatest comeback. Collect all 6 signature bottles, win all summer. Learn more at ultracomeback.com.
Downy's been taking you back since way back. With freshness and softness you never forget. Feel the difference with Downy.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
All right, second landfall imminent here in Cuba. We'll look at some of the impacts here on the island of Youth, Cuba, where we did have a landfalling Ida hurricane just a few hours ago, Category 1. Trees swaying in the breeze there, not bending and breaking, at least not from what we see here, but still some very heavy rainfall, the rain blowing sideways, trees swaying in the winds, and now Ida barreling toward the northern Gulf Coast. Here's what it looks like right now out there in through parts of Louisiana. We know that we've got 31 million in Ida's cone as the National Hurricane Center warns of a life-threatening surge along the Gulf Coast. Voluntary evacuations have been ordered for some of the parishes in Louisiana. Mandatory evacuations in Plaquemines Parish and outside the levee systems in Orleans and Jefferson parishes. President Biden has also approved an emergency declaration for Louisiana, and we're also waiting for, at the bottom of the hour, a press conference coming from John B. Edwards, hopefully going to see here press conference, see what their actions that they're taking.
Yeah, in Louisiana. So a lot of fluid information. It keeps coming in, so make sure you keep it here.
Yeah. And an update coming through from the Hurricane Center before 5.
I could tell you wanted to say something else. Like, what else do you want to say, Ray? We got lots of time. We got all day. We got all night. We're staying live till 1 o'clock Eastern time.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Changes, so stay with the Weather Channel. We're a source you can trust, and it's really important that you stay informed if you're in the line of this path, if you have friends or family that are in the line of Ida, because Ida is a serious storm. It's undoubtedly going to be the strongest storm that we experienced in the 2021 hurricane season, at least up to this point, and life-threatening hazards are expected in the impact zone. So the main points we want to make right now is that it is forecast to approach the northern Gulf Coast on Sunday, likely central Louisiana coast as a major hurricane. And when we say major hurricane, that means a Category 3 or higher. And the models have been trending higher, unfortunately. So we'll take a look at the intensity forecast, which is trickier than the track forecast right now. That's going to be coming up with that latest advisory too. So damaging winds, a hazard. Folks here need to be prepared to be without power for many days, 3 to 5 days at least, and there will likely be areas that are going to be without power well beyond that. Heavy rainfall will be a concern, especially with the slow approach of this storm, and it will likely produce a lot of flooding, not just at the coast, but also well inland. So we've got a Category 1 hurricane right now. Hurricane hunters verified that earlier today and sampled winds that were sustained at 75 miles per hour. It's moving northwest. We've already had one landfall, as Ray said, over the Isle of Youth, and now we're looking for another one here over mainland Cuba. What you're looking at right now, this is a computer simulation of what the cloud deck or the cloud cover and satellite may look like with time with Ida. And one of the big takeaways I really want you to get from this is is the large size of this storm. That cloud deck could be stretching from eastern Texas all the way over here into central parts of Florida. And that's why we tell you, don't focus in just on this cone. Don't focus in just on that center point ray. This is going to be a very large, very dangerous storm that's going to affect millions of people's lives, some of which could be changed in some way forever.
Yeah, and now is a good time to remind you about storm surge. It's often the greatest threat to life and property from a hurricane. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us why.
Storm surge is a devastating killer that can destroy coastal homes, travel miles inland, and find its way to your house.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Evacuate. Water invades your home, and within minutes you're trapped. A few inches can knock out the power. Furniture floats as the water rises. And by 3 feet, you better get your family to that second floor or even the attic and make sure you have a way to get out in case you're trapped there. You also don't know when the water's going to stop rising. By 6 feet, this is truly life-threatening. This water's above my head and destroying all of these belongings. There are sharp objects, broken glass, and hazardous chemicals all around. And a storm surge of 9 feet. Well, that is at the ceilings of most homes. Don't get caught in this horrible and deadly nightmare. I urge you to listen to local officials and evacuate when you're ordered to do so.
All right, just hearing now, the governor of Louisiana, John Bel Edwards, has rescheduled his press conference for 5:30 Eastern time. So we'll be sure to bring you that when it comes up. All right, let's take a look now at one of the impacts from what is going to be a pretty powerful hurricane coming on shore. This is a current forecast. A 7 to 11 foot water rise or surge is forecast here for parts of coastal Louisiana. Now that changes was not only track changes, but intensity forecast changes. So make sure you stay tuned here to the Weather Channel. Got an update coming just before 5 a.m. from the Hurricane Center. For now, we've got storm surge watches. They get far west as the Texas-Louisiana borders, far east as Mobile, Alabama.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. I mean, just because you look like someone else doesn't mean you eat off the floor or yell at the vacuum or need flea medication. Oh, yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
Mom. Yes. Days go better when you start with care.
Hi. So I can finally do some work now? Right there. Over here.
Who's ready for soccer?
5, 6, 7, 8. Skills.
Because the best decisions are made with care. Find care for all you love. Care.com. The Subaru Forester. Dog tested, dog approved.
I suffered with psoriasis for so long. It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. I'm still clear. 5 years now.
Cosentyx works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel so much better. See me.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentyx can help you move past the pain of psoriasis.
3 words. Warm strawberry jam.
3 more words. Perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
We love seeing our customers leave the store. Sure, we like seeing them come in. But when they're leaving, they're one step closer to doing what they love. That's why our seasonal savings aren't made to lure you in. Quite the opposite. Our main goal is to get you out there.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Stop doing at all. Save more this Labor Day in-store and online at the Home Depot. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
We're on the north shore of the New Orleans area on Lake Pontchartrain, and we're expecting coastal surge from the high waters of Lake Pontchartrain on our shores from Madisonville to Slidell. And those areas are subject to flooding during storms like this. So we ask our citizens to be prepared for that. But we're also concerned about the high winds that a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 hurricane will bring to our area.
And right now it's a Cat 3, at least the forecast to be a Cat 3. Currently is a Category 1 hurricane, 75-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds with Ida. New update due here from the Hurricane Center just before 5 o'clock. We'll bring that to you if we get it. If not, we'll get that shortly after. At 5:30 Eastern Time, Governor John Bel Edwards of Louisiana is supposed to have a scheduled press conference. He did reschedule that from 4:30. All right, moving northwest now at 15, and right now things look like an environment that's favorable for further strengthening. You can see Ida down here, just getting ready to go into the western end of the island of Cuba. Looks really good on the satellite presentation. You can see this fanning out of the clouds up top, showing us that we do have high pressure aloft. That leads to additional strengthening, or at least favorable for strengthening. And these alerts currently, with current forecast, stand as hurricane watches, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, and most of this kind of southeastern part of Louisiana, even the Gulfport, Mississippi, and back toward and just east of Lake Charles. Tropical storm warnings outside of that. Most likely those will get changed. The question will be, do they get changed now with a 5 o'clock update, or do they get changed later? Either way, you need to be prepared. If your preparations aren't in place by now, they certainly should be by tomorrow, as we're within that 48-hour window. Laying a forecast satellite and the track of what may be happening. This is what the model thinks we may be looking at. We're looking at
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Eye and a very ominous looking hurricane approaching the coast of Louisiana. The details now and the intensity and the track are probably going to be minor, maybe minor fluctuations, but we'll see as the track is forecast to go right down the center of the cone as we get into Sunday evening. A 120-mile-per-hour Category 3 storm, but some of the intensity guidance suggesting potentially stronger, Jackie. That's not the forecast right now, but it is out there as what some of the guidance is showing.
And we're waiting on a new advisory. We should have that by the top of the hour. Of course, we'll bring that to you when it happens. In the meantime, Ida's going to have some far-reaching impacts well inland as well. So we want to give you a heads up in places like Jackson, into Montgomery, Birmingham, even Nashville, even Kentucky. You could see some really heavy rainfall. And this graphic shows you how much rainfall we've had already just in the last week. Our ground has above average soil conditions in terms of moisture. We've had plenty of rain along the Gulf Coast, more than 3 to 5 inches in some areas. And of course, standing out like a sore thumb is that 70+ inches of rainfall that fell near Waverly, Tennessee. So how much rain are we expecting out of Ida? The model's agreeing pretty well on the placement and the intensity of that now. That southeastern Louisiana and areas to the right of the center of landfall will likely get the most rain. But look at how far inland that goes. This is going to be affecting the central Appalachians and likely the mid-Atlantic even with time. So this orange color that you see here, pretty widespread. Mississippi, that is a lot of rain. That's 5 to 8 inches. So places like Greenville into Jackson, up towards Oxford into Starkville, all could get heavy enough rainfall leading to some flash flooding. Also need to keep an eye on the river, creeks, and streams. Now the GFS model shows those same areas getting heavy rain, but maybe just a little bit less. That would be a better scenario. Speed has something to do with it. it. And the slower this thing goes, and it is expected to slow down upon approach, the more rain we're ultimately going to get. But those bands already arriving by early on Sunday. They'll be more expansive on Monday. By Tuesday, we're still only talking about the center somewhere near northern parts of Mississippi. And by Wednesday, we'll watch eastern Tennessee, and some of this terrain rate we really have to watch because that can enhance the rainfall rates as well.
It can and it will if the exact track is what it currently is, and it's going to be unwelcomed. So it'll look like in Waverly, Tennessee.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Flash flooding that overwhelmed the city, left 20 dead, around 17 inches of rain. It was record rain for the state. Waverly's recovering in cleanup mode now. 1 in 15 homes in Humphreys counties was damaged by the extreme flooding, and that's a lot, and this is a lot of rainfall over the last 7 days. Some of these totals 18 plus inches within a 7-day period, and the problem here is that more is to come. All right, Euro model saying in this area maybe another 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. Now, obviously, that's a forecast. Basically,
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
A couple of inches maybe, so it's probably going to lie somewhere in between there. Hopefully we'll get away from the heavy rainfall, lose the flood threat, but I'm not quite sure as we get into Monday, Tuesday, and maybe even lingering into Wednesday. The worst of this rain probably being Tuesday, that we may not have more localized flash flooding. Just tough to predict these flash floods, but certainly with the cleanup and recovery efforts, they certainly will be slowed down. There's piles of debris probably laying out in the streets that if we do get some flash flooding, just going to make it for a mess. Jackie?
All right, Ray, breaking right now, we've got the brand new advisory in here on Hurricane Ida. It has gotten even stronger. This despite interacting with some land over Cuba. It is now an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane. This is the updated track, and there you can see that much of Louisiana is still square in the center of that cone, looking for a major hurricane at landfall.
Stunning! You did this? You could totally be a designer.
Rugs USA is my secret weapon. They make it easy to find a rug that pulls a room together.
Wait, are these prices for real?
Yes.
Go to rugsusa.com/TV for an extra 10% off now. Always free shipping.
Show some love, Peloton. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go hit the mat for core. Y'all look so good out there, Peloton.
The original Peloton bike, now $400 less. All access membership separate.
Hi, if you're on Medicare, you gotta hear this. I watch a lot of TV and see a whole lot of commercials about Medicare benefits. So I finally called to see if I was missing out on any extra Part C benefits and if I could really get money added to my Social Security check. The agent said I'm eligible to eliminate copays and also for several extra benefits, including transportation, meals, expanded dental and prescription coverage, all at no extra cost. Plus, I'm eligible for $1,500 a year added to my Social Security check. I was like, wow, thank you so much. Call right now to see if you're missing any extra savings, benefits, and money you deserve. I trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You can too. Call now. It's free.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
1-800-605-1298 now.
Family fitter, bath fitter, style fitter, bath fitter, you fitter, bath fitter. We install beautiful tubs that fit perfectly over your old one with no mess or demo. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. It just fits. Bath Fitter. Bath Fitter is hiring installers. We're a growing company with a strong culture and great benefits. Find out where you fit at joinbathfitter.com.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, then customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made-up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking, it only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana, the new way to buy a car.
At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
it really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
Has been issued for our area.
Heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you like this job? Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
A heat advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 87 degrees, under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, rain and thunder, low 73. Chance of rain, 80%. Saturday, considerable cloudiness with occasional rain showers, high 75. Chance of rain, 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Named the world's most accurate forecaster, the Weather Channel.
The latest advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center, and it finds Ida a little bit stronger. The Category 1 hurricane is now packing winds of 80 miles per hour. That's up from 75 miles per hour at the previous advisory. In addition to that, the pressure has gone down by a couple millibars, still working at forward speed to the north and west at 15 miles per hour. It's now 45 miles to the north and west of the Isle of Youth, where it made landfall earlier this afternoon. So a lot to sort through with this advisory and the updated information. We'll get you updated on the cone right now, which appears it's a little bit smaller because we're a little bit closer in time, but might be shaved just a little bit more off towards the right a little bit. So things look better for Lake Charles. That's not to say you're not going to have impacts, but it does look increasingly more likely that central or southeastern Louisiana is going to be getting the direct hit.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
And Ray and I have been alluding to this all afternoon, as that the models have been trending that this will likely become an even stronger storm. So the original forecast had this as a major hurricane at landfall, still major, but now it brings it up to 140 mile per hour winds at landfall. That's a Category 4 hurricane. That is serious business here, folks. This will slow down as it approaches land. We've got new warnings which have been issued with this latest advisory. So we had a lot of the watches. We had hurricane watches and tropical storm watches. A lot of them have now been upgraded to warnings because we're getting within that 48 hours or less time frame where these impacts are going to be arriving for you. So here's a look at where the storm surge warnings are in effect. So this is west of Vermilion Bay, stretching all the way over to looks like the Mississippi-Alabama state line. That's where we have the warnings, and then watches in effect on the periphery of that, including you over here in Mobile Bay, and then stretching westward from there over towards Sabine Pass. So it looks like our computers have not been able to upgrade. It takes a while to sort through all the data, but I do want to tell you that Intracoastal City to the mouth of the Pearl River is now under a hurricane warning. And in addition to that, a tropical storm warning is now in effect from the Pearl River to the Mississippi-Alabama state line. So with this new information, I hope that helps to give you more of a sense of urgency urgency to complete your preparations for this. I hope that if you've been told to evacuate your evacuation zone, that you've been able to do that. And some folks are on a voluntary evacuation order. If you have the means to do so, please take this storm so seriously. Ray, this is the worst one we've had to deal with in quite some time. You know, Louisiana, this is the last thing they need. They had 4 landfalling systems last year, and it looks like here we go now with a major hurricane, likely Category 4, making landfall late Sunday or early Monday.
Yeah, and then forecast to slow down so as it goes inland. So there's going to be big problems not only at the coast, but just inland from the surge, and certainly further inland as we take a look at some of the flooding. Now, most of these hurricane watches and tropical storm watches here have been upgraded to warnings, and the placement is about the same. So now we're in that 24-hour threshold here, and the forecast track really hasn't changed much in terms of where it's going to go. It may have wobbled.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
In their discussion, however, that's most likely hasn't changed, where they think landfall is going to be somewhere in the center of the cone. But this is the bigger change, forecasting up to a 140-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane at this point Sunday afternoon, so as it makes its approach towards shore. So that changes a lot on this northeast side in terms of the water rise. Some of the surge values may now go 10 to 15 feet, Morgan City to the mouth of the Mississippi. So these are things that may change. Right now, we are seeing rain and thunderstorms well out ahead, not even associated with Ida. But as we go through early Sunday morning and during the day on Sunday, we can watch Ida make its approach. Look at that eye wall, very well defined. And then that northeast side and the northeast quadrant is where the strongest winds are forecast to be right now, not only bringing hurricane force winds into coastal Louisiana, but also that high surge, water rise, and very heavy rainfall. Jackie?
As Ida nears the Gulf Coast, our Weather Channel teams will be on the ground to keep you safe. Mike Seidel is live in New Orleans. Mike?
Good afternoon, Jackie, from the Big Easy, where a hurricane warning was just posted. We've got concerns here in the city, which basically is a big bowl of flooding. We're going to have inches of rainfall. The pumps will be up and running. Some of those, though, don't have power. We'll run that down issue in a minute. Also, we've already got mandatory evacuations from some areas off to our south down towards the Gulf of Mexico. Another concern is the surge, not only in Lake Pontchartrain, but Lake Bourne, which feeds into Lake Pontchartrain. So a whole litany of issues as we start to talk about the timing and the impacts on New Orleans as we come back in the 5 o'clock hour right here on the Weather Channel, continuing coverage of Ida through the weekend. Stay with us.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Croissant crust is flaky layers of buttery bliss. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Now Dish has dedicated teams monitoring your signal 24/7.
Winter salmon are plentiful. The adult
Because we know you need dependable TV 24/7. Dish, TV you can depend on 24/7.
Do you take aspirin? Plain aspirin could be hurting your stomach. New Vazalore is the first liquid-filled aspirin capsule.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
It's designed to help protect, releasing aspirin after it leaves your stomach, where it is absorbed, to give you the benefits of life-saving aspirin, to help prevent another heart attack or stroke. Heart protection with your stomach in mind. Try new liquid-filled Vazalore. Aspirin made amazing.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, Flex Paste is super thick. It clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes. And once Flex Paste dries, it turns into a strong, flexible rubber. To show you the power of Flex Paste, I took this chicken wire. Woo! Bent, shaped, and covered it.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
First, Flex Paste Rubber Boat. Not only does Flex Paste seal up every hole, but it creates a strong, watertight barrier. And the inside is completely dry. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
At Tommy John, we believe you deserve the most comfortable underwear. And breathable, supportive, lightweight stretch fabrics for the perfect fit on every guy. We believe in can't believe they never thought of that designs, like our Stay Put waistband and the horizontal Quick Draw Fly. We believe the daily grind should only be in your coffee cup, not in your underwear. Plus, we guarantee no wedgies. No adjustment needed. Feeling is believing. So upgrade now and get 20% off your first order at TommyJohn.com with this code.
When fire and water threaten your home, hand the cleanup over to the team that stays with you every step of the way in your journey back. 1-800-SERVPRO and ServPro.com, like it never even happened.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it, let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions.
Still that.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Tonight, live coverage tracking Hurricane Ida.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. Projected to be a major hurricane, a state of emergency is in effect, with storm surge levels expected to reach more than 12 feet. Coastal residents being urged to evacuate.
And Ida is on the fast track to the coast. That means the clock is ticking to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, and your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist right now on Weather Underground.
Glad you could join us. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. This is Weather Underground. We'll be with you till 9 o'clock Eastern Time tonight as we track Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. Dr. Nab with us as well. The 5 o'clock advisory just came out, and with it we have hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings for coastal Louisiana. Dr. Nab, this is what you were expecting earlier today, and sure enough, there are areas that really need to take note now.
Yeah, we are definitely within the warning time frame now, day and a half plus or minus.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Gulf Coast, and then we have a major hurricane in all likelihood coming ashore. It has 80-mile-an-hour winds right now, still moving northwest. It's going to be crossing Cuba here this evening and getting into the Gulf of Mexico, and then the intensification process will probably be even more rapid than it has been. Now, hurricane warnings have been issued. Now, this is automatically updating, but I will give you the general idea. From Intracoastal City, Louisiana, over to the mouth of the Pearl River, where Louisiana and Mississippi meet. That's the stretch of coastline that's under the hurricane warning. It does include metropolitan New Orleans. Tropical storm warnings go west of there over to Cameron, Louisiana, and tropical storm warnings and watches go east of there. So hurricane warnings have been issued, but also storm surge warnings have been issued. Goes west of Vermilion Bay, around all the way to the Mississippi-Alabama border. So coast of Mississippi is under a storm surge warning. You would also need to add Lake Pontchartrain to that, not metropolitan New Orleans inside the risk reduction system. But we are now in the hurricane warning and storm surge warning time frame, and that means tonight and tomorrow. And into tomorrow evening are your time windows to get ready for the wind and the water. And the intensity forecast has been trending upward because it got stronger before getting to western Cuba today than the forecast said yesterday. Now there's more time for it to get even stronger over the Gulf of Mexico. And now the Hurricane Center is explicitly forecasting Category 4 intensity. Mike, at this point, you cannot write off the possibility of any category hurricane for the peak intensity. It has trended up, and there's not wind shear to weaken it. There's really warm water, and it's got 2 days over the Gulf of Mexico, and it's already gotten stronger than forecast. And by the way, it still has slow motion after it gets to the coast of the rainfall.
You're saying that Cat 5 is not off the table here?
No, it absolutely cannot be written off the table.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
In intensity, and if there are eyewall replacement cycles, there can be changes in the intensity. So we don't have a guarantee that the peak intensity will happen at the same time as landfall intensity. What if it peaks out here and then it gets a little weaker and then bigger? That can happen as well. But this is going to be a large and dangerous and slow-moving hurricane at landfall, a major hurricane. So we have to, as we usually do, talk about the dangers of water. Storm surge, you got to evacuate when told to do so. The slow motion will produce the inland flood threat. But in this particular case, the winds can be life-threatening. We got to be thinking about sheltering like you would for a tornado for the major hurricane force winds. And again, slow motion. This is Sunday afternoon. This is Monday afternoon. This is Tuesday afternoon. That is not moving along really quickly. So when the winds and storm surge and rainfall start, then it's going to last a long time. So here's the general idea of when winds of tropical storm force are likely to arrive. It is, in the Sunday morning hours. So that's why here we are on a Friday evening. Those warnings tend to come out 36 hours before the first arrival of winds of tropical storm force. But if it gets a little bigger, moves a little faster, some of those winds could start arriving late Saturday. So I would be thinking to get ready tonight and tomorrow, and then by the time the sun goes down tomorrow, you want to be evacuated with your supplies in a place that's not vulnerable to storm surge or inland flooding, and that is a structure that is safe from hurricane and major hurricane force winds by tomorrow night, because when you wake up Sunday morning, things could be going downhill way too quickly. The models are in remarkably good agreement on the track, but that doesn't mean we can pinpoint landfall. There still is a cone, right? And you can still have landfall of the center in just about any part of Louisiana. And you got to remember that for the places like the coast of Mississippi and the coast of Alabama, this almost certainly puts you on the right-hand side, the strong side, the onshore flow side. That's why the hurricane and storm surge warnings and tropical storm warnings go east of where the center is going to come ashore. So that's why the coast of Mississippi is under a storm surge warning, a very distinct possibility.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Very clustered together as well. Now let's take a close look. The interaction with Cuba here is not going to have much of an impact on the landfall intensity on the northern Gulf Coast. It just has a little while longer interacting with western Cuba, but then once it gets over the water here, then it will have that nearly couple of days to strengthen pretty rapidly. And the high pressure is still entrenched here along the east coast. Steering currents are very well defined, and look at all that fuel in the Gulf of Mexico, Alex. We don't every day see the Hurricane Center explicitly forecast going from Cat 1 to Cat 4, explicitly forecast rapid intensification, and we're not kidding here. This is going to be a major hurricane, a big, slow-moving one at that.
Certainly it gives you pause and means it's time to think about what you need to do, maybe where you need to go. And New Orleans most certainly in the cone. The Crescent City all too familiar with what a hurricane can do. Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in New Orleans. A lot of factors in play for that city. But Mike, I know authorities there and residents are really getting ready at this point.
They are. In fact, we've already got some mandatory evacuations. First off, in New Orleans, inside the levees, it's voluntary, but outside the levees, and we're talking about an area between Lake Bourne and Lake Pontchartrain, there is a mandatory evacuation. Fortunately, not a lot of folks live there. But when you get south of town, outside of the levee system, we do have mandatory evacuations, including Grand Isle. We were there last year for a week system, and one side of town went underwater. So this is not a place to be. That means boats, campers, RVs, everybody out. That kicked in this morning at 10:30, so they're getting out of there. That's the end of the road down on the Gulf of Mexico. Lafourche Parish mandatory evacuation as of 5 a.m. Saturday. We've also got a Plaquemines Parish mandatory evacuation. The entire East Bank, that kicked in just a couple of hours ago at 3 p.m. Central, and then on the West Bank from the Phillips 66 refinery to Venice. So those are the evacuations. How about the impacts and the timing? Take a look. Now, it is likely going to go into our west. That means we're going to be on the east side, the wetter side of the storm, so we are expecting certainly a lot of wind and rain. No, we may not get the strongest winds, but we're still looking at wind gusts here over 60 miles an hour, and that will knock out power. I think the biggest concern now...
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
has been very well updated since Katrina, which, by the way, the anniversary is going to be 16 years on Monday. But they have 3 pumps, 2 on the Lakeview area, 1 in East New Orleans, that are out of service, no power. So what they're going to do is divert the water to other pumping stations. And by the way, the pumping stations here can pump almost 1/3 of a million gallons out in 1 second. So they're going to get those up and running. But we also look at the risk of localized flash flooding with anywhere from 5 to 8+ inches of rainfall in the bowl and around southeast Louisiana. So flash flooding, a high risk of that. Power outages, maybe not widespread, but certainly power outages will be a concern. And Dr. Knabb, the updated storm surge for Lake Pontchartrain now 4 to 7 feet and 7 to 11 on Lake Bourne, because we're on the east side of the storm, and the push of water up through Lake Bourne into Lake Pontchartrain. This is going to be a really nasty storm. And even though we may not get the 125 or 30 mile an hour wind gust, we've got a lot of other issues here in New Orleans. And the big issue is the fact that a lot of this is under sea level. We're going to get a lot of rain and a lot of surge outside the levees.
Yeah, and if New Orleans catches the strongest part on the right-hand side, you could get major hurricane force winds in New Orleans, even if you don't get the storm surge. Depends on exactly where the center goes and exactly how strong it is when it gets there. But Mike is right about all of these lakes and complex coastline going to be vulnerable to storm surge. Now, another reason this is likely to strengthen very rapidly is it's not just warm waters at the surface. There's deep warm water right along the path. I mean, this is going to be able to tap into some of the most abundant fuel that is available in the Atlantic Basin to power a hurricane. It's just fuel injection. It is really going to go over tremendous amounts of fuel, and the upper level low that had been producing some winds here keeps getting out of the way. The upper level high pressure continues to get better established overhead, and we just have a little bit of land interaction with western Cuba. So again, when the Hurricane Center is explicitly forecasting Cat 4, we always say, we've said this for decades, that you always got to plan for the possibility of a category stronger. So we cannot take Cat 5 off the table here in terms of a peak intensity. Again, what ends up being the landfall intensity.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Ups and downs in the intensity along the way. But when regardless of exactly what the landfall intensity is, it's going to be strong and large. When you look at what the global models are doing, the global models are not good at giving you a number to take out of it as the intensity. But watch how large and strong the global models have the cyclone in the northern half of the Gulf of Mexico, and maybe even strengthening. That looks like a strengthening cyclone all the way up until landfall. And if it goes through any internal structural changes, all that will do is maybe bring down the intensity a little bit and then make it become horizontally larger. So when it comes to the impacts, this is going to be a large, intense, slow-moving hurricane, and that makes all of the hazards really, really bad. Now let's take a look again at the timing of the arrival of the winds is when you need to be evacuated and sheltered. So we always talk about we want to get people out of the water, evacuated away from storm surge. But in this case, you've also got to be thinking about where you evacuate to has got to incorporate sheltering from really strong winds. And here's the latest update on the wind speed probabilities. Nearly a certainty of getting tropical storm conditions at any one spot.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Sustained winds of hurricane force, they're really, really high. That's why the hurricane warning is in that area. And look how far inland strong winds will go. And again, once it gets to the coastline, it's going to be really strong, so that, even with the slow motion, is still going to bring, Alex, really strong winds pretty far inland from the coastline. So this is not just going to be a coastal wind event. People are going to have to be sheltering like for a tornado all the way until this gets well inland in Louisiana and Mississippi.
Yeah, certainly. Want to go over things you need to know about wind and how you can effectively and efficiently shelter from those winds. Some things that you might not think about, other things that you always do think about, right? When we look at surviving the storm, you want to cover your windows. Use plywood or hurricane shutters. Don't tape the windows. Waste of time. Don't bother doing it. Shelter like you would for a tornado. Do not stay in a mobile
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
better yet, reach out to maybe a family member, a friend who would be in a safer location, or just have a sturdier
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
of a high rise. Yes, a lot of people say, well, that gets me away from the water. However, it puts you in a more susceptible spot when it comes to the wind. And consider leaving any unsafe structure. You know, Mike, if you're thinking about your home and going, I don't know how it's going to do with a wind speed of 110 miles an hour, for example, if you have any doubt, go somewhere else.
I mean, err on the side of caution in one of these instances, right? You're better safe than sorry. Then we know now with an increasing size of a hurricane, increased intensity of the hurricane, the surge is going to ramp up as a response. Storm surge watches from Sabine Pass over to Pecan Island here, almost all of coastal Louisiana in essence, and then coastal Mississippi as well. And then we have storm surge watches in effect. That does include coastal Alabama and up through Mobile Bay as well. So a lot going on for us here when it comes to the water being pushed up on the shores here. So the forecast has ramped up here, especially coastal Louisiana. You can see now the storm surge forecast at max is 10 to 15 here, right where we could have the landfall. At least that's right where the center is forecast to be. On the west side, it goes down some, but still, you know, south of Lafayette here, we're talking 6 to 9 feet, and then some of the marshlands here, and then into coastal Mississippi, 7 to 11 feet, get to around Biloxi and then go eastbound from there. It comes down a little bit, but that's a very surge-prone coastline. We saw it really be inundated during Hurricane Katrina. That's kind of the most obvious path that we have here and the most comparison, I'd say, Dr. Nab, because that's about where Hurricane Katrina came in. But ultimately, this is going to be a serious threat to these coastlines that are very vulnerable.
And, you know, that graphic you're showing there that the Hurricane Center provides the data for, that's giving you a broad brush along the coastline. But it is not just going to be an immediate Gulf front problem.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Lakes and into bays and around very complex coastline. Look at this. This is in Houma, Louisiana, how far inland from the immediate Gulf waters you could have 3, 6, or 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding in that community. So if you're being told to evacuate and you can't see the Gulf of Mexico from where you live, realize the Gulf can come see you. Downtown New Orleans doesn't have inundations shown because of the risk reduction system, but you go outside those protection systems in a place like Slidell, Louisiana. This is not on the Gulf front. This is along the northeastern shores of Lake Pontchartrain. Look how much storm surge could happen in that community and over in Mississippi. You don't have to be where the landfall happens to be where storm surge happens to the east. Got to evacuate if told to go.
When you order carryout, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
if anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Here's how Gary lost 25 pounds on Noom.
Hi, I'm Gary Paul Wright.
Gary loved Noom for its psychological approach.
It taught me how to control my bad habits, like when I zone out eating in front of a television.
Sign up for Noom and lose the weight for good.
If you have a typical airline credit card, you're not getting double miles on every purchase.
You're right. I only get extra miles on some types of purchases.
May I?
Please.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles everywhere. Yes.
Everywhere is great, but where can we use them?
You can use them on any travel purchase, not just some travel purchases.
Venture gets a gold star.
What's in your wallet?
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. What's up? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
Welcome back to the DIFY show, the show where others do it for you. Today we're going to DIFY a broken sewer line.
The first step is to have HomeServe in place.
HomeServe will do it for you with home repair plans starting at just $7.99 a month.
The next step, we're going to roll these bocce balls towards that smaller ball.
Oh, good roll.
Did you feel that? That must have felt great.
And that's how you DIFY a broken sewer line. That's our show today.
Let HomeServe do it for you with plans starting at just $7.99 a month. Go to homeserve.com or call now.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
Feel the cool rush of Claritin Cool Mint Chewables. Powerful 24-hour non-drowsy allergy relief plus an immediate cooling sensation for your throat. Feel the clarity and live Claritin Clear.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
This is
666 6666. Remember 6. Going to the airport. Remember 6. Right around town. Call Carmel. Shopping on the way. Remember 6. The best ride in town. So wherever you want to go. Carmel is a number to know. Ride Carmel and be on time. Worldwide and nationwide. 666 6666. Remember 6.
Before I got my Dexcom G6, I could never get my A1C below 13, and now it's 7.4.
This small wearable lets me see my numbers on my phone.
It's so much easier to make adjustments. Now I feel like I've got this.
Better sleep means a better you. Mattress Firm's Rest Assured Promise guarantees you'll find your perfect bed from America's best brands. Save up to $700 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories. Only at Mattress Firm.
A heat advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 85 degrees with thunderstorms in the area. Tonight, thunderstorms, low 73. Chance of rain, 80%. A flash flood warning has been issued for our area. Saturday, cloudy with showers, high 75. Chance of rain, 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
We're on the north shore of the New Orleans area on Lake Pontchartrain, and we're expecting coastal surge from the high waters of Lake Pontchartrain on our shores from Madisonville to Slidell. And those areas are subject to flooding during storms like this. So we ask our citizens to be prepared for that. But we're also concerned about the high winds that a Cat 2 or a Cat 3 hurricane will bring to our area.
And then you have to consider what will a Cat 4 do, which is now the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Lake Pontchartrain, if you don't know, by the way, sits to the north of New Orleans, and the issues there can be the surge on that lake in particular, all right? So we even have the Gulf surge, we have Lake Pontchartrain, which sits in there with the possibility of surges. So we've got hurricane warnings in effect. These are the areas that are highlighted in purple. So it's going to include a good chunk here of Louisiana. It goes inland past I-10, by the way. Then we have tropical storm warnings highlighted in red that extends over into Mississippi and then farther west along coastal Louisiana. And again, farther north of I-10, north of Lake Charles even. So a lot of issues going to happen for us here in the next 2 days. All right. So hurricane warnings are in effect.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
In Mississippi. Now, as far as that surge goes, you heard it there. They're very concerned about surge on Pontchartrain. We have issues with storm surge. There's storm surge warnings here. Coastal Louisiana, very marshy here, very flat, very susceptible to storm surge. Coastal Mississippi also very susceptible to storm surge here. So Pascagoula, Biloxi, Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, all locations where high water is anticipated for you here. Could be double-digit storm surge totals here. So we're talking 10 feet or higher. In the light purple area, storm surge watches that could be in effect. The possibility that we see some storm surge in those locations that could inundate homes and neighborhoods. But there's the cone. Hasn't moved all that much. In fact, it's even narrowed a little bit. But here's the big change with the latest advisory. Now forecast to be at or near landfall, Alex. A Category 4 with 140-mile-per-hour winds. Even our Dr. Nab saying Category 5 is not off the table here.
We've seen it before, and Ida is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday. That's August 29th, a date New Orleans will never forget. That's because it's the anniversary of Katrina, made landfall as a Category 3 16 years ago. And at that time, residents were preparing for Katrina's arrival. Now, the window closing on preparation time for Ida. But Dr. Nab, Mike just mentioned that nothing is off the table when it comes to the strength of this storm. And in recent years and well into the past, there are plenty of examples of storms that have just exploded once they gotten into the Gulf.
Yeah, and so we're going to focus on past examples to try to convince everybody that the current forecast that's out there is well within reason and well within the realm of strong possibility. Now, I know on some level, when it's a Category 1 hurricane, for you to, well, I'll wait to see if that Cat 4 forecast pans out. Well, you don't want to discount the forecast, especially when we know that, especially at this time of year, we've had a long history of storms that were not hurricanes or major hurricanes in most cases in the Caribbean, but ramped up from Tropical Storm or Cat 1 to Cat 4 or 5 landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. And it happens more often than you might want to remember. And this is a sampling. I don't think I caught every last one of them, but all of these were, came through roughly the same area, Yucatan over to western Cuba.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
And most of these entered the Gulf of Mexico not as Cat 2 or stronger hurricanes. A few did, but most of these came into the Gulf as tropical storms or Cat 1 hurricanes like Ida is going to do. And look at how often it has happened, and it has affected every state on the Gulf Coast, that they've ramped up to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall. And essentially all of these intensified from the time they got to the Gulf of Mexico and to the time that they made landfall. What you don't see on here are the Katrina.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Peaked out in intensity in the middle of the Gulf, then came ashore a little bit weaker, although a little bit larger. These are all examples of intensification from start to finish. And that's why the storm surge warning goes so far inland. Doesn't include metropolitan New Orleans because of the risk reduction system. But this is not just about getting ready for Cat 4 winds. This is about getting ready for what a large, intense major hurricane can do in terms of pushing storm surge that far inland from the coast. So, Mike, Alex, this is a very believable forecast, not just in terms of the wind, but the storm surge as well.
Yeah, 100%. Dr. Knapp, thank you so much. We want you to stick around. Our live team coverage of Hurricane Ida continues with Mike Seidel. He is in New Orleans for us tonight. The latest from Mike is coming up here in just a few minutes, so stick around for his live report. More on Ida after this.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Brought to you by Maomi Wines. Flavor forward.
Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Maomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Maomi, flavor forward.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is, Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from Pizza Hut is the answer. 2 pizzas, wings, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
No one outpieces the Hut.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
I wanna see you stand. I wanna feel you beat. I wanna hear you beating heart. Live out loud. Do it all. Stand up now. Lift you up. Stand up now. Live out loud.
Honey latte.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Oh, it's Hack Me.
Are you serious?
So I gave your birth date for free parking.
That's how I got this robe.
No one really tries to be unsafe.
Mom, what's your 401k number?
But every time you give up info and privacy, you give up a little safety too.
Is it normal to ask for your social when you buy socks?
Norton 360 with LifeLock helps protect your devices, online privacy, and identity all in one. Opt into cyber safety at norton.com.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. As America's lender,
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
30,000 home loans each month, saving you money and providing mortgage solutions that are personalized, convenient, and fast, and tailored to the most important home team of all, yours. Give us a call at 844-751-LOAN or visit us online today. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
with a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Mike Bettis, we've got a lot to watch. Moving through the next 36 to 48 hours.
The thing that probably is going to get a lot of attention is what the forecast has done here with the last advisory, Alex. Now forecast to be a Category 4 with 140-mile-per-hour winds at landfall.
Yes, and I want to get you caught up on what we know right now about Hurricane Ida. Louisiana Governor Edwards declared a state of emergency yesterday. That was approved by President Biden this afternoon. The city of New Orleans is calling for voluntary evacuations across the parish. But for areas outside the levee system, there is a mandatory evacuation in place. That includes Irish Bayou, Venetian Isles, and Lake Catherine. Energy companies are also evacuating their crews from Gulf oil platforms. So a lot that continues to emerge. We're monitoring the news side of the situation, but of course you're here for the forecast side of the situation. And for that, we go to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we've got a lot to watch with this storm. And again, the forecast is for a very strong storm approaching the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, and Alex, when I think through what I want people to know the most, one is that you need to focus on what this is forecast to be, not what it is now. It's a Cat 1 now, forecast to be a Cat 4, and we even need to plan for the possibility it's a little stronger than what the Hurricane Center is forecasting. It's going to be a large and slow-moving major hurricane when it comes ashore on the northern Gulf Coast, and you've got to evacuate ASAP. if your local officials tell you to go, and you need to evacuate from storm surge primarily, but some of you need to evacuate from structures that aren't strong enough to deal with winds that will be a lot stronger than what we've got right now. It's only going to be over western Cuba for a little while. And then later tonight, it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, and it already has overachieved compared to the forecasts from yesterday. It was not forecast to be a hurricane already before getting to western Cuba. So Ida already has a nasty habit of doing more than what the forecast says. So let's get into that mindset that this could end up being a little worse than you might have originally thought. And the
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Unfortunately, extremely conducive for this to strengthen some more. Surface temperatures in the northern Gulf of Mexico are especially warm, and the surface temperatures aren't the whole story. There's deep, warm water right along the path of the hurricane. It's going to be moving along. There's not going to be any churning up of cold water from below. There just isn't much of that. So the fuel is abundant, and the atmosphere around it is starting, unfortunately, to cooperate even more. That upper level low getting out of the way, upper level high pressure taking hold overhead. So the wind shear is going to be weak. The water is more than warm enough, warmer than average, deep warm water. So this is not a forecast you see every day from the Hurricane Center going from Cat 1 to Cat 4 in a couple of days, but that's what we've got. And we've got to treat this with all the seriousness and action that requires. And also, again, we got to realize this is not going to be a really fast-moving system when it comes ashore. So it's going to be a long duration of wind and water. Now, I want to emphasize this is not just going to be a coastal event. Look at how far inland those hurricane warnings go. A lot of people are going to be experiencing life-threatening winds, and look how far the storm surge warning goes from the immediate Gulf front. This is not just going to be, if you can see the Gulf of Mexico, you've got a problem. The Gulf of Mexico is going to come inland and see a lot of people. Mike, this is going to be a big wind and water event, coastal and inland. We only have a day and a half to get ready.
Yes. No, Dr. Knapp, thank you so much for that. We are expecting to hear from Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards in just a moment. Let's get to the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel. He is in New Orleans for us tonight. Mike, I feel like with this latest forecast, where it's forecast to be a Cat 4 at landfall, just truly like ratcheted up the anxiety in a place like New Orleans.
Well, across the state of Louisiana, if you remember, Mike, last year we had Cat 4 Laura into Lake Charles. Then we had Delta, which was a 2. And then after the season, they upgraded Zeta, a late October hurricane, to a major Cat 3. So Louisiana had a horrible year last year. Now we're looking at a direct hit from a Cat 4 hurricane Sunday night and Monday morning. Here in New Orleans, we won't take the direct hit as far as winds go. But don't let that fool you, because we're still going to have to deal with a lot of rainfall, the risk of flash flooding, and the surge, as Dr. Knapp mentioned, outside the levee system, 7 to 11 feet over Lake Bourne, and that connects with Pontchartrain, 4 to 7 feet there on the North Lake Shore, and 2 of the pumps there.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
To other pumping stations and try to get around that issue. And remember, the pumps can handle 1 inch of rainfall per hour and then a ½ inch of rainfall succeeding hours. We may do better than that. So there's a whole litany of issues just because of the heavy rainfall we're expecting, along with the surge, and wind gusts at least 60 miles an hour is going to knock out at least some power here in the Big Easy. Continuing coverage of a very dangerous Hurricane Ida heading towards the Gulf Coast. Stay with the Weather Channel all weekend.
Dish makes TV easy. Prime Video? It's easy.
And then click Prime Video.
The app is now right there with all your live TV.
You've got this.
We've got this. They got this. Dish, streaming and live TV all in one place. Here you go. Let me help you.
Hi, Mr. Charles. We made you dinner.
Oh, thank you.
Ready to eat?
Yes, I am.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
And Doug.
Oh! Are you using Liberty Mutual's coverage customizer tool?
Sorry?
Well, since you asked, it finds discounts and policy recommendations, so you only pay for what you need. Limo, you're an animal! Who's got the bird legs now?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tailor-made or one size fits all. Made to order or ready to go. With a hybrid, you don't have to choose. That's why insurers are going hybrid with IBM. With Watson on a hybrid cloud, they can use AI to help predict client needs and get the data they need to quickly design coverage for each one.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Are going with a smarter hybrid cloud using the technology and expertise of IBM.
Nice bumping into you.
You probably think Visa is a credit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
You guys ever tried one of these bars made over at Red Twix? Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate. Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
Feel the clarity of non-drowsy Claritin and 24-hour relief from symptoms caused by over 200 indoor and outdoor allergens. Try Claritin Cool Mint Chewables for powerful allergy relief plus a cooling sensation. Live Claritin Clear.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
Seriously?
Just hold on to something.
This is all I still.
We called this one the Powder Keg. Welcome to the Grizzly's mouth. Your grandpa and I used to call this the Beast. Hey, why don't you name the next one?
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Charlie's my little sidekick when it comes to projects around the house. But she disappears on me. I can't see everything she gets into. That's why I trust Tide Hygienic Clean. It gets between fibers to remove visible and invisible dirt. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide.
Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards is at the podium right now speaking about Hurricane Ida. Let's take a listen.
I want to start by acknowledging that today is the one-year anniversary of Hurricane Ida. And while much progress has been made, there's still a long road of recovery left as it relates to the recovery from Hurricane Laura, particularly in southwest Louisiana.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Sites on Louisiana. This time southeast Louisiana. We have some very significant updates for you. What I can tell you is Hurricane Ida is rapidly intensifying, and the situation is changing, it seems, by the hour. We now believe that there is a strong likelihood that this will be a Category 4 hurricane at landfall.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
I can tell you that I had an opportunity a short while ago to speak with the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham, and he indicated that the storm is sort of ahead of schedule, meaning they had projected it would be at a certain strength at a certain time, and is beating those projections. And what this means is the rapid intensification is happening. As was expected, it's just happening to a greater degree, or at least faster than expected. So we have a very serious situation on our hands, and it's important that everyone take advantage of all the opportunities that you have, all the time that you have to adequately prepare yourself and your family, and make sure that you stay calm and that you do those things that are required to put you and your family in the best possible position to successfully weather the storm. Hurricane Ida is presently projected to make landfall somewhere between Terrebonne and St. Mary Parish.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Tomorrow night, tropical storm force winds will begin to move onto the coast of Louisiana. And so the next 24 hours are very, very important. Now is the time to finish your preparations. And I want to encourage everyone to understand that by nightfall tomorrow night, you need to be where you intend to ride out the storm. And you need to be postured as you would want to be as that storm approaches you. Make sure that you're paying attention to your family, to your pets, to elderly loved ones and neighbors. Last night, I was able to send a letter to President Biden requesting a pre-landfall federal emergency declaration. I'm very pleased to announce that he approved it earlier today, and we are very grateful.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
I was able to speak to the president just a few moments ago, and I will tell you, I was able to thank him personally, but this declaration is a key part of us being able to respond to Hurricane Ida and really to prepare in advance of landfall. Yesterday, as you all probably know, I also issued a state of emergency declaration for the state of Louisiana. And so both my declaration and the federal declaration issued by the president are for the entire state of Louisiana. As it happens, yesterday I was in Lake Charles with Administrator Criswell of FEMA at the time that we received the weather briefing, 10 o'clock yesterday morning, which was the first time that we really received notice of a forecasted storm that could be a hurricane when it hit Louisiana, and we were able to start our coordinations and communications at that time. Earlier today, I was with Health and Human Services Secretary Becerra in New Orleans as well, and able to thank him for his disaster medical assistance teams and all of the assets that they had previously sent to Louisiana with respect to the COVID emergency that are going to be much more important now, that they're going to continue to work in their capacity as COVID, but as this storm develops. And then there are additional HHS resources that are being brought to bear right now as it relates to the storm. So I had an opportunity to coordinate with him as well. At this time, I'm going to ask Ben of the National Weather Service to come up and give us all the latest on what is a very serious storm. And then I will come back up and give some additional remarks after that, and we will take questions as well. Ben? Oh, there you are.
All right,
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
going to do. You are joining us here on the Weather Channel, of course, for just that. Newest advisory came in at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. So, of course, we are looking at a major Category 4 hurricane forecast to make landfall here in Louisiana at the end of the weekend. And you are looking at the preparations, or the aftermath, I suppose, of the preparations. A lot of the water, a lot of the bread sold out across those New Orleans area grocery stores. Let's talk about what you need to do to be prepared. You want to plan for evacuation and sheltering. What are you going to need if you are going to stay put or drive? I know gas lines are already very long. Make sure you buy supplies if you haven't already. That window is really closing and it may be tough to find what you need. Do that insurance checkup. That probably should have already been done, but protect your home. Cover those windows with plywood. Use the shutters. Help a friend. Watch your pets and have
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Peloton Plant Dads, y'all are crushing it on the leaderboard. Show some love. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go, Peloton. Hit the mat for core. No ego, amigo? Modify if you need to. So many milestones today.
Game-changing cardio at a new game-changing price. The original Peloton bike, now $400 less. All access membership separate.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
The rule in business used to be location, location, location. Now it's network.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then we have the speed of Verizon 5G. We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other network. Built right for business. We are open and ready for you.
Hi. At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
It really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
Its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
A heat advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees with a thunderstorm. Tonight, thunderstorms, low 73. Chance of rain, 80%. Saturday, cloudy with showers, high 75. Chance of rain, 70%. A flash flood warning has been issued for our area. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good evening from New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel as we track Hurricane Ida. It is rapidly strengthening ahead of schedule based on yesterday's forecast and now forecast to come in as a major and very dangerous Category 4 hurricane later on Sunday along the coast of Louisiana. Here in New Orleans, we're going to be on the east side. That's the plan right now. There may be some wobbles in the track, but right now it's supposed to come in near Vermilion Bay, Morgan City, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, those areas closer to the track will get the strongest winds. Here we're expecting wind gusts of at least 60 miles an hour. But the bigger concern is how much rain we're expecting and storm surge. Right up through the mouth of the Mississippi in Lake Borgne, we have a surge warning up to 7 to 11 feet. In Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 7 feet. That's a big surge. And then you throw in 6 to 8 or more inches of rainfall in an area that's basically a big bowl. We have the levee system, the risk reduction system, but we still can get flash flooding. And if the pumps can't pump out the rainfall rate, then we're in trouble. Remember, the pumps generally, the rule is 1 inch the first hour and 1/2 inch succeeding hours, and they can pump 1/3 of a million gallons per second. So it's a very intricate system. However, 3 pumps are down, and they're going to reroute that water to other pumps to help remediate that situation. Otherwise, EMS in the New Orleans Fire Department, they're staging boats and high water rescue vehicles in flood-prone areas around New Orleans, so they'll be ready for whatever comes at them on Sunday with a heavy rainfall and the gusty wind. So that's in place. And neutral ground parking. This is where you can take your vehicle and park it on higher ground starting at noon Saturday in the city. Now, that doesn't mean you can block intersections or crosswalks, but if you can find a spot where it's a little bit higher, you can do that, and that'll take care of the risk of any kind of flash
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
So a lot of issues here. Even though we're not going to be right there at the landfall location and maybe not take the eye, it's going to be west. We're going to be on the east side of the storm, so this is not certainly going to be anything near a walk in the park for New Orleans as we get into Sunday and Sunday night and Monday morning.
Yeah, Mike and I want to make sure people in New Orleans don't discount the wind hazard, though. This could end up producing stronger winds there than Zeta did if the track is closer to the city. It's still possible, even though with the center coming ashore. Let me zoom in on the cone here because this will help illustrate the point. So if the center were to go right down the middle or the left side of the cone, that's one thing. But what if it goes down the middle or a little bit to the right? Even though it might be stronger when it comes ashore, say in that scenario, south of New Orleans, that could still bring a significant hurricane, maybe still a major hurricane, depending on how strong it is when it makes landfall, such that it is within the realm of possibility that New Orleans could experience the eastern eye wall. So that might not happen. I hope for your sake that it doesn't, but that is within the realm of possibility. So let's not let our guard down wind-wise in New Orleans. You're under a hurricane warning, and again, you could, depending upon the track and intensity, end up getting at least as strong, maybe even stronger winds than what you got with Zeta. So the stronger it is when it comes ashore, and depending upon where it is, that will determine how far inland the hurricane force winds go, how far inland it remains a major hurricane. Remember, Michael, stayed a hurricane quite a while after making landfall, and there are European ensemble track solutions that are all the way from the Louisiana-Mississippi border all the way to near the Texas-Louisiana border. So there's still uncertainty with regard to the exact track of the center in both the Euro ensembles and in the GFS ensembles. They're clustered a little bit closer to the main track, but all of these, just about all of these main solutions from the GFS would put southeast Louisiana on the stronger side, the onshore flow side. And again, depending on how strong it is when it comes ashore, could bring tropical storm conditions as far north as near the Jackson, Mississippi metro. And with all the trees that could come down, the power outages, you've got to get ready for the winds. Now, taking a look quickly at what it's doing right now.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area
of Cuba there, but look at how far to the northeast the tentacles of this storm are going. And while Key West is not going to get a tropical storm, you have gusted to 40, even 44 miles an hour. So you're feeling the presence of Ida. Wow, sure could be a lot worse, so you'll take it. But you're getting those squalls on the northeastern side. And that just is another example of how these are not just a point on the map. They're not just a line on a track. This is going to be a large, slow-moving major hurricane. With
a flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Dr. Knapp, thanks for that update. We want you to stick around. Coming up at the top of the hour, our live team coverage continues. We're breaking down where we'll see the biggest storm surge, flooding, rains, even a tornado threat. And stay with the Weather Channel as we track Ida. Don't forget, you can download our app for your TV. We'll be right back.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
It's the same.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated. With AT&T, everyone can ace back to school with our best deals on every smartphone, like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
Now Dish has dedicated teams monitoring your signal 24/7.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Because we know you need dependable TV 24/7. Dish, TV you can depend on 24/7.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
When you order carryout, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Pumpkin lovers, there's a whole new spin on pumpkin to love at Dunkin'. With our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew, topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam, or our pumpkin spice signature latte.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Pumpkin at Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
It's the biggest sale of the year on the new Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. It's the most comfortable, dually adjustable, foot warming, temperature balancing, proven quality night's sleep we've ever made. Save 50% on the new Sleep Number 360 limited edition Smart Bed, plus 0% interest for 60 months. Ends Monday.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Say goodbye to daily insulin injections and simplify life with diabetes with Omnipod. It's a tubeless waterproof pod that provides insulin without multiple daily injections. Most Omnipod Dash users pay less than $50 copay per month through the pharmacy. Get started with a free 30-day trial. Go to omnipod.com/free for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
Yeah. We'll share our home address for French fries.
It's easy to be unsafe.
So I gave your birth date for free parking.
That's how I got this robe. Now it's easy to help protect yourself. Opt in to cyber safety at Norton.com.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Hurricane Ida and hurricane warnings have just been issued for the Louisiana coast, and the storm gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. Projected now to be a major hurricane at landfall, a state of emergency in effect in Louisiana, with storm surge levels expected to reach more than 12 feet. Coastal residents are now being urged to evacuate.
And Ida is on the fast track to the coast. That means the clock is ticking to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, and your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist coming up right now on Weather Underground.
Hi, everyone. Welcome in. We're with you until 9 o'clock tonight here on Weather Underground as we track Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. 5 p.m. advisory was issued last hour, and with that came hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings for parts of coastal Louisiana. That's where, Mike, we're looking at a major hurricane landfall.
Yeah, this, with the last advisory and the forecast at landfall at 140 miles per hour, I think that perked up a lot of ears and got people's attention, right?
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Last day, northwest moon at 1545 miles northwest of the Isle of Youth here. The thing is, it's interacting a little bit with the western tip of Cuba at this point. Once it emerges back into the Gulf of Mexico, I think we're off to the races here. Forecast to rapidly intensify once again. Right now, hurricane warnings here in Cuba, tropical storm warnings in effect. We also have some pretty gusty winds in South Florida at this point. Now, the hurricane hunters are now en route. There's a there's a low invest that's in red, and then we've got a white track here. What that is the high elevation plane here that's going to kind of go all the way around the periphery of it and drop dropsons in this, and that'll help us get a better idea of what the forecast then will be. All that data will go into the forecast models, and hopefully we can really hone in on the forecast. Although the forecast, I got to admit, has not changed much here in the last couple of days here. It's remained relatively steady here. All the models have been in very good agreement where this thing is going, and it's basically dead center at Louisiana. But here's really the thing that has changed here this evening. The Sunday afternoon, evening, forecasting 140 mile per hour winds at landfall. That has gone up significantly from the prior forecast here. Was forecast to be yesterday at this time, forecast to be 110, a Cat 2, now a Cat 4. Could it potentially go even higher? Well, let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, for some analysis of that. Dr. Knabb, I feel like it's already maybe in some ways at least met, if not exceeded, the forecast. I want to get kind of some inside information from you because you were the director of the Hurricane Center. If you're a hurricane forecaster and you're now forecasting 140, you must be very confident in that because I don't feel like the forecast ever really gets that high.
Yeah, it is not a common occurrence for a Hurricane Center forecaster to forecast going from Cat 1 to Cat 4 in a couple days. That you only do when you have a tremendous amount of confidence. And there are so many reasons, unfortunately, why I can't fault them for doing that. I mean, it is a reasonable forecast. And we'll talk about some hurricane history in a few minutes to show you how often this actually does happen, more often than you might think as systems go through the Gulf of Mexico. But it has already gotten stronger.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Ida already has a habit of overachieving intensity-wise, so this is a very reasonable forecast. And it might be kind of in the middle of the possibilities. It could come in a little weaker. It could come in a little stronger. Always have to plan for the possibility of a category stronger. Let's zoom in on New Orleans, too, because we often go straight to the wind and the storm surge, and I want to make sure I don't leave out the rain-induced flooding for Sunday, Sunday night, and Monday. That's just day one. This could end up being, for some of you, one of the worst aspects of what's going to be an intense, large, and relatively slow-moving hurricane. And this is not just going to be a coastal event, folks. This is going to bring a tremendous amount of wind, a tornado threat, and rain-induced flooding way inland here over the southeastern U.S. into Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee and maybe even north from there. So we've got to get ready for flooding from freshwater, in addition to the flooding from saltwater. And I want to talk to the folks who aren't in the cone or are maybe not in the middle of the cone. This is going to be a big, strong hurricane. The effects are going to extend well away from the center, well outside the cone.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Comes ashore somewhere along that line or shortly thereafter in the PM hours on Sunday. Maybe it comes ashore as something at least that strong, but it's not going to lose all that much punch. And in a place like New Orleans, if the track were somewhere in here, you could conceivably get the eastern eye wall and maybe even get hurricane or major hurricane conditions for a little bit. That is within the realm of possibility. Something farther to the left could unfortunately bring Lafayette, maybe even Lake Charles, into stronger winds. So we got to get ready for what could be life-threatening wind near the coast and some distance inland as well. Then that slow motion is very concerning, and anything to the right of track is going to have a fairly significant tornado risk, I fear. Look how far inland the hurricane warning goes. You got to be thinking about sheltering from the wind that like you would for a tornado, in all seriousness, especially since trees could come down. You might not live in that strong of a home. Look how far north the tropical storm watches go, all the way to the Jackson, Mississippi area, for example. And look at how far inland from the immediate Gulf Coast the storm surge warning goes. Not for downtown New Orleans with the risk reduction system, but, Alex, a big, slow-moving major hurricane is going to be a big storm surge producer. Wind and water, coastal and away from the coast.
Absolutely. This is a part of our coast that is especially susceptible to surge. And New Orleans is in the cone, a city all too familiar with what a hurricane can do. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is live in New Orleans, and knowing the city's getting ready. And we're also approaching a somber anniversary for the city, which I think just adds a little extra hesitancy, to say the least.
Yes, indeed. On Monday, it'll be the 16th anniversary. Hard to believe 16 years just like that have passed since Hurricane Katrina hit this area. And we had that surge.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
As we go through this afternoon and this evening, we've had a few showers, but we've got the hurricane warning, we have the storm surge warning, and again, the surge will be outside the levee protection system. But if you get down towards Jefferson Parish and those parishes south and west of here, there are mandatory evacuations right now. Lafourche Parish, also in Plaquemines Parish on the entire East Bank and most of the West Bank from the refinery down to Venice. Here in New Orleans, we have a voluntary evacuation. The only mandatory evacuation is in an area between Bourne and Pontchartrain, which basically nobody lives at. There's a marina over there, but that's basically unpopulated. The rain is going to be another big issue. 5 to 8 inches of rain. The pumps can handle an inch the first hour and theoretically a half an inch an hour after that, so they'll be working overtime. A much better setup than we had 16 years ago with Katrina, when the failure led to a lot of New Orleans getting flooded out. And then the wind. Right now we're forecasting peak wind gust Sunday, later Sunday Sunday and a Monday morning at least 60 miles an hour. So that's going to knock out some power. And along with that, with the wind and the surge, the flash flood aspect. So right now, you can get your car up on higher ground starting at noon tomorrow, Dr. Nab, and keep it out of harm's way as the water may rise from flash flooding, not from overtopping the levees here in Orleans Parish inside the levee system.
Yeah, so isn't it interesting how much has changed since Katrina with not only the construction of the risk reduction system, but now there are storm surge warnings where there didn't used to be in 2005. So some places are under a storm surge warning, but not a hurricane warning. And vice versa. Depends on exactly where you are. And that's why in New Orleans, keep reminding you, don't sleep on the wind hazard. You're under a hurricane warning. And you could get winds stronger than what happened in Zeta, but you're not in downtown New Orleans under a storm surge warning, mainly because of that risk reduction system. Now, let's take a look at what this is going to do intensity-wise. It only has a little while longer interacting with western Cuba. It's not going to have a big impact on what you ultimately get on the northern Gulf
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Once the core moves north of western Cuba to tap into the warm waters and the weak wind shear that it'll be experiencing in the Gulf of Mexico. Not a lot of surface obs in here, and we'll get the aircraft data examined here in a little while and see what the next missions are showing. But you've had some squalls going across Key West, but here is the core. You see some overshooting tops. This is the main area of convection that we need to watch closely once it gets out in the Gulf of Mexico to see how quickly it might tighten up and how soon do we get an eye that pops out on the visible imagery, because this could rapidly intensify because of not only the warm waters at the surface. Look at how warm the northern Gulf is at the surface, but the southern Gulf is no picnic either, because you've got deep warm water, and the hurricane is going to be eventually going over extremely deep warm waters. It's just not going to churn up cold water from below. Upper level high pressure is taking hold. Not going to be wind shear to keep the intensity down. So all the factors are there for steady to rapid intensification. You got to take that 140 miles an hour and realize it's not necessarily going to be perfectly accurate. We all hope it's not that strong. It could be a little stronger than that. It could go through some ups and downs along the way. But again, don't focus on the time of landfall. You got to get ready by the time the winds of tropical storm force arrive, which is likely Sunday morning, possibly late Saturday night. So, Alex, that means preparations and sheltering from wind need to be done in your safe place. I would go to bed tomorrow night in that safe place.
Absolutely. Make sure you are ready to go. The window of opportunity to prepare is most certainly closing. I know you're thinking, well, I just heard about this, 2 days ago? It's moving quickly. It's going to make an impact. So now is the time to act. Don't wait. Don't think I'll do it tomorrow, because after tomorrow, there is no more time. Things you need to remember.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
We'll talk about windows. Cover them, shutters or plywood, what you want to use. Do not tape windows. It's a waste of time and actually can make things more dangerous because you've got larger pieces of glass flying around. Shelter like you would for a tornado. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Don't stay on the upper floors of a high rise either. If you are higher up, yes, you're away from the water, but you're more susceptible to the winds. And Mike, really, if you have any consideration or any uncertainty about the status of your structure, your home, go somewhere that you're sure is safe.
Really, really good advice there, because you don't want to take any chances. Not with this one, that's for sure. We know there's a very vulnerable surge coastline here, unfortunately, because it's very low lying, a lot of marshland in Louisiana, susceptible coastline in Mississippi as well. Storm surge watches in the light purple color here, western Louisiana, all the way over into Alabama, but storm surge warnings, meaning within the next about 36-ish hours now, the storm surge is coming in from coastal Mississippi back toward Pecan Island here. And that does include New Orleans and up around Lake Pontchartrain as well. Now, New Orleans, we have their risk reduction systems not right in the city, but you can see on Pontchartrain.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Surge likely to be right near the landfall location and just east of the center. 10 to 15 feet of surge is forecast at this point into coastal Mississippi. We could be looking at anywhere from 4 to 11 feet of storm surge. I can tell you, if after being in Long Beach, Mississippi, after Hurricane Katrina, that's going to wipe out some things right at the coastline, all right? I know that we've all rebuilt now. We've gone higher with our buildings, but if you take a look at our vulnerable coastline here, that shallow shelf just works against us in a place like, say, Bay St. Louis or Long Beach, Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula. A lot of this elevation, and you see highlighted in yellow, is below 10 feet, putting about 44,000 people at risk and 22,000 homes at risk, Dr. Knapp. So a lot of people, now it's just one small coastline. You look at the rest of the coastline, we're just adding to that number here. So being in the surge path is a bad place to be.
Yeah, so knowing the vulnerability of that part of our coastline that you just showed, the shape of the coastline, the low elevations, the shallow Gulf waters that go out a long distance, all those factors.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
In a tropical storm, never mind something that could end up being a very strong major hurricane. And I don't want you to be thinking, well, I need to evacuate by the time of landfall, because you need to get out sooner than that. The center of circulation could be getting very near the coastline on Sunday afternoon. But you can't wait till then, because the winds of tropical storm force and maybe some rising waters are likely to start arriving Sunday morning and might even start arriving late Saturday night. We got to get evacuated into our safe place tonight and tomorrow, and go to bed in that safe place already evacuated, because Sunday morning you don't want to be trying to make a last-minute evacuation. That could be too late. And look at how large the global models are depicting this hurricane to be. This is going to be pushing a tremendous amount of water into that concave-shaped coastline that Mike was showing you. Both models show a strengthening system up until the time of landfall. And even after landfall, you're still going to have high water. So this large, slow-moving system could produce a long duration of storm surge. Now, these values that Mike was showing you that come from the Hurricane Center are just the broad brush of what could happen in those coastal areas. But I want to show you some specific vulnerable spots. Look at Houma, Louisiana, southwest of New Orleans. You're not right on the Gulf front. Look at how much storm surge, several feet in some places, could have happened in that community. Not in the core of New Orleans because of the risk reduction system, but across the lake. Look at the Slidell, Louisiana area. Mike, Alex, I'm really concerned about folks who might think, well, I don't live right on the Gulf or right on the lakefront. I'm not vulnerable. The water can come way inland, blocks or miles, to come flood your area.
And the other water threat, of course, will be the rainfall.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Now I'm going, well, it's raining now, and it's actually raining pretty steadily and heavily. This actually not associated with Ida. We've got another disturbance offering up the rain today into tomorrow. Then Ida's bands begin to work in on Sunday. So as we get into the morning hours, you can see some heavy downpours possible into portions of southern Louisiana. During the day tomorrow, more of the same. New Orleans area could get in on some of those heavy downpours. And then we get you into Sunday, and we begin to see some of that rainfall from Ida and in advance of Ida, and eventually with Ida, work into the area. So by the time all is said and done, Sunday through Tuesday, this is just Ida expected rainfall. We could be looking at a half foot or more across the Louisiana cities of Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, even heading over towards Biloxi. I think 5 to 6 inches most certainly in play. We'll be right back.
Riders, wanderers on the road of life. The journey is why they ride. When the road is all you need, there is no destination.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
Get a nice coffee?
Well, she may have a destination this one time, but usually...
I usually have a destination.
Yeah, but most of the time her destination is...
Nope, just the coffee shop.
No matter why you ride, Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
Because she's a biker.
Please don't follow me in.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Claritin D improves nasal airflow 2 times more than the leading allergy spray at hour 1. Claritin D. Get more airflow.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Ah, what a beautiful day to welcome you to your retirement with Physicians Mutual, including coverage for the gaps in Medicare.
Oh, I'm so happy I could just sing.
You've got that happy retirement feeling.
I've got that Physicians Mutual feeling. You helped me find the coverage I need,
So you can have the retirement you deserve.
I've got a good feeling now that I'm covered.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
This is for the dreamers. All the doers and schemers with side hustles galore. The I Got Nexters and the Why Not Meters.
A flash flood warning has been issued for our area.
You're ready to step up and turn that passion into a paycheck. To do something awesome. We're here to make it official. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
Life's kind of unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "There's a big SWAT school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover art couture is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and, oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day sale is going on now. Get up to 30% off. Plus, get an additional 10% off outdoor furniture. Or get 6 years no interest. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Feels good to be home.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day mattress sale is going on now. Save up to $700 on select Tempur-Pedic adjustable sets. Or save up to $800 on select Beautyrest Black mattresses and adjustable sets. Plus, get 0% interest for 8 years. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
From the marker for everything comes the pen for everything else. Introducing the smooth, bold, and vibrant Sharpie S-Gel. Sharpie S-Gel, the power of Sharpie, now in a gel pen.
A heat advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, heavy thunderstorms, low 73. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, showers, high 75. Chance of rain, 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Whoa, hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
I think the people here are resilient. They know the drill. They know to move when we tell them to, and they've been very astute to that. So we've asked them to seek higher ground. COVID has made very challenging times for all of us. So we ask that they find a safe place and that we'll get through this together.
Kirk Lapine there, president of Plaquemines Parish in Louisiana. Very vulnerable coastline there, a very vulnerable parish. And so getting people out of harm's way is of the utmost urgency at this point. Take a look at where we have The hurricane warnings, in fact, highlighted in purple here. That'll include Port Fourchon and Grand Isle and Houma, Morgan City, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Orleans. And it goes past I-10, by the way. And then we also have tropical storm warnings that basically bookend our hurricane warnings. So now they've got the areas with tropical storm watches, hurricane watches highlighted in orange and in yellow. That extends over toward Lake Charles, coastal Mississippi, over to Alabama, and then all the way up to Jackson, Mississippi, up I-55. So really intense stuff is coming our way. There's a look at storm surge warnings in effect, storm surge watches in light purple and this pink color, storm surge warnings in effect. Very vulnerable coastline here where with the current forecast track, it is a near certainty at this point that a Grand Isle, a Morgan City, a Houma, you're going to go underwater if the forecast maintains with a storm surge that could be 10 to 15 feet because of this. What has happened here this afternoon? Now forecast with a increasing size of hurricane, now increasing our intensity to 140 miles per hour. Alex, I'll do the math for you. That's Category 4 at landfall.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that storm expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday, it falls on a date that New Orleans residents will never forget. August 29th, the anniversary of Katrina, which made landfall as a Category 3. That occurred 16 years ago. Now, during that time, residents were preparing for Katrina. Now they're running out of time to prepare for Ida. And Dr. Knabb, we've been talking about storms that so often or in our past have exploded when they got into the Gulf. Some of those in very recent years.
It is unfortunately something that happens more often than you might realize. A rapidly intensifying hurricane that goes from tropical storm or Cat 1 when it enters the Gulf of Mexico to as strong as Cat 4 or 5 at landfall in the Gulf of Mexico. And going from Thursday into Friday, Ida already got stronger than was forecast on Thursday. So it has already that personality of something that's going to overachieve intensity-wise. And the upper level pattern over the last day has gotten more conducive for strengthening. Not going to be much wind shear over the Gulf of Mexico. Sea surface temperatures are very warm, warmer than average in the Gulf, especially the northern Gulf of Mexico. But it's not just about what's going on at the surface. It's the very deep, warm water that Ida will be going over. It just has so much fuel to tap into. So when you look at the intensity forecast and you see Hurricane Center forecasting rapid intensification, can you believe it? Well, historically, we've had lots of rapid intensification in the Gulf of Mexico. It's one of the most common areas of the whole Atlantic Basin to have that happen. And let's look at a little bit of history here. All of these hurricanes made landfall somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico at Cat 4 or 5 intensity after having not been moving through the entire Caribbean as hurricanes, entering the Gulf of Mexico as borderline hurricanes or tropical storms in most cases. And look at how many of these rapidly intensified essentially all the way up to the time of landfall. It's just amazing how common this has been. Now, not all of these particular examples got to Cat 4 and 5, but Michael certainly did. Laura certainly did. Those two examples are the really recent ones that show that when you come into the Gulf of Mexico as a tropical storm or a Cat 1 hurricane, there is unfortunately time to get to Cat 4 or 5 by the time of landfall. And looking over history, we've had that kind of thing happen going into Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi or Alabama, and as Michael shows, even Florida. So we have to believe what the Hurricane Center is forecasting, that it is well within the realm of possibility, based on history, based on the current conditions, to get all the way to something like a Cat 4 or 5 before landfall.
Dr. Knabb, thanks for that. Our live team coverage of Ida continues next. Our Mike Seidel is in New Orleans. Mike.
Hey, Mike, back here in the Big Easy where they're prepping for what could be a major hurricane hit here in the Big Easy. Biggest concern, the rainfall and the surge, and then the wind, too. We'll talk about impacts coming up as our coverage continues around the clock into early next week.
This program brought to you by Golden Corral, the only one for everyone.
you remember your first kiss?
It was a long kiss.
So I wouldn't say it was that long.
Did she know it was coming? I think so.
The first kiss was a shocker. I remember being pretty caught off guard.
The Subaru Forester. Dog tested, dog approved.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
The rule in business used to be location, location, location. Now it's network, network, network. So you need a network that's built right. Verizon Business Unlimited starts with America's most reliable network. Then we have the speed of Verizon 5G. We provide security that's made for business and offer plans as low as $30 per line. More businesses choose Verizon than any other network. Built right for business. We are open and ready for you.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches, weakness, or discomfort in your hands or feet? Introducing Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. As we age, natural changes to our nerves occur, which can lead to occasional discomfort. Nervive contains B-complex vitamins that nourish nerves, build nerve insulation, and enhance nerve communication, and alpha-lipoic acid, which relieves occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Live your life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief.
It can be easy to steal your identity. Now, it can be just as easy to help protect yourself. LifeLock helps detect identity threats. If there's a problem, we work to fix it. Go to LifeLock.com.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street. Loan Depot, home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you, like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
The next 24 hours are very, very important. Now is the time to finish your preparations.
That was Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards discussing the preparations and what's going to happen for his state. Emergency managers, other officials working very hard ahead of Ida. We welcome you back into Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis.
Yeah, they've declared a state of emergency there in Louisiana, rightfully so, with potentially a Category 4 making landfall this weekend. So a lot to dissect between now and then for sure.
All right, I want to get you caught up on what we know about Hurricane Ida. President Biden has approved that request from the state of Louisiana for a federal emergency declaration. The city of New Orleans is calling for voluntary evacuations across the parish and mandatory evacuations for those who live outside the levee system. Energy companies are also evacuating crews from Gulf of Mexico oil platforms. Want to head over to our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we are looking at a very possibly strong hurricane approaching the Gulf Coast sooner rather than later. This is really on a fast track.
It is, and so we don't have all that much time. It's basically tonight and tomorrow. By tomorrow night, you need to be in the coastal regions under the hurricane and storm surge warnings. You need to be in your safe place by tomorrow night when you go to bed, so that when you wake up Sunday morning and conditions are going downhill quickly, that you're in a safe place, evacuated from storm surge and sheltering like you would for a tornado, for hurricane or even major hurricane conditions. It's about to cross western Cuba, so later tonight it'll be into the Gulf of Mexico, and then there just aren't any hindrances that we can see between there and landfall on the northern Gulf Coast with a little less than 2 days, but it has plenty of time over the warm waters with weak wind shear to become something 140 miles an hour plus or minus in terms of the max winds. That's Cat 4. It could end up being weaker, especially if it goes through any internal structural changes, eyewall replacement cycles. But we're still expecting a major hurricane at landfall, Cat 3, 4, or 5. You got to be prepared for all those possibilities. And you can't plan to be ready by the time landfall at the center occurs. You got to be ready sooner than that because the winds of tropical storm force will likely start arriving by Sunday morning, possibly even late Saturday night. That's why I say you don't want to wait till Sunday morning to wake up and then finish your preparations. That, in all likelihood, will be too late. And once the winds start, so will the heavy rain. And Sunday night into Monday, just for starters, could be a very dangerous day for flash flooding in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, and extending northward from there, where the heavy rainfall is along that track going to bring tremendous amounts of moisture way inland, all the way through Tennessee and Kentucky over the next several days, but with very heavy rain down near the coastal area. So that's just the one type of flooding that we could be dealing with. But with this kind of track, with this kind of intensity, and this shape of the coastline, we are very vulnerable to storm surge flooding, even after landfall on the right-hand side of wherever it comes ashore. That's why the hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings are up. And again, the hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings aren't all in the same place. New Orleans, you're under a hurricane warning. Look how far north those tropical storm watches go. But downtown New Orleans, not under a storm surge warning because of the risk reduction system. But look at how far inland from the Gulf front these storm surge warnings go. And it includes the coastline of Mississippi. And the values that we could get out of a storm like this, double digits above normally dry ground possible, Mike.
All right, Dr. Neb, thanks for that. We know the time is running out to get ready. Let's get to New Orleans tonight as they prepare for Ida. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is there. Mike, when it comes to this flood risk reduction system, let's be honest here, it's never really had a test before. This will certainly test it.
This will test it in the biggest way since Katrina, which we'll see the anniversary 16 years on Sunday. Back to New Orleans, we have a system here, the levee system, and what it does, it protects the levee, protects the city, which is a big bowl, from the water coming in, and they pump the water away. And that's what it's going to be doing Sunday and Monday. The water in this situation will be all that rainfall. Now, we're expecting 5 to 8 inches of rain. We could see more, we could see less, depending on if the track wobbles farther west or east. We will see wind, too. Winds could gust upwards of hurricane force later Sunday night, and Monday morning. So you get 70 to 75 mile-hour winds as the train comes down the tracks. That is going to knock out power and certainly could cause some minor structural damage. But the risk of flooding and the surge, Pontchartrain, a surge of 4 to 7 feet. Lake Borgne, which is just south and east of Pontchartrain, 7 to 11 feet. So all that water is going to be pushed up through the mouth of the Mississippi because we're going to be on the east side of the hurricane. Ida, forecast to be a Cat 4, continuing coverage, morning, noon, and night all weekend right here.
Before treating your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, you're not the only one with questions about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start, with about 10 minutes of treatment once every 3 months. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you and if a sample is available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. Plus, right now, you may pay $0 for Botox. Ask your doctor about Botox today.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
Guys,
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is, Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from Pizza Hut is the answer. 2 pizzas, wings, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
No one outpieces the Hut.
That's a joke.
Do not repeat that to anyone, right?
You're gonna fight.
Do not repeat that to anyone.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
Oh. That spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat. Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision.
That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking.
Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
Es mi niña bonita, con tu carita de rosa, cuánto la llevo a querer.
Even if you had to miss your quince, there's always your quince plus one.
Bonita.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Long lines, full grocery carts. These shoppers in New Orleans are grabbing food, water, other basics as Ida approaches the Gulf Coast. Now, all around the city, stores are struggling to keep up with the demand. As you can imagine, people are also making a run for gas. Stations have long lines and also making a run for generators. So again, the time to prepare is now. That window of opportunity closing. We're looking at a later Sunday landfall across the Gulf Coast. So again, we'll begin to feel impacts as early as Sunday morning for some of these communities. So the time to prepare is now. If you haven't yet, you've got quite a bit to do. You want to plan for evacuation and sheltering, of course, first. Think about where you are, what kind of structure you're in, and where you would want to go should there be threats in your area, especially water. If you are in one of those storm surge areas, you need to head to a safe spot. Also, if you're in an area or a structure that would be more susceptible to the wind, you may want to think about finding a different place. And if you are going to be heading to those storm shelters put up by local authorities, local municipalities, make sure you've got the mask. COVID protocols still in play. Buy supplies and be prepared for long lines for gas, for groceries. Protect your home and help friends, especially if you maybe have any elderly neighbors or relatives who may need a hand getting ready for the storm. Make sure you offer to do that, and think of your pets as well. Mike?
All right, Alex, thank you for that. And we know that Lake Charles, Louisiana, still recovering after being hit by 2 hurricanes last year. First Laura and then Delta just a week later, back to back, followed up by a brutal winter and floods in the spring. Now, the town bracing for Hurricane Ida. The mayor of Lake Charles, Nick Hunter, joins us now. Mayor, thanks for being with us. I know that what's happening now is not what you want to see. Give us an update. What shape is Lake Charles in right now, and what are you anticipating from Ida? What could that do to your town?
Lake Charles is still a very battered city. You mentioned it, but we have gone through more federally declared natural disasters than any American city in history. So the idea of even being on the edges of a Cat 4 hurricane is serious for this community.
through what you've experienced during the last year, trying to get the help that you need and looking at the kinds of help that have come from the federal level after past major hurricanes. And I want to give you the chance to make your case for the help that you still need.
Well, I'm going to answer that because you asked it of me. Right now, of course, we're focused on the immediate needs and human safety. So that's the most urgent need right now. But since you asked, I will say that we sit here 365 days post Hurricane Laura and having gone through 4 federally declared natural disasters, and we do not have supplemental disaster aid. This is the same type of aid that came 10 days after Hurricane Katrina, 34 days after Hurricane Andrew, 98 days after Superstorm Sandy. Those communities needed the help and they got it. We sit here having gone through 4, more than any other community in American history, and we're languishing. We are pleading with the federal government for additional assistance. The Road Home program after Hurricane Katrina spent $9 billion reestablishing people in healthy, sustainable housing. The Restore program after the 2016 Baton Rouge floods did the same thing with $650 million. Here in Southwest Louisiana, what do we have? Zero. Absolutely $0 for a program like a Road Home or Restore. It's just a terrible, egregious, embarrassing episode.
I got to imagine that the community feels defeated. They're scared when they look at a forecast like this. What are you hearing? What are you saying to your residents?
Well, I'm telling them that we're all human and that those emotions are very real and justified and widespread. I think to have empathy is important. And I like to tell people I'm a mayor, but I'm also a dad and a husband. And so we feel a lot of those emotions together in this community. And anytime you see something like Hurricane Ida heading your way, it really does engender some PTSD in the community. So that is part of the reason, because we are a very battered community still after what we went through, that we called for a voluntary evacuation just about an hour ago.
Yeah, so Mayor, let's expand upon that. Under a tropical storm warning, given the damage that your town is still trying to recover from, what specific challenges does a tropical storm pose? Because people might not have the same kind of shelter they had before Laura and Delta.
Sure. Well, the biggest concerns we have is always human safety and the protection of human life. There's a lot of people that are living in RVs and mobile homes right now that were in much more stable shelter before Hurricane Laura. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are living in compromised structures. There's a lot of people who are living in homes with tarps, blue tarps on their roof rather than a traditional roof. People that have storm damage throughout their homes because of the lack of federal resources. So that's a very real scenario. Any tropical storm force winds would be a very difficult and precarious situation to be in.
Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter. Mayor, thanks for being with us. We hope you get the help you need. We hope you fare well through Ida as well. We want you to stick around. We're going to have a lot more coverage of Hurricane Ida still to come, including live coverage from New Orleans. We're back after this.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right.
But what if I'm already a customer?
Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated. With AT&T, everyone can ace back to school with our best deals on every smartphone, like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
When your family gathers around a Shack-a-Roni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every Shack-a-Roni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Dish makes TV easy. Prime Video? It's easy.
And then click Prime Video.
The app is now right there with all your live TV.
You've got this.
We've got this. They got this. Dish, streaming and live TV all in one place.
Riders, the lone wolves of the Great Highway. All they need is a bike and a full tank of gas. Their only friend, the open road.
I have friends.
Well, he may have friends, but he rides alone.
That's Jeremy right there.
We're literally riding together.
He gets touchy when you talk about his lack of friends.
Can you help me out here?
No matter why you ride, Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
Well, we need friends, to be fair. And still.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Are you packed yet? Our flight is early tomorrow. And it's a long flight, too. Once we get there, we'll meet up with her.
Let her go.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
Seriously?
Just hold on to something. No, I still. We called this one the Powder Keg. Welcome to the Grizzlies now. Your grandpa and I used to call this the Beast. Hey, why don't you name the next one?
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here with a new message about your Medicare benefits. You may be entitled to transportation, meals, and expanded coverage for dental work that includes extractions, fillings, and dentures, all at no additional cost. Plus, depending on your zip code, you may be entitled to the Medicare benefit that adds money to your Social Security check every single month. Call and get everything you deserve. Call now. It's free.
I'm on a fixed income, so I called to get money added to my Social Security check. They helped me so much.
I called to save money on copays, get prescriptions, transportation, and my dental work covered. I couldn't believe I was spending money I don't have to spend.
Millions of people have trusted the Medicare Coverage Helpline, and you can too. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-404-9700. That's 1-800-404-9700 now.
Celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears. Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees with rainy conditions. Tonight, heavy thunderstorms, low 73. Winds north-northeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday, showers, high 75. Chance of rain, 70%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hello, I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We are in New Orleans ahead of Ida, a very dangerous hurricane. It will be. It's forecast to become a major Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds up to 140 miles an hour before it makes landfall later on Sunday. We've got the hurricane warnings up from Intercoastal City over to the mouth of the Pearl River in Mississippi, and that does include here in the city of New Orleans, a city well known for flooding because of the way it's been created in this big bowl. But they do have the levee protection system reducing that risk, and it's been completely rebuilt and revitalized since Katrina, which the anniversary is coming up on Sunday. Hard to believe it's been 16 years ago. So that's got us hopeful that we're going to be in pretty good shape from that angle. But we're still going to have a lot of rain, and we have those storm surge warnings for water that could be 7 to 11 feet above normally dry ground around the edges of Lake Borgne. And remember, just north and east of Bourne, or north and west of Bourne, is Lake Pontchartrain. And right there, we're going to have a surge forecast of 4 to 7 feet. So a whole litany of issues with the surge, the flash flooding, and then the wind. Right now, we're forecasting wind gusts at least hurricane force, and that could be the low end of the scale if the storm wobbles a little farther to the east. That could happen. We're still about 2 days away from landfall, and there could be some little wobbles, so that makes the difference of where the eastern eye wall goes and doesn't go. But right now, we're thinking at least hurricane force wind gusts. That means power outages. You get closer to the track of the storm, and it gets a lot worse, especially with power and even structural damage at that point if you've got winds gusting over 120, 125 miles an hour. Dr. Knabb, I think our first landfalling hurricane in the U.S. this season. We've had these tropical storms landfall, but they haven't been anything like the intensity forecast with Ida.
Yeah, and Mike, as bad as 2020 was for the state of Louisiana and as bad as Zeta was for New Orleans, if, as he mentioned, the track takes the eastern eye wall near or right over New Orleans, you could have a worse wind event in Ida than you did in Zeta, like he mentioned. Power outages, downed trees, and or structural damage are all possibilities in the city of New Orleans, even though you're not under the storm surge warning protected by the post-Katrina risk reduction system. Ida is a Category 1 hurricane, and I know you might be thinking, can it really go from Cat 1 to Cat 4, or maybe even a little stronger than the 140 miles an hour forecast by the Hurricane Center? Yes, it's happened a number of times before in the Gulf of Mexico, especially this time of year. And even though it has just a couple days, maybe a little less over the Gulf, the waters are really warm, the wind shear is going to be really weak, and it has already overachieved even before going over western Cuba. Now, there are plenty of track scenarios that are something other than going right down the middle of the cone. Some of them go pretty close to the Texas border with Louisiana. Some go along the Mississippi border of Louisiana, and many of these bring plenty of impacts outside the cone, far away from where the track of the center is forecast to go by the cone, by the various models. You look at the main GFS run, but even its ensemble members are on the left or the right of that, and a lot of those put Baton Rouge, New Orleans, the Mississippi coast, Mobile, on the right side of the cone. Stronger winds, great risk of storm surge. Even over in the Florida Panhandle, this scenario poses a nasty risk of life-threatening rip currents. And you got to get ready, not by the time of landfall of the center, but by the time that winds of Tropical Storm 4 start arriving. That's likely Sunday morning early, and it's even possible it could be late Saturday night. So you got tonight and tomorrow to get ready. I would be going to bed in your safe place, having been evacuated to a safe shelter, because we have to treat this like a tornado. When you're sheltering from hurricane and especially major hurricane force winds, you got to be in a safe place for the wind. And then for the inland folks, this could be not only a wind event, but a tornado event and a flash flood event. Look how far inland from the immediate coastline the hurricane warnings go. Look how far north the storm surge warnings go. Not for downtown New Orleans because of the risk reduction system, but blocks to miles inland from the immediate Gulf front is where life-threatening storm surge has a danger of occurring. So we've got to evacuate by Saturday night in the coastal areas, because that's when the tropical storm conditions could start arriving. You got to be out of these areas. And this is just a broad brush, but Alex, this is a slow-moving, large major hurricane, double-digit storm surge flooding above normally dry ground. That's above the shot I'm standing in. That's way above my head.
Yeah, scary stuff. Hopefully everyone is preparing. And we've got much more on our way of team coverage on Hurricane Ida. It continues next at the top of the hour. We're going to break down who could see some of the biggest in terms of flooding rain.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Only pay for what you need. With the customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual. Nothing rhymes with Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it. Let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions.
Those up.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
I wanna see you stand. I wanna feel you beat proud. I wanna hear you beat it hard. Live out loud.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein. So you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
No, it's not. But I still look good though. How come? Ow. I bet you want an autograph. You and your friends.
With lower prices and great deals, make Target your first stop back to school.
Pumpkin lovers, there's a whole new spin on pumpkin to love at Dunkin'. With our new pumpkin cream cold brew, topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam, or a pumpkin spice signature latte. Enjoy a medium for $3. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'.
Attention runners, report to the starting line. Runners, report to the starter.
You don't become a runner who breaks 8 world records after age 65 without a serious support system. Kathy Martin has one in Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. She won't go a day without the right card because she can't go a day without running. The Medicare coverage trusted by more doctors. This is the benefit of Blue. Learn more at benefitofblue.com.
Band practice, soccer, whatever that is, Nathan is working on. Nobody has time to cook, but the big dinner box from Pizza Hut is the answer. 2 pizzas, wings, breadsticks. It's the easy way to feed the whole family in one box.
No one out Pizza Hut.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
For those who see everyone's safety as equally important, experience our advanced standard safety technology on a full line of vehicles. At the Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event, experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here.
Hey.
Plus the players of my squad. Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
Tonight, live coverage as we track Hurricane Ida. Hurricane warnings just issued for the Louisiana coast. This storm gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. It's now projected to be a Category 4 hurricane, and a state of emergency is in effect for Louisiana with storm surge levels that could reach 15 feet. Coastal residents now being urged to evacuate.
Ida on the fast track to the coast, and that means the clock is ticking to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, and your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist coming up now on Weather Underground.
We're glad you're with us here for Weather Underground. We will be with you until 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight as we track Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. Mike, some sobering details coming out of our advisories today. We've already seen strengthening, and we anticipate much more. Category 4 expected at landfall, with the caveat that it could be stronger.
When you hear now that winds could be as high as 140 miles per hour at a landfall, it gets a lot of people's attention, and rightfully so, because this thing it means business. We've already rapidly intensified in the last 24 hours. It will probably continue to do that as it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. Some interaction with Cuba right now doesn't seem like that's having a big effect on it necessarily, but northwest moving at 15 miles per hour. Pressure's now down to 985 millibars. That will continue to drop as then correspondingly the winds will go up. Hurricane warnings, west end of Cuba here, and tropical storm warnings in and around Cuba, kind of splits Cuba. But we've got planes out there that have been flying around, and now we have the high altitude planes that are flying around the system. Now what they're going to be doing is sampling the atmosphere in and around. What that helps helps us do then is put that data into the forecast models. That helps the forecast as far as intensity and track. So very valuable things happening right now with the flights currently. But this is really the big concern. By Sunday afternoon, right there where that line is, and we're almost right at landfall, forecast to be a pretty intense hurricane, folks. Category 4, then spreading some heavy rain inland. But this is going to be a very serious threat. And time is running out right now for the people on the Gulf Coast to get ready. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is with us. Dr. Knabb, I want to ask you one very specific question here, because the mayor of New Orleans has said they do not have time to enact contraflow, so therefore they cannot institute a mandatory evacuation. So what does that mean for the folks of New Orleans with a Cat 4 bearing down on them?
Well, that means that if you are in a structure that's not safe from hurricane or major hurricane force winds, you live in the city of New Orleans, you're under hurricane warning, you need to leave as soon as you can so that you don't risk not being able to get out, especially if the system rapidly intensifies and now people get more and more concerned about the wind risk. Maybe evacuation instructions become a little bit stronger. So it means the sooner you take action and take this forecast seriously and not wait to see if it actually becomes a major hurricane, the better chance you have of getting to a safe place from out of storm surge, out of a structure that can't handle the wind. And that's what a rapid intensification scenario presents as the biggest problem, is that there might be more evacuation instructions coming and then the time gets really compressed. So if you have any concerns about the safety of where you are, the sooner you get out, the better, because we definitely have a storm surge problem with this, and we are certainly hopeful that the risk reduction system around the city of New Orleans protects the city from storm surge, but a lot of other areas at risk for storm surge. A lot of you are going to be told to evacuate if you haven't yet, and then even in the city of New Orleans and a lot of other places, we've got very strong winds from what could be a Category 4 hurricane, plus or minus, when it comes ashore. And the confidence is pretty high that it comes ashore in Louisiana, but it could be as far west as near the Texas border, as far east as near the Mississippi border. So don't assume that it's going to go right down the middle of the cone. If you're in New Orleans or Baton Rouge, don't think, oh, it's going to go west of us, we're not going to get the core of the hurricane. You could get the eyewall. Maybe it's not at peak intensity, maybe it's not at landfall intensity, but it could be a major hurricane, and the GFS has tracks that are on both sides of the cone. And another thing about the track and the center and the cone and all that is, don't base when you need to be evacuated by and be ready by based on when landfall time of the center is forecast to be. The weather will get really dangerous and life-threatening before the center comes ashore, maybe Sunday in the PM hours. It could be early Sunday morning that the tropical storm force winds likely to arrive. It's even possible that they arrive late Saturday night. So that's why tonight and tomorrow are the prep times. And so when you think about a little bit more than a day from now, I need to be going to my safe place to stay for the storm. The sooner you get to that safe place, the sooner you have your supplies, the better. If you're in the storm surge warning, danger of life-threatening storm surge, that does not include the city of New Orleans, but outside the protection system, storm surge warning, north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, coastline in Mississippi. Look how far west it goes, over to Vermilion Bay, Grand Isle. Look how far inland from the Gulf Coast that storm surge warning goes. Look how far inland from the immediate Gulf front the hurricane warning goes. And so New Orleans and Baton Rouge, you're under a hurricane warning. That means, Alex, we have the distinct possibility of not only power outages, but trees coming down and maybe even structural damage. This could be life-threatening wind.
Absolutely. And New Orleans is a city with a storied history with hurricanes, all too familiar, unfortunately, with what these storms can do. So the Weather Channel's Mike Seidel is in New Orleans as they prepare ahead of Hurricane Ida's arrival. Mike, I've got to imagine residents are also a little nervous and hesitant knowing how strong this is forecast to be.
Well, they've got to be, especially if they lived through Katrina. And we just got the update from another parish, St. Charles Parish. That's just west of here, and we're in Orleans Parish. Mandatory evacuation kicks in tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. They've asked everyone to leave the parish by 5 p.m. tomorrow. So we add that to the list of Plaquemines and also Lafourche Parish. They've also issued mandatory evacuations. Grand Isle, yes. Grand Isle is being evacuated because they are basically a barrier island. They got hit pretty hard by a tropical storm last year. We were down there for Cristobal, and then Zeta at the end of the year got them. So they've lost a part of the levee system, and just about everybody's heading out of town except for some local police officials, and I think one person from the fire department. Back here in New Orleans, we are under a hurricane warning. The storm surge warnings for the area lakes, including Lake Bourne, and then up north of town, Lake Pontchartrain, a big old lake there, 4 to 7 feet, 7 to 11 feet on the Lake Bourne storm surge. Perfect timing for the train. And as we get into Sunday night and Monday, that water is going to be pushed up into those lakes as the storm is highly likely the center will go to our west. So we'll get the east side and the heavy rainfall. Remember, we have the risk reduction system, the levees, but it rains inside the levees into the giant bowl, and that water's got to be pumped out. So they'll be doing that certainly through the extent of the storm. And the winds, too. Yes, at this point, with this current track, we're not going to get the strongest winds, but we're still going to get at least hurricane force wind gusts, and they could be even stronger if the track wobbles a little bit farther to the east with the changes in the next, Dr. Nab, we're still about 48 hours away from landfall. So even a little switch east or west, left and right now, that far away, can make a big difference up here on the Gulf Coast. As you mentioned, tracks all the way from the Texas-Louisiana border to the Mississippi-Alabama border in the ensemble spaghetti.
Yeah, and so, somebody, not just at the immediate coast, somebody in some inland areas in Louisiana, most likely, maybe even Mississippi, could get the eastern eye wall. Even if it's not at peak intensity or landfall intensity, maybe there's a little weakening before it comes over you, but a lot of you could get the eastern eye wall of a major hurricane. And the intensity forecast here is predicated on what the structure is of the system and the intensity of it now, the warm waters that lie ahead, and the weak wind shear that lie ahead. And all of those things are prompting the Hurricane Center to explicitly forecast a Cat 4 from what is a Cat 1 a couple days into the future. That doesn't happen very often. That shows you how confident they are. And they do it because the models are supporting it and because historically it's happened before. We'll go over that in a little bit. And also, even though the global models don't explicitly spit out a number that says it's going to be this strong, look at how large and intense, look at all those isobars, that the global models are depicting this to be. And they're pretty close together, the Euro and the GFS. They agree on a very deep system. The global models don't forecast this strong and low of a pressure of a system very often. And watch how the Euro, in the last few hours before landfall, it's still deepening. It's still strengthening. So that just shows you, if the global models can pick out on that sort of thing, then we've got a big intensity, size, and slow forward motion problem. That's why regardless of the intensity, it's going to be a flood-producing system. Stronger hurricanes just have more solid rain. It's going to rain from the front side until the eye passes by, and then you got the whole second half of the storm to go. So a more intense hurricane is going to hold together its convective structure more and going to bring more wind, more of a tornado risk, more rainfall way inland. So the intensity forecast over the Gulf is concerning for people even up into Tennessee and Kentucky, because that means the storm will hold together a lot longer. And also, look at how far inland the tropical storm watches go, up as far north as Jackson, Mississippi. And Mike, it's not going to be over Cuba much longer. And later tonight, it gets out into the Gulf of Mexico, and those warm waters and weak wind shear are going to take over.
One thing we haven't seen, Dr. Nab, is an eye form on this. You think that's going to happen sooner than later, though?
Yeah, probably tomorrow. I don't think we'll see it tonight because of the interaction with the landmass of Cuba. Let me back up to the visible imagery a little bit and kind of show you what's going on. You can see the blow up of thunderstorms there right near the center. Let me go back forward here again. Right near the center, you see a blow up of thunderstorms, but you don't see an eye in the visible imagery. So it's got the land interaction that's very, very temporary right now. And after that land interaction, we're going to see a scary looking hurricane out in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And when it shows itself, that eye pops out, and it's rapidly strengthening as we expect. then I'm sure that will get people's attention. But that's why we're trying to give you the forecast to get your attention before that happens, so you have time. The warm waters, northern Gulf of Mexico, are warmer than average, and they're warm at the surface. They're also very warm to quite a bit of a depth. So this is all going to fuel the storm surge threat. And the fact that it's not only going to be intense, but it's going to be large and relatively slow moving. And you're going to a portion of the coastline that is generally shaped in such a way, with the bays and the shape of the Gulf here, that it can catch the storm surge. And with so many tracks of the center over Louisiana, that brings a lot of storm surge into the coast of Alabama, Mississippi, into Lake Pontchartrain. So, Mike, when we're talking the storm surge, this is storm surge over our heads, above normally dry ground. You would need to not, the only way to survive that kind of storm surge is to not be there when it happens.
Yeah, and this is why we evacuate. Truly, it is. And I know that a lot of places, like at coastal Louisiana, coastal Mississippi, with new building ordinances and what have you after Katrina, those homes are on stilts now. And they're built pretty high. I think even like coastal Mississippi is like 17 feet, is the minimum height. So in some regards, maybe that'll help, structures, but you still want to leave in that circumstance.
Oh, yeah, because you do not want to be trapped in a structure on a higher floor and have your community surrounded by floodwaters and there be damage. Help can't come. So you do not want to vertically evacuate from storm surge, Mike. You need to evacuate inland out of the storm surge completely and into a structure that is safe from wind, because we got to shelter like we would for a tornado for a major hurricane.
Yeah, it all makes sense. It really does. But the good advice there, even if you have a building that you think, or maybe even your home is up on stilts and maybe the water's not going to get to your home, you still need to evacuate because of all the things that Dr. Knabb just said. Speaking a little bit more about the surge, I want to show you the predicted wind speeds here. And you're going to see the hurricane come through the Gulf of Mexico. As Dr. Knabb said, an eye is going to form here. It's going to get really intense. Going to stop it right there. Here we are Sunday morning, okay? Well, notice what the winds are doing, where it's going to end up pushing the water. Coastal Alabama, Florida, coastal Mississippi, and then into Louisiana. Well, what's interesting here is we're going to push the water Lake Borgne into Lake Pontchartrain. That's a really tough forecast. Now we go 5 hours later. Really strong push of wind and water right into coastal Mississippi, into Mobile Bay. Still more push into Lake Borgne and Lake Pontchartrain. So the water's going to start to pile up and come higher and higher. Let's go inland now. Here we are now about 24 hours after the original stop that we showed you there. Well, the center's now up here, up around Mississippi and Louisiana state line. But notice this. Look at the push. We're still pushing water into the coastline here. Mississippi, Alabama, Panhandle of Florida. So the water's coming up the whole time. And even now, you're looking at water pushed from south to north on Lake Pontchartrain. Even though this storm is going to be weaker and farther inland, it's the flow of water that's going to be an issue. We've got this really shallow bathymetry as the shallowness of the bottom of the ocean comes up like this, and the water piles up on top, and then the wave action is on top of that. Bay St. Louis to Pascagoula here in coastal Mississippi, 22,000 homes that sit at 10 feet or below. And then Mobile, Gulf Shores, Pensacola, we've got 42,000 homes that sit at 10 feet elevation or below. Storm surge, Dr. Knabb, is a huge concern in these areas.
The reasons you just outlined, Mike, this is not just a storm surge problem for the immediate Gulf front. Let me show you how specific the Hurricane Center is able to get with the areas at risk. This is the broad brush, right along the coast. But if you look at their potential storm surge flooding map, I want to highlight just a couple areas. Houma, Louisiana, southwest of New Orleans. You're not sitting right on the Gulf front, but look at how much storm surge in a reasonable worst case scenario could inundate parts of your community. If you go past New Orleans and go to a place like Slidell, Louisiana, northeast shore of Lake Pontchartrain, that's not on the Gulf front. That could have storm surge flooding. And look at over in the area of Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. That's why storm surge warning and evacuations are there too.
Tide Pods Ultra Oxy one-ups the cleaning power of liquid.
Can it one-up whatever they're doing?
For sure.
Seriously?
One-up the power of liquid, one-up the toughest stains. Any further questions? One-up the power of liquid with Tide Pods Ultra Oxy.
So then I said to him, you ought to customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so you only pay for what you need. Hot dog or chicken?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every Shaq-a-Roni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Claritin D improves nasal airflow 2 times more than the leading allergy spray at hour 1. Claritin D. Get more airflow.
The Subaru Forester. Dog tested, dog approved.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
Life's kinda unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "There's a bake sale at school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover art cootery is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
A lot can happen with a simple tell your story. Get people excited. To get connected, to share, and sell anywhere, and start making a different future. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
From the marker for everything comes the pen for everything else. Introducing the smooth, bold, and vibrant Sharpie S-Gel. Sharpie S-Gel. The power of Sharpie, now in a gel pen.
Those beautiful Bush's baked beans. The delicious center of picnic table gravity that keeps the whole great barbecue universe spinning. Bush's makes the cookout beautiful.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, new Aspercream arthritis. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods. Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspercream.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, thunderstorms, low 73. Chance of rain, 90%. Saturday, morning showers, high 76. Chance of rain, 70%. Saturday night, cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible, low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
In Jefferson Parish, we have a unique situation where we're in an area where a lot of us are protected by a levee system, but there are lower lying areas that are really vulnerable outside of our levee protection system, very vulnerable to storm surge. So our areas of Grand Isle and Lafitte, right at the Gulf of Mexico, are under, Grand Isle is under a mandatory evacuation. Today, people are preparing. Obviously, we're expecting high winds as well. So we're expecting electrical outages even in the area within the levee protection system. We're currently going through a fourth surge of COVID, so that is complicated, on top of everything else. Certainly all of our efforts, it is a difficult time for us to be dealing with this storm here in Louisiana.
Well, a difficult time indeed. We consider all the things that they're going through right now in southern Louisiana, but as you mentioned, they have a mandatory evacuation because they are truly just sitting ducks out there right at the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm going to show you where we stand as far as the alerts are concerned. Hurricane warnings are in effect here. That is going to include a place like Grand Isle down here, but Baton Rouge, New Orleans, all the way over toward Intercoastal City here, the areas that are highlighted in red, tropical storm warnings that are in effect, storm surge warnings in effect as well, highlighted here in this hot pink color here. That will include coastal Mississippi, most of coastal Louisiana, even farther inland as well, including north side of Lake Pontchartrain, as the water is going to be pushed in that direction, we believe. There's the forecast track. It hasn't wavered all that much here in the last couple of days, but this has changed quite significantly near landfall Sunday at 140 miles per hour, which would make it a Category 4 hurricane. You take a look at what the intensity models are forecasting. A lot of them are somewhere between that Cat 2 and Cat 3. However, the forecast now is for Cat 4, Alex, and as our Dr. Knapp has said, we can't even rule out a Cat 5.
Absolutely. You need to be prepared for the worst. Now, Ida is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday. That's August 29th, a date the city of New Orleans and its residents will never forget. Of course, it is the anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. That was 16 years ago. Now, that made landfall as a Category 3. Again, we're looking at the possibility that Ida could be stronger, and the time to prepare is closing on us, that window of opportunity. We look back at history, at other storms that have really exploded once they hit the Gulf, and Dr. Knapp looked back at some of them to show us that Ida could strengthen.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen and strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
Yeah, bye. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. Now our live team coverage of Ida continues next with Mike Seidel. He's in New Orleans. Mike.
Hey, Mike, good evening. Back here in the Big Easy, a lot of trepidation with what's on the way. The storm surge, the area lakes, Bourne, and also Pontchartrain with the water coming up, with the wind coming in off the Gulf of Mexico, pushing that water in. Also, plenty of heavy rainfall. We'll update the impacts next.
Domino's is giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food. I love it. From Domino's.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein. So you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
With lower prices and great deals, make Target your first stop back to school.
Peloton Plant Dads, y'all are crushing it on the leaderboard. Show some love. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go, Peloton. Hit the mat for core. No ego, amigo? Modify if you need to. So many milestones today.
Game-changing cardio at a new game-changing price. The original Peloton bike, now $39 a month. All access membership separate.
Don't be fooled by the bike or judge him by his jacket. While Ted's eyes are on the road, his heart stays home. He's got Gloria and 10 grandbabies to prove it. But his back made weekend rides tough, so Ted called on the card that's even tougher. And the Medicare coverage trusted by more doctors. Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. By your side, no matter what. That's the benefit of Blue. Learn more at benefitofblue.com.
Tired of daily insulin injections? Omnipod delivers insulin through a discreet waterproof pod to help simplify life. Just one small pod replaces up to 14 injections. It's game-changing, and the wireless controller helps deliver the right amount of insulin. Get started with a free 30-day Omnipod Dash trial today. Go to Omnipod.com for risk information, instructions for use, and free trial terms and conditions. Consult your healthcare provider before starting on Omnipod. Simplify diabetes. Simplify life. Omnipod.
I'm a member of American Home Shield, which means this faucet may be freaking out, but I'm not.
Something's wrong with my AC. It's blowing pretty hard and it won't turn off. Luckily, I'm a member of American Home Shield. My plan helps cover the cost when parts of more than 20 home appliances and systems wear out. If they can't repair them, they'll replace them.
I've never felt so good.
For a free quote, go to AHS.com. That's AHS.com.
Thrive Cosmetics Liquid Lash Extensions Mascara gives you the look of professional lash extensions. Our award-winning formula dramatically lengthens and strengthens lashes with all-day staying power. It's no surprise it has over 1 million 5-star reviews. Join our movement today at thrivecosmetics.com.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Working Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly
it is approaching after its initial formation, and we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude, and that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
As Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards discussing that we're running out of time to prepare for this one. Really, this storm, perfect example of why we say be prepared all year round.
And as Dr. Neb has said, if you're going to evacuate, the time to go is probably tonight, the very latest tomorrow morning, because what we don't want to do then is find a whole bunch of people on the roads. You find yourself in a big traffic jam trying to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, then there's extra urgency. People run it. Just leave now. That way, you get the smoothest possible whole.
Hey, listen, I've been looking at the traffic cams, Alex, by the way. It looks pretty good. I-10 at this point is wide open. Yeah. The bridge over Pontchartrain, wide open. Nobody on it right now.
And as we talked about, if you have any uncertainty with your structure, your home, your apartment, your condo, whatever, if you're like, I don't know, go somewhere where you feel more confident. We welcome you back into Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson. He's Mike Bettis. Let's get you caught up on what we know. President Biden has approved Louisiana's request for a federal emergency declaration. Plaquemines Parish has ordered a mandatory evacuation from the Highway 23 floodgate in Oakville to Venice. The floodgate will be closed at 7 p.m. tomorrow. New Orleans city officials have lifted the neutral ground parking ban beginning at noon tomorrow. Dr. Nab, our hurricane expert, is here watching the very latest with Ida. Time to prepare closing, and it looks like we are going to be dealing with a very significant storm.
Yes, we are, and it has already overachieved a bit compared to yesterday's forecast of a tropical storm going over western Cuba. We knew it could be near hurricane strength, but it made it, and it has already made a couple of landfalls in Cuba. Yes, 2. It just made the second one. So a little while ago, a few hours ago, it made landfall on the Isle of Youth. That's an island off the southern coast of the main island of Cuba. Now it has made landfall in the Pinar del Rio area, still as a Category 1 hurricane, max winds at 80 miles an hour, pressure at 985. This is kind of estimates because it's hard to get recon data right into the center of the system when it's this close to land. But in any event, it is now centered over western Cuba, but that's not going to last very long. It's moving about 14, 15 miles an hour. And look at that blow up of thunderstorms right over western Cuba. That is the beginning of an inner core that will really start to take shape once it gets out over the Gulf of Mexico later this evening. And we'll start to see the winds pick up in the buoys. Key West gusted to 44 a little while ago on some of those outer bands. But this is the last land interaction it has until landfall on the northern Gulf Coast in a couple days. And the conditions are just, unfortunately, very conducive for it to rapidly strengthen once it clears land here. Upper level high pressure just really starting to dominate overhead. That upper level low that was providing some shear is moving away. The Gulf of Mexico, always warm enough, warmer than average this year, and really warm in the northern half at the surface. And there's deep warm water right when it leaves Cuba later tonight. It is going to just tap into, it's like filling up the gas tank right away, and then it will be on its way. Unfortunately, Mike, you really can believe the Hurricane Center when they're forecasting something to a Cat 4, and we know that's not a perfect forecast necessarily. Could be a little weaker, could be a little stronger.
Those kind of forecasts aren't something they do lightly and not something they do every day. Dr. Nab, thank you. We know that time is running out for people in New Orleans to get ready for Ida. The Weather Channel's Mike Seidel joins us live from New Orleans this evening. Mike, I know that usually water is one of our big concerns in New Orleans when it comes to hurricanes. But now knowing that there's a forecast here of a Category 4, wind takes on a bigger danger as well.
Yes, indeed. We've got the wind issue and the water issue. Remember, a lot of New Orleans, about half of it's under or below sea level. So if it rains, they've got to pump that water out. And we're going to get a lot of rainfall. Right now, the initial forecast is 5 to 8 inches. But if we wobble that track to the east, we get more rainfall because somebody's going to get 15, 20 plus inches of rain out of this, even though it's not crawling like Harvey was or like when Florence came into North Carolina a few years ago at about 1 or 2 miles an hour. So we have that issue. Then we have the wind issue, as Mike mentioned, and that's going to push the water up the mouth of the Mississippi into Lake Borgne, into Lake Pontchartrain. Now we have the levee system, which protects up to 23 feet in various spots here around the Big Easy. So we'll see how that works out. Hopefully it works out fine, because they've spent a lot of money, billions of dollars, since Katrina hit almost 16 years ago. We've got around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Ida, expected to landfall in about 2 days on the Louisiana coast, so stay with us this weekend.
When your family gathers around a Shack-a-Roni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every Shack-a-Roni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome.
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander. And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Sam. Welcome to the back of your mind. This is where we learn how to eat with Noom. Noom's all about eating wisdom. Limitless eating wisdom. Who's that? Oh, that's Jasmine. She lost over 20 pounds with Noom. Noom.
Honey latte.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Oh, it's Hack Me.
Are you serious?
So I gave your birth date for free parking.
That's how I got this robe.
No one really tries to be unsafe.
Mom, what's your 401k number?
But every time you give up info and privacy, you give up a little safety too.
Is it normal to ask for your social when you buy socks?
Norton 360 with LifeLock helps protect your devices, online privacy, and identity all in one. Opt into cyber safety at norton.com.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes. Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at these fine retailers.
Now Dish has dedicated teams monitoring your signal 24/7.
In the late summer months, when salmon are plentiful.
Because we know you need dependable TV.
25 fish per day.
24/7. TV you can depend on 24/7. Dish. Tuned in to you.
Here you're looking at some of the long lines for gas. This is Kenner, Louisiana. You can expect to see this across the state into Mississippi, even portions of southern Alabama. Think about what you might need. If you've got a generator that needs gas, fill it up. If your car, is at a quarter tank, want to go fill that up. And the lines are only going to get longer here as we move closer and closer to the expected landfall of Hurricane Ida. Want you to be prepared for this storm. Hopefully, if you live in these hurricane-prone areas, areas. You already are prepared with a lot of what you may need. But if you are getting started or just need a reminder on a few things you should have, first off, plan for evacuation and sheltering. Think about what you're in, your home, your apartment building. Are you confident that it's away from the water? Have you gotten an emergency order to evacuate? If you have, go. If you're uncertain on how the structure is going to handle the wind, go. Maybe find a friend, family member somewhere farther away from the coast, more inland, or head to one of those emergency local shelters. Keep in mind, COVID protocol still in place, so you're going to need the mask. Buy supplies. Food lines are also very long. We've seen a lot of empty shelves at the grocery store, so again, the sooner you do this, the better. Hopefully the insurance checkup is done. Protect your home. You want to board up, cover those windows. Sandbags are being given out in a lot of local communities. Help a friend. If you especially have any elderly relatives, neighbors who may need a helping hand, check in on them and have a written plan in place. Make sure you got all those documents and make preparations and plans for your pets as well. So a lot to think about, I know, but again, hopefully some of this is already done. Your evacuation checklist, you want to pack the essentials, medicine, first aid kits, documents, blankets, pillows. Leave as soon as instructed. And remember, take your pets along. Don't forget their food and medication as well. Mike?
Well, we know that a lot of you have questions, and you can submit those questions to us on Twitter or Facebook. If you use the hashtag Hurricane Questions, we're going to grab your questions. We're going to answer a few of them live here on the show tonight. So let's get right to it and answer a few of those right now. And our Dr. Rick Knapp is going to join us for some answers as well. So how bad for Monroe, Louisiana? Dr. Knapp, what do you think about Monroe?
Well, Monroe, of course, up in northeastern Louisiana, well inland, but that doesn't mean you don't have a wind and water problem, because this is going to be a large, relatively slow-moving and strong hurricane when it comes ashore, and you could get some very heavy flooding rains up in northeastern Louisiana. Now, if the models are disagreeing, then that means that it's not guaranteed that you will get the heaviest rainfall that could happen over in Mississippi. But also, this is going to be so strong when it comes inland, you could get really strong wind gusts, and it's wet this year, so trees could come down, power could go out. So I would just say in Monroe, Louisiana, stay off the roads during the storm and shelter like you would for a tornado in case trees come down.
Great advice. Richie Richards wants to know, how much danger is there in New Orleans after the years of improvements that have been made after Hurricane Katrina?
Yeah, there are still dangers. Now, there aren't the same level of dangers from storm surge that there used to be because of that risk reduction system around New Orleans. But this is not going to behave exactly like Katrina. This could be stronger wind-wise, and it could be moving a little more slowly than did Katrina. So this poses, for New Orleans and a lot of other places, a very significant rain-induced flood risk. That's the Euro, that's the GFS. They're both painting a pretty grim picture for how much rain could fall in southeastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi. So you've got the flood risk for Sunday into Monday, and that could go up depending upon the track. Also, now, there's the city of New Orleans protected by that risk reduction system. If this was back in 2005, you'd be under a storm surge warning. Of course, we didn't have storm surge warnings back then. But this also has a very significant risk of being a big-time wind event for New Orleans, maybe more so than was Katrina. So depending upon what hazard you talk about, this could be better for New Orleans than Katrina on surge, but maybe worse on rain and wind.
Well, speaking of Katrina, Dr. Knapp, Rod wants to ask, how similar is the projected storm track and intensity of Ida to Katrina? The 29th is going to be the 16th anniversary of Katrina's landfall, and a lot of people have mentioned that, but how similar are they?
Well, the likelihood is that the center of circulation comes in a little bit farther west, or maybe a lot farther west than did Katrina. The Katrina path that goes up through the Louisiana-Mississippi border is kind of on the right-hand side of the cone here, and that's a possibility, but there are also a lot of possibilities west of there. So that puts New Orleans, for example, more likely to be on the right-hand side of Ida, and that would increase the wind and the rainfall risks, but still keep the storm surge risk. So one thing that happened in Katrina was a huge storm surge on the coast of Mississippi. And once again, this is going to be large enough that the coast of Mississippi and Alabama that got bad storm surge in Katrina, they could get really bad storm surge in this event as well. So while New Orleans might not have as much of a surge risk because of the risk reduction system, Mississippi coastline, storm surge warning, if you're told to evacuate, you better go.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Knapp, thanks for answering some of these. By the way, we appreciate all of your questions. We are getting them in. Use the hashtag hurricane questions. If you've got one, we're going to be answering them throughout the evening and, of course, throughout the weekend. Our team coverage of Hurricane Ida continues next after this.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander. And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
When your family gathers around a Shaq-a-Roni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every Shaq-a-Roni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Liberty Mutual, customized car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. How much money can Liberty Mutual save you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2,808 $2,808. Yep, everything hurts.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
It really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
Innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 80 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, thunderstorms, low 73. Chance of rain, 90%. Saturday, morning showers, high 76. Chance of rain, 70%. Saturday night, cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible, low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good evening. Welcome back to the city of New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. We're tracking Hurricane Ida, which is forecast to rapidly intensify as it comes across the Gulf of Mexico tonight into Saturday and Sunday, and now forecast to come in as a Category 4 hurricane in about 48 hours. But I just saw this from the emergency management folks in New Orleans. Storm surge warning is up. We've talked about that. Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 7 feet. Lake Borgne, 7 to 11 feet. And they're saying outside the levee system and West Bank, where modeling now indicates that some levee overtopping may occur. So keep that in mind. The levees were designed post-Katrina with resilience measures and overtopping in mind. So they're expecting that there may be some overtopping of the levee on the West Bank. And there are evacuations now. Tomorrow, St. Charles Parish by 5 already underway. Lafourche and Plaquemines Parish and the town of Grand Isle, about 1,500 people, all the way down at the end of the road. That is not the place to be when you have an oncoming major hurricane. Back here in New Orleans, we've got EMS and fire department staging water rescue, high water rescue vehicles and boats in flood-prone areas because we're going to have a lot of rainfall and a lot of wind, but the rainfall could cause flash flooding in some areas. And, you know, the only way to get the water out of this area is to pump it out. So the pumps can work, but only can handle so much water. The pumps do take out, I saw this today, I was amazed at how much water they pump out, 1/3 of a million gallons per second. So that's a lot of water they can handle, but 3 pumps are down, and they're going to try to divert that water to other pumps to make up for those 3 pumps. Winds here now, forecast to gust at least to hurricane force, but they may gust higher depending on the wobble on the track. And if it does wobble farther east, that means we get more rainfall here in New Orleans, which means more issues with localized flooding inside the levee system, and then more pumping and the whole, it's a feedback process. So we're going to watch this, future model runs, Dr. Nab, but the stage is set right now for a very dangerous hurricane, even if we don't get the strongest, absolute strongest winds right here. We've got all these other issues, and even winds of 75, 80, 90 miles an hour will cause structural damage and knock out quite a bit of power here in the Big Easy.
Yeah, trees could come down, and it could end up, even if you don't get the eastern eye wall, you could end up getting as strong a winds maybe as happened in Zeta last year, for example. So New Orleans is one of the many places at risk for damaging and maybe even life-threatening winds, depending on what kind of structure you're in. And we do have the intermediate public advisory now. Remember, we got 35 minutes ago, we got an update from the Hurricane Center because it made landfall in the Pinar del Rio area in western Cuba. Now it's inland over that portion of Cuba, that narrow portion of Cuba. Max winds still at 80 miles an hour, and it doesn't have very long. Moving northwest at 15 miles an hour before it comes out northwest of Cuba. So the intermediate public advisory still shows a Cat 1 hurricane, max winds at 80 miles an hour. It is on the cusp of tapping into that very warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. And I want to show this again because Mike Seidel showed it a little bit ago in New Orleans and in Baton Rouge. The max wind potential is 110 miles an hour plus, at least in gusts. That is the kind of wind threat that we are dealing with. And look how far inland the threat of at least 50-mile-an-hour gusts goes. This is going to be not just a coastal wind event, but an inland wind event. The stronger and bigger the hurricane is when it makes landfall, the bigger of a wind impact we have farther inland to deal with. And that's why the hurricane warnings go as far inland as they do, and why the tropical storm watches go as far inland as they do, up to Jackson, Mississippi. So, with trees coming down, power outages, you've got to get ready for what could be a very impactful, if not life-threatening, wind hazard. And we're going to get a full update on the track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central. Again, 140 miles an hour explicitly forecast, a Cat 4 before making landfall. Could be a little stronger than that, could be a little weaker than that, could be ups and downs if there's eyewall replacement cycles. But we got a plan for a major hurricane, and this is going to be arriving. The center is maybe in the PM hours on Sunday, maybe around this time Sunday, but the winds of tropical storm force will get there before that on the coast early Sunday morning, maybe as early as late Saturday night, tomorrow night. So tonight and tomorrow, that's the time frame to evacuate by. If you're told by local officials in that storm surge warning area, no, downtown New Orleans not under a storm surge warning. But right outside that protection system, you've got storm surge warnings that go all the way to the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, Alex.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thanks so much. We got another hour of Weather Underground headed your way. In fact, our live team coverage continues well into the evening tonight. We're going to break down not just where the greatest storm surge will be, but also where we could see the heaviest rain, even a tornado threat as Ida heads towards the Gulf Coast this weekend.
Fall together with Lowe's. Labor Day values now in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Meiomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Meiomi, flavor forward.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. What's up? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Then I realized something was missing. Me. My symptoms were keeping me from being there for her. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is the #1 prescribed biologic for people with Crohn's disease. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieved remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
When you're shopping for a new vehicle, how do you know which brand you can trust? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's Most Trusted Brand winner 7 years in a row. In fact, Subaru has won Most Trusted Brand for more consecutive years than any other brand. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their best overall brand, once again. It's easy to love a brand you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Here's my new dress. What's that? Oh, Damp Rid.
Damp Rid? Damp Rid. It gets rid of musty odors.
How? Damp Rid attracts and traps excess moisture,
eliminating the source of musty odors.
Mustiness, gone.
Damp Rid. Oh. That spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat. Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on? Sure, it's wireless. What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password? It's Buick Envision. That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking. Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
Tonight, we bring you live coverage as we track Hurricane Ida. Hurricane warnings have been issued for coastal Louisiana and Mississippi. The storm gaining strength, and there's nothing in its way as it barrels towards the Gulf Coast. It's projected to be a Category 4 hurricane. State of emergency for Louisiana. Storm surge levels expected to reach as much as 15 feet, and coastal residents are being urged to evacuate.
By nightfall tomorrow night, you need to be where you intend to ride out the storm.
Time is running out to get the supplies you need to protect yourself, your family, your home. We're going to run through what should be on your hurricane checklist coming up next on our live coverage of Hurricane Ida.
Thanks for being with us for our special live coverage of Hurricane Ida. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. We've got hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings in effect for coastal Louisiana. A lot of concern, a lot of nervous people, rightfully so, looking at this potentially very powerful storm. Dr. Knabb, we've got the new advisory and again, still anticipating this to be an exceptionally strong storm.
Yeah, this is now centered over western Cuba. So on this intermediate public advisory, you don't get a full track and intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center. That'll come in less than 3 hours by 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 Central. But what we do get is an update on the location and the intensity and the pressure. Max winds estimated at 80 miles an hour. And it's centered over western Cuba, about 90 miles southwest of Havana, but it's moving northwest at 15. And this is a very narrow part of Cuba, so it's not going to be over land for very long. Taking a closer look as the sun goes down, it made one landfall on the Isle of Youth there earlier today, and then less than an hour ago made a landfall there in the Pinar del Rio area of western Cuba. And you can see right before we lose the visual imagery, that blow up of thunderstorms right there. So even over land, it is tapping into the warm waters of the Northwest Caribbean and the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. So once it clears this north coast of Cuba, it is going to tap into the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. And I want to emphasize a point the governor just made is you can't wait until landfall to be done getting ready. You got to get ready before the winds of tropical storm force arrive. So now that it's about to leave Cuba, it's really time to start focusing on when is it going to get here. And the answer for your preparation purposes is not when is landfall going to be. That might be a couple days away in the PM hours on Sunday. When are the tropical storm force winds going to start arriving? And that could be early Sunday morning in the most likely scenario, and even possible that those winds get here by tomorrow night. So Mike, we've got tonight, and we've got the daylight hours tomorrow. Then we've got to get to our safe place on the coast by tomorrow night.
Well, as you mentioned that, I mean, obviously time is going to run short here for a lot of people along the Gulf Coast here. What should they be doing tonight? And if they were going to evacuate, when's the last moment you would tell them they've got time to do that?
Well, the timing of evacuations, first and foremost, you need to follow what your local officials are saying. So in some cases, local officials are saying, we need you to evacuate by a certain time tomorrow. And you want to do what they say because they know when they need to have everybody out for all kinds of purposes, not just the meteorology involved. But in some cases, especially with voluntary evacuations, the mayor of New Orleans, for example, been saying, get out as soon as you can, because the more people that wait and then decide at the last minute to go, the harder it's going to be to get out. Because one thing I fear with a rapid intensification scenario is that people might decide to wait a little bit to see if the intensification happens like the forecast says, and then once it hits Cat 2, then once it hits Cat 3, now we want to get out. But if everybody waits that long, then it could be too late. So that's one of the big problems with a rapid intensification scenario. And now let's go through some of the details of the latest advisory from 5 p.m. because this has the full gamut of products. Again, the forecast intensity closest to landfall is Cat 4, 140 miles an hour. Could be a little weaker than that. Could be a little stronger than that. Could go through some ups and downs on the way to landfall. But we got to plan for a major hurricane of any category. All of the categories are within the realm of possibility here. Track-wise, there are model solutions on the left side of the cone, the right side of the cone. Any part of Louisiana could get the center circulation going over you. GFS, as well as the Euro Ensemble, showing tracks on the left side or the right side. So don't take a track down the middle of the cone and say that's what's going to happen and try to infer that your risk is less than somebody else who's also under a hurricane warning. Everybody in this hurricane warning is at risk for getting nearly the strongest winds that Ida would have to bring, and it goes farther inland. than you would normally see in a weaker hurricane scenario. Tropical storm watches all the way up into the Jackson, Mississippi area. But again, the timing is the key thing to think about. You got to be done getting ready and in your safe spot before the winds of tropical storm force arrive, which could be as early as late tomorrow night. And then after landfall, then we've got the big inland flood threat. The stronger it comes in, the bigger it is, and the slower moving it is, and all those things are working against us. Big time heavy rainfall from southeast Louisiana, coastal Mississippi, and Alabama, all the way up into places like Tennessee. Alex, the flood problem is going to start in New Orleans starting on Sunday.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you so much. Want to get out to one of the communities, of course, bracing for Hurricane Ida. It's New Orleans, a city that has a storied history with these kinds of storms. Mike, we're hearing about those voluntary and mandatory evacuations at this point. A lot of store shelves are bare, so it seems like residents are rightfully taking note.
And they should, because this is a very dangerous hurricane. And don't pay attention to the line down the middle of the cone, because as Dr. Knabb, we always say, impacts can occur away from the cone. For instance, here's our updated wind gust graphic. And look at those wind gusts, even a hurricane force outside of the cone into Mississippi. And that's where they will likely have the highest surge. Coastal Mississippi, where they had the highest surge from Katrina of up to 28 feet. So just because you're not in the cone doesn't mean you're not going to have significant impacts. Here in New Orleans, we're in the cone. We've got the hurricane warning, storm surge warnings for the lakes, Bourne and Pontchartrain. And down in the Gulf of Mexico at 7 to 11 feet, that water gets pushed up through the wetlands and bayous up into these parishes south and west of here. So we've got mandatory evacuations. These parishes are outside the levee system: Lafourche, Plaquemines, and St. Charles. St. Charles, under a mandatory evacuation, they want everybody out by 5 tomorrow. Here in the Big Easy, the sun goes down. We had a few showers today. There'll be a few showers tomorrow. The crux of the problem, the brunt of the weather, will occur Sunday afternoon into Monday morning, based on the current forecast. And again, we'll be updating the exact track, whether it wobbles east or west, Alex. We're still going to have a lot of impact here in New Orleans between power outages, flash flooding, and those surge issues that, as I mentioned earlier, some of the levee setup on the West Bank could overtop, and that was kind of built into the system.
All right, Mike Seidel, thanks so much. We're going to be back out to Mike soon. And of course, we'll have a whole team of meteorologists out this weekend. Want to answer another hurricane question, though. Leslie writes in asking, in reference to millibars, what does that actually tell us about the storm? Dr. Knabb, this is an important one.
It is. Millibars are the unit we use in the science of meteorology for the atmospheric pressure. And basically, the way to think of pressure is the weight of all of the air in the atmosphere that's above your head. So when you're down at sea level, the pressure is going to be greater. When you go up in altitude, the pressure goes down. That's why you go up on a tall mountain and the pressure is lower. Denver has a lower pressure. People feel lightheaded, that sort of thing. But inside a hurricane, we measure the pressure because it is it's a low pressure system, and the surface pressure is an indication of the pressure difference between the inside of the hurricane and the outside. Right now, Ida has a minimum pressure at the surface of 985 millibars, and around 987 is typical for the hurricane tropical storm threshold. The lower that pressure gets, the more you have a difference between the pressure on the inside and the high pressure on the outside. And what these models are showing here with these isobars, that's lines of equal pressure in millibars, that you're going to have a big difference between the low pressure on the inside and a high pressure on the outside. That pressure difference is what creates the winds. Those winds are what create the damage and push the ocean around for storm surge. So that is why we're so concerned. And you don't measure a Cat 4 hurricane by the pressure, but the pressure will be going way down to create that pressure difference to create such a strong wind. And the pressure difference in a hurricane is usually concentrated very close to the center. And with a low pressure that's going to be really bottoming out, those winds are going to go up, and the pressure could be continuing to go down as the winds go up all the way up to the time of landfall. Some of the global models are showing in the low 900s for a pressure near the time of landfall. And so even though we don't forecast the pressure, we know that the lower the pressure goes, the stronger the winds get. And this warm water in the Gulf of Mexico at the surface and to some depth is going to cause there to be a lot of upward motion, a lot of thunderstorm activity. That's going to warm the middle part of the atmosphere, and that causes the atmosphere to expand, and that lowers the pressure at the surface. Then you get more air flowing in, and the winds get stronger and stronger. It's just a big engine that feeds upon itself. Here is the forecast of the intensity from the Hurricane Center of 140 miles an hour. That's Cat 4. The wind scale is a wind scale. This could be ending up something stronger than that, could be weaker than that, but it is also likely to weaken after it comes ashore. But here's the other problem with a really deep low pressure system of a major hurricane is as it weakens, it doesn't just fall apart. You'll have a very deep low pressure system coming inland that will get larger and it'll be slower moving. So the stronger it is when it makes landfall, the stronger it lasts as it goes farther inland. So, Mike, we've got a high confidence intensity forecast here because of all of the factors involved here. And that brings a lot of wind and water problems, not just to the coast, but inland as well.
It's a tough forecast for a lot of people because of what this thing could do and its intensity. Dr. Knapp, thanks for that. I want to show people the modeled satellite and track. We're going to lay both of these down together, and I think it's going to give you a pretty good indication of what could happen here over the next, say, 2 days or so. So here we are this evening, follow the cone. And this, again, is a modeled forecast, and that comes in right at the center of the cone in essence, and the push of water is going to be generally in this direction, right? On the eastern side of it is where we're going to see the highest amounts of surge. The eastern side, probably where we're going to see, especially with the forward motion, the highest winds. There's a look at the forecasted wind speeds, a tied-up view here, and you can see what we're doing now is we're pushing water into Lake Borgne, then into Lake Pontchartrain. We're pushing into coastal Mississippi. We're pushing into coastal Alabama. We're pushing into the panhandle of Florida here. This is Sunday very early in the morning. Then we make a landfall, but we're still pushing a lot of water, especially now into, say, coastal Mississippi. And now we're getting a lot of air that's pushing over the bayous here in Louisiana and still getting wind that's pushing that water now into Lake Borgne and Lake Pontchartrain with storm surge warnings in effect there. All right, so the system now comes in, weakens some, center sitting over the Mississippi and Louisiana state lines. But notice the trajectory of the wind. Long fetch here from the Gulf of Mexico. Even though the system may be weaker, it's still pushing water into coastal Mississippi. It's still pushing water into Mobile Bay. It's still pushing water into Pensacola Beach. And it's now got some pretty intense water that's pushing into coastal Louisiana from the west-southwest. So we'll still be dealing with this roughly 24 hours after landfall off some surge coming in. And these coastlines are so vulnerable because of the shallow shelf that's here. So the water piles up, and then the wave action on top of that ends up doing the damage. Coastal Mississippi, a lot of these areas that are highlighted in yellow, all the areas highlighted in yellow, where the elevation is 10 feet or less. Forecast could be about that for flooding. Population about 44,000 people. Let's go over towards, say, coastal Alabama here. 50,000 people at an elevation of 10 feet or lower. But notice this, way up beyond Mobile Bay, it's still very, very flat. 42,000 homes between, say, Mobile and Pensacola, where we have a very low elevation here. So lots of concerns here, and a lot of people that need to get out of harm's way. But we're going to bring Dr. Knapp back in here and ask another question here. Braden wants to know, what are the chances if Ida becomes a Category 5 hurricane? Dr. Knapp, your thoughts on that?
Well, they're not really high, but they're certainly not zero, because when you're forecasting explicitly a Cat 4, 140 miles an hour, you don't even have to go up about 20 miles an hour to get to Category 5. And so it is within the realm of possibility. Cat 5 hurricanes are rare. Landfalling Cat 5 hurricanes are even more rare, but it is possible in this particular case. And the other thing to keep in mind is it's happened. And it has happened in similar situations where it wasn't a big hurricane in the Caribbean Sea. It was a tropical storm or a borderline hurricane coming into the Gulf of Mexico. Michael and Camille were landfalling Cat 5s on the northern Gulf Coast. Camille was a hurricane only in the extreme northwestern Caribbean. Same with Michael. They were tropical storms just a few days before landfall. So, we've seen it happen before, that things can get that intense that quickly, but you don't need a Cat 5 to produce life-threatening wind and storm surge, because we don't know what the landfall intensity is going to be. This could go up. It could peak at Cat 5 and come back down. It could ramp up all the way to its peak intensity at landfall. The main thing we can say is that we are expecting a major hurricane, 3, 4, or 5 at landfall. I think 5 is the least likely, but you don't need it to be that strong for it to be just about as dangerous, because it's going to be a large system and it's very capable as a Cat 3, 4, or 5. As Katrina and Rita showed, Cat 3s are completely capable of causing wind damage and causing life-threatening storm surge. Because of the size of this system, it's going to be pushing a life-threatening storm surge well to the east of where it comes ashore. So don't tune out on this storm surge warning if it doesn't get as intense as it scares you. The storm surge warning means life-threatening storm surge, and double-digit storm surge values, that's flooding above normally dry ground. This takes into account all the possibilities on intensity. So focus on the hazards that are facing you where you live.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets. Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Meiomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Meiomi, flavor forward.
As someone who resembles someone else, I appreciate that Liberty Mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. I mean, just because you look like someone else doesn't mean you eat off the floor or yell at the vacuum or need flea medication. Oh yeah, that's the spot. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I want to break free.
Ready to break free? It's time to get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break free.
Plan your future getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
You guys ever tried one of these bars made over at Right Twix?
Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate.
Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
I got it. You got it. I want it. You want it.
When I want it, you got it. When you want it, I got it. I got it, yeah. When they want it, ain't want it, ain't want it. We got it, yeah.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Years after Karen survived traumatic chemotherapy and surgery, her breast cancer returned.
I had one hope left, the clinical trial.
She read everything, called everywhere, until finally Perlmutter Cancer Center invited her into an immunotherapy trial.
It was a life changer.
2 years later, Karen's tumors are gone, and Perlmutter Cancer Center has more active clinical trials than ever.
You get knocked down and you're looking for hope, and here was hope.
TracFone Wireless gives you more control. Just swap your SIM card,
Can also keep your phone, keep your network, keep your number. $20 a month, no contract. Don't keep that case, though. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Before I got my Dexcom G6, I could never get my A1C below 13, and now it's 7.4.
This small wearable lets me see my numbers on my phone.
It's so much easier to make adjustments. Now I feel like I've got this.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with light rain developing after midnight. Low 73. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, morning showers. High 76. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday night, cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This Labor Day, celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a week-long marathon of some of the most extreme, intense, and dangerous jobs out there.
If this breaks, I'm a dead man.
Featuring your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week, starting Labor Day, only on the Weather Channel.
Right now, it's a really bad scenario for Southeast Louisiana, being that we're going to be on the east side of this storm. We're going through all of our preparations as we speak. We're making sure that the people inside of our levee system here in St. Bernard Parish are prepared as they can be for this storm of this magnitude. We worry about this storm, and we've been watching your coverage of what's going to happen when this thing gets into the Gulf.
You know, getting people out of harm's way is so important when you've got potentially a major hurricane, you know, aiming right at you, just bearing down right on you here. And for a lot of folks, considering the date, this weekend will be the 16th anniversary of Katrina. This one brings back a lot of those memories, right? You take a look where the hurricane warnings are in effect right now, highlighted in purple. That's a good chunk of coastal Louisiana, but even inland as well. New Orleans, Baton Rouge, beyond I-10. And then we've got hurricane watches on the bookends of that in the red areas here. Storm surge warnings in effect here over through coastal Mississippi, through various surge-prone areas here in coastal Louisiana, over toward Pekin Island here. And then north side of Pontchartrain even, we have storm surge warnings in effect here. There's the look at the forecast cone. And the thing that changed today that's most noticeable is the intensity. Now, near or at landfall, projected to be a Category 4 hurricane at 140 miles per hour. And then after that, maybe slowing down a little bit, but then curving back across the Tennessee Valley, maybe potentially bringing some heavy rain up to I-40 as well. But the intensity has gotten a lot of people's attention, right? And even if you look at what the Hurricane Center's forecast is, they're 140 miles per hour. And you look at some of the intensity models, most of them are clustered at less than 140 miles per hour, mostly in the Cat 2 to Cat 3 range here, Alex. So in a lot of instances here, they're exceeding, the official forecast is exceeding what some of the models are predicting here. But as Dr. Knapp has alluded to, there's very little holding it back. So the human forecasters are ratcheting this up.
Right, yeah, and they're shooting high. You're going to be dealing with a strong storm. And, you know, to add to this, Ida is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast Sunday, which is the exact date 16 years ago that Hurricane Katrina made landfall. August 29th, 2005, a Category 3 storm when it made landfall. Now, 16 years ago, residents were preparing for that storm. Now we head into the weekend with everyone getting ready for Ida. Mike talking about the high forecast that we've got for this, a Category 4 expected. Dr. Knapp, there are systems in the past, though, that have gotten into the Gulf and rapidly intensified, exceeding the forecast. And we can look back at history for examples.
Yeah, and I know for a fact that the hurricane specialists at the Hurricane Center know the history really well, and they know what conditions have created Cat 4 hurricanes in the past, and over years of experience, you kind of know it when you see it, in addition to what the models are telling you and what all your data are showing you. One thing that's crystal clear is that the atmosphere is getting very conducive for rapid strengthening, with upper level high pressure sitting right overhead and the land interaction with Cuba about to end later tonight. Very warm sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, warmer than average, and deep warm water along the path of Ida. That is fuel injection, not just gas, for the hurricane to strengthen. It's going to tap into that extremely warm water in just a few short hours, and is going into an area that historically there's been a lot of rapid intensification. It's one of the most common areas in the Atlantic Basin to get rapid intensification, including the Southwest Gulf, Northwestern Caribbean. The Gulf of Mexico, it's happened many times before. So the purpose of looking back at history is to convince you that the current forecast that the Hurricane Center has issued is quite believable. Getting to 140 miles an hour is well within the realm of possibility. In fact, the latest models that are just coming in are trending even a little bit stronger than the batch that Mike Bettis showed you a little bit ago. Now, looking back at history, I looked back at a number of, in the last 50 years, a number of storms and Cat 1s for the most part that came into the Gulf of Mexico in about the same area that Ida is coming in. And all of these in the last 50 years, and there's probably others that I missed, rapidly intensified all the way up to the time of landfall to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall. And it's happened in every state on the Gulf Coast. Most recently with Laura last year, Michael 3 years ago. But Camille comes to mind, making it to Cat 5 at landfall. So this is really good motivation for us to not dismiss the Hurricane Center forecast and not wait until it verifies. Don't wait until it gets to Cat 2 or 3 or 4 to go, okay, I guess they meant it. Then you're going to have a lot less time to take the action that you need. Because in rapid intensification scenarios like this, the closer it gets and the stronger it gets, the more urgently people are going to want to evacuate. Maybe new evacuation instructions come out. Mike and Alex, what I would say is believe the forecast based on what history teaches us and what the Hurricane Center forecasters know, and get out and get prepared as soon as you can, well before landfall of the center by tomorrow night.
It'll serve you well. It may even save your life. Dr. Knabb, thank you. Our live team coverage continues. Mike Seidel is in New Orleans. Mike.
Hey, Mike, as the sun goes down here on a Friday evening, the city getting ready for a impact from a devastating, soon-to-be devastating hurricane. No doubt about that, a Category 4. We'll talk about what's going to happen here Sunday and Monday coming up next.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
You guys ever tried one of these bars made over at Right Twix?
Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate.
Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
Es mi niña bonita, con tu carita de rosa, cuánto la llevo a querer.
Even if you had to miss your quince, there's always your quince plus one.
Bonita.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you, like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life, Life Cuisine.
At Loan Depot, we know home means everything. As America's lender and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball, we fund more than 30,000 home loans each month, providing jobs and investing in hometowns just like yours. So no matter if you're taking your little angels to see the Angels, or if you're watching the first pitch at Loan Depot Park or anywhere in between, Team Loan Depot is by your side. We're at the ballpark, across the nation, and just down the street, saving you money and providing mortgage solutions that are personalized, convenient, and fast. and tailored to the most important home team of all, yours. Give us a call at 844-751-LOAN or visit us online today. Loan Depot. Home purchase, home refinance, and the official mortgage provider of Major League Baseball.
Peloton Plant Dads, y'all are crushing it on the leaderboard. Show some love. High five a friend across the country or right next door. Let's go, Peloton. Hit the mat for core. No ego, amigo? Modify if you need to. So many milestones today.
Game-changing cardio at a new game-changing price. The original Peloton bike, now $400 less. All access membership separate.
Turn your passion into a paycheck. Start your business and keep it running with LegalZoom. LegalZoom, let's make it official.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude. And that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
That's right. Expected Category 4 Hurricane Ida making landfall later this weekend into parts of the Gulf Coast. That was Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards. We thank you so much for staying with us tonight. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis. We, of course, have our hurricane expert, Dr. Knabb, with us as well.
Yeah, I think one thing the governor said there was really important is take advantage of every minute that you have because you have no time to waste in this situation.
Yeah, we've seen people at the stores, obviously, getting everything they need. Gas lines have been long, so that's only going to continue this weekend. I want to get you caught up on what we know right now in regards to Hurricane Ida. President Biden has approved Louisiana's request for a federal emergency declaration. New Orleans city officials, they've lifted the neutral ground parking ban beginning noon tomorrow. And tomorrow's Saints-Cardinals preseason NFL game has been canceled at the request of Governor John Bel Edwards. Want to send it over now to Dr. Knabb. Dr. Knabb, we have been watching this one here really forming not too long ago, now expecting a Category 4 in about 48 hours.
Yeah, and the conditions will go downhill in less than 48 hours. So, like the governor said, you take advantage of every moment you have and don't gauge how much time you have left based on when the center of the hurricane is going to come ashore. That might be, nearly 48 hours from now, maybe a little less. But the winds of tropical storm force will be arriving before that, and you've got to be done by then. And this is centered over western Cuba, but it is about to come out over the Gulf of Mexico, and then, unfortunately, it's game on. The water temperatures are super warm. The wind shear is really weak. The Hurricane Center is highly confident of a strengthening, perhaps rapidly strengthening, very dangerous hurricane, forecasting explicitly up to Category 4. That doesn't happen every day. For them to forecast from Cat 1 to Cat 4, always got to plan for something a little stronger. We don't know exactly where it will peak in terms of the wind speed or where it will be when it hits the peak or what the landfall intensity will be, but we got to plan for a major hurricane, at least Category 3 at landfall, probably a little stronger than Category 3 based on the Hurricane Center's forecast, and you got to be ready at the coast by Sunday morning. That's the likely time when winds of tropical storm force are going to arrive. And because it is quite possible that those winds get there late Saturday night, you got to really be getting ready by tomorrow night and get to your safe place, evacuated in a safe place from the wind by tomorrow night in those coastal areas, because we got a max wind gust potential of 110 miles an hour plus for places including Baton Rouge and New Orleans. And look how far inland the gust potential of at least 58 miles an hour goes, all the way through most of Louisiana, all the way up into central Mississippi. This is going to be an inland wind event. Storm surge is not just going to be an immediate coastal event. Look how far inland that storm surge goes. And Mike, we got life-threatening double-digit storm surge flooding values. You got to evacuate according to local officials' instructions. Get out as soon as you can, definitely by Saturday night on the coast.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you for that. We want to take people to New Orleans right now. As time is getting shorter and shorter for us to prepare for Ida or evacuate. Mike Seidel is there. And Mike, we made such improvements in the flood reduction system there, the levee system and the gate system, the pumps and all that multi-billion-dollar investment, right, to improve things after Katrina. But it's really never had a big test. This may be that big test.
We think it will be. It's really going to put this system to the test because last year there were some close calls. They did have Zeta, but this is going to be stronger than that. We think that's going to be the case. So we'll see how it works. And they've already said there may be some overtopping of the levees on the West Bank, but that's kind of built into the system after they re-engineered everything and spent billions of dollars since Katrina, which, by the way, the 16th anniversary is this Sunday, August 29th. So back here, we're worried about a lot of things. Well, the wind, Dr. Knabb talked about, that wind's going to push the water up the Mississippi into Lake Pontchartrain. Storm surge warnings there, and down on the Gulf, 7 to 11 feet. So you've got all these parishes outside of the levee system as you head down towards Venice, down through Plaquemines, Lafourche parishes, where there are mandatory evacuations. And again, this is because once you get down there all the way to the Gulf, there's really little, if any, elevation change. So if you bring in 7, 8, 9, 10 feet of water, it's going to come all the way up into these parishes. So that's a huge concern. And locally, inside this bowl of New Orleans, we're going to have inches of rainfall, 5 to 8, maybe more, depending on the exact track of the storm. And they're going to have to deal with the pumping, and we'll see how the levee system holds. Keep our fingers crossed. We've got you covered all weekend around the clock. Hurricane Ida forecast to come in as a 4. Next advisory at 11 o'clock Eastern tonight.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, Potato Pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
This is new Special K dipped with crunchy flakes dipped in creamy chocolatey goodness and tossed with real almonds. New Kellogg's Special K dipped. Do what's delicious.
Right now is a great time to buy a new home. So what can give you a competitive edge? Rocket can. A verified approval from Rocket Mortgage helps your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you and your offer. So when you need the speed, ease, and confidence to buy the home that's right for you, Rocket can. Visit rocketmortgage.com or call us today. Rocket.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. What's up? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's all me. Nothing at me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clearer skin with Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Skyrizi is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Now is the time to ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi.
Oh, that spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision.
That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking.
Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision. Built around you. All of you.
Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Well, welcome back in to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida. You're looking at Harrison County, Mississippi, as we've seen heavy rain across the area today. Even tomorrow, more rain coming to these areas. Then we get the rain from Hurricane Ida. By the way, today and into tomorrow, could see several inches of rain. Gulfport Biloxi International Airport recorded 4.8 inches by this afternoon. So the grounds are saturated. We've got more rain coming tomorrow. And then, as I mentioned, Hurricane Ida's rain begins to enter from the south as we get into our Sunday. So rain, and then a lot more rain headed your way. When we look at the Ida rain total forecast, so this is not including today's rain, tomorrow's rain showers, but just the storm. Sunday through Tuesday could be looking at rainfall totals of 8 to 12 inches where you see the red shading. Orange would indicate the potential for 5 to 8 inches. So plenty of spots where a half a foot or more of rain could be headed your way. We look at Mobile, 4 to 5 inches there. I think Gulfport, Biloxi, looking at 5 to 6 inches of rain. And again, we've got saturated grounds because we've seen rain today. We've got more scattered showers and storms in the forecast tomorrow. Look at the future radar for a place like Mobile. Pretty quiet overnight, but early tomorrow morning, we begin to see some showers moving in from the south, and that'll continue tomorrow afternoon. Could get some heavy downpours where we do get the rain. And then heading into the day Sunday, we'll begin to see that rain from Ida move up from the Gulf of Mexico. Rainfall totals into the Lake Charles, Lafayette area. I think Lafayette could be looking at a half foot, but over towards Lake Charles, lesser totals, probably in that 1 to 3 inch range, with even lesser amounts over into extreme eastern Texas. Future radar for these areas, again, rain showers possible overnight and into the day tomorrow. Could get some heavier downpours where we get some of those scattered thunderstorms. So most certainly could be picking up a quick inch or two in some of these areas. By the time we get into Sunday, again, Ida's rain then begin to enter the area, and we'll be watching for, at times, heavy rain showers. When we are talking about the flash flooding potential tomorrow into early Sunday, we're going to be looking at areas like New Orleans, like Biloxi, like Pensacola. And keep in mind, this is not Ida. Ida coming in on Sunday. So still a flash flood potential tomorrow. Then we really up the ante for flash flooding, Mike, as we begin to see Ida's rain work into parts of Louisiana, Mississippi by Sunday and into early Monday.
All right, Alex, thanks for that. We know a lot of you have questions about Hurricane Ida. You're sending us your questions on Twitter and Facebook, and we're going to do our best to answer as many of those questions as we can. So how about this one? Summer Fox is Ida way ahead of what the models predicted strength-wise? Dr. Knapp here, what do you think?
Compared to what the forecasts were yesterday, when we had tropical storm warnings up for western Cuba, this has gotten stronger than expected, bringing a hurricane to western Cuba. So it has already intensified rapidly and more quickly than expected. And now it is about to leave western Cuba, and the atmospheric conditions are only going to get more conducive than they were in the last 24 hours. The warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico that are deep, deep warm waters. So that is why when you look at the intensity forecast, you have to account for the possibility that that one might be a little bit low. It might end up being a little bit high. It could peak out somewhere else. Don't know the landfall intensity, but we got to plan for something that's a little stronger, and we got to also plan for being ready before the tropical storm conditions arrive. Not being ready by the time of landfall of the center, that would be too late.
Well, with Henri, Molly asks, there was concern about large-scale power outages. Is that going to be a concern here with Ida?
Oh, my goodness, yes, because the stronger a system is when it makes landfall, the farther inland it's going to bring damaging wind and take out the power. This is the max gust potential from the forecast offices of the Weather Service. Look at this huge area. Any spot in there could get gusts 110 miles an hour or stronger. That's what a major hurricane can do. And look how far inland the gusts go. That could take down trees, take out the power. So, Mike and Alex, I hope people are planning to shelter like you would for a tornado, especially in the forested areas that are in this part of the country, because we got to not be in the water, evacuate from surge, don't drive your car on any water-covered road, all that stuff, stay out of the water, and then you got to shelter from the wind. So mobile home's a bad idea, lowest level, most interior room during the hurricane.
All right, Dr. Knabb, we've got another question here. What about the impact for central Alabama?
Well, wind is a potential problem. That's one. Let's go back to that same graphic I was just showing. Central Alabama's on the current track is not as much of a wind problem as, say, Mississippi. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have, especially after this moves inland and starts to hang a right. If you imagine the storm going in this direction, heavy rainfall, that could cause flooding, could happen in places like central Alabama. And then when you've got a track of a hurricane and then tropical storm going inland like this, that puts Alabama squarely in an area, Mike and Alex, that could have tornadoes. I mean, I remember one statistic about Katrina that some people forget is that it produced the largest tornado outbreak for the month of August in the state of Georgia's history. So we could expect a lot of tornadoes. Alabama is one of those places at risk.
Most certainly. Dr. Knabb, we so often, and I think rightfully so, we're really concerned about the rainfall. Are there areas that you're especially concerned about surge, given how vulnerable this area is?
Yeah, the shape of the coastline down here, where we could have a combination of storm surge flooding and freshwater flooding, because if you imagine the storm surge coming into here, these areas that are in a storm surge warning, and then you get a ton of rain, that water's trying to drain back into the Gulf. It's not going to be able to. So yes, New Orleans, you have that hurricane risk reduction system that makes you less vulnerable to storm surge than you were before Katrina. You're still just as vulnerable to rain-induced flooding.
Welcome to Allstate, where our new auto rates are so low, you'll jump for joy. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Now, let's go borrow a boat and make some bad decisions. Time to go incognito.
I love you, Ricky! I love you, Cal! What's the next stop?
It's time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos!
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Be right back.
Put more fun in summer with WeatherTech. From laser-measured floor liners, seat protectors, cargo liner, and more. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Can we even afford this house?
I'm pretty sure we can. Pretty sure. With Rocket Mortgage, you can be certain. Not pretty sure.
What's the difference?
Let me show you. I'm pretty sure these Hornets aren't the murdering type. I'm pretty sure they're just dolphins. I'm pretty sure you can take Batista down. You're on.
Certain is better.
Let's go with certain. Pretty sure isn't sure enough. When you need to be certain about how much home you can afford, Rocket can.
Spectrum's new advanced home Wi-Fi gives you even more control and security for your Wi-Fi network, all through the convenience of the My Spectrum app, where you can personalize your Wi-Fi network name and password, manage who connects to your Wi-Fi network and when, create schedules to pause certain devices at specific times, like bedtime. You can even reset your router with the tap of a button. Download the My Spectrum app and take control of your network with advanced home Wi-Fi. Visit Spectrum.com to learn more.
Those beautiful Bush's baked beans. The delicious center of picnic table gravity that keeps the whole great barbecue universe spinning. Bush's makes the cookout beautiful.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, new Aspirin Cream Arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspercream. Day. Celebrate hardworking heroes everywhere.
I said it once and I'll say it again. I love my job.
With a marathon of your favorite shows.
This business is blood, sweat, and tears.
Hot diggity!
Don't you want this job? Don't miss Workin' Hard Week. Starting Labor Day. Only on the Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy with light rain developing after midnight. Low 73. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, morning showers. High 76. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday night, cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to New Orleans. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel. It's going to be a really tough weekend. Get your preparations done ASAP, certainly tomorrow, because Sunday and Monday are the days that the state of Louisiana and even Mississippi, even Alabama will have the impacts from Hurricane Ida. Now forecast to come in as a Category 4. We'll see how that works out, but the thing is we don't have any wind shear in its path really between just off the coast of Cuba this evening and the Gulf Coast. There's no dry air wrapping in, and the oceanic heat content, the water temps, are running in the upper 80s. So there's plenty of energy there. So there's no reason for it not to continue to strengthen from a Category 1 where it is right now all the way to a Category 4. We'll have the next complete advisory with an updated track forecast and intensity forecast coming up just before 11 o'clock here on the Weather Channel, so please stick around for that. And we're on the air around the clock all weekend, at least through Monday evening, with Ida taking aim for Louisiana. Remember, they had 3 landfalls last year. 2 were major hurricanes. So we've got our first U.S. landfalling hurricane here in New Orleans. They're getting ready. They've already issued mandatory evacuations for several parishes, St. Charles, Plaquemines, also Lafourche Parish, all mandatory evacuations. The town of Grand Isle down at the end of the road on the Gulf, where you don't want to be. Surge forecast there of 7 to 11 feet. And remember, it's very low lying, so that water is going to come all the way up across southeast Louisiana. That's why those parishes outside of the levee protection system have mandatory evacuation. So, Dr. Nab, a lot is going to take place on Sunday and Monday in Louisiana, Mississippi. You mentioned the threat of tornadoes even as far east as Alabama, maybe the Florida Panhandle. But the only thing we can hope for now, maybe by the grace of God, that this thing doesn't strengthen as much, or it strengthens then weakens before landfall.
Yeah, and, you know, hate to be a downer about this, but even if it weakens before landfall, then like Katrina, it could expand in horizontal size. It's hard to win in a situation like this when you've got such a significant threat from wind and water. And Ida is about to leave the west end of Cuba, and you can already see the thunderstorms just absolutely blossoming over the center. So it is really poised to take advantage of that warm water over the Gulf of Mexico. Look at that, you know, convective ball right over the center of circulation, and upper level high pressure just dominating overhead. So wind shear is weakening, and it's got deep warm water to go over right along its track. So all the indications are there for a strengthening, perhaps a rapidly strengthening hurricane, and likely a major hurricane at landfall on Sunday. Probably slowing down after it comes ashore. That's not good. And be a relatively large system as well. So we got to plan for something that might even be a little stronger than the intensity forecast from the Hurricane Center. And even though the landfall of the center is going to be in the PM hours on Sunday, you can't wait until then to be ready. You got to be ready by Sunday morning at the very least, when the tropical storm conditions are likely to start arriving. And if it expands a little bit and speeds up a little bit, it could be late Saturday night when those winds start arriving. So we've got to be ready by tomorrow night. Wherever it is you go to bed tomorrow night in these coastal areas, that's got to be your safe spot. You got to be evacuated, got to be in a place that's not vulnerable to storm surge or really vulnerable to rain-induced flooding or river flooding, and be in a structure that is safe from hurricane, even major hurricane force winds. You're going to need to shelter like you would for a tornado. Storm surge warning is not just along the Gulf front. Look at how many blocks and miles inland from the Gulf of Mexico that the storm surge warning goes, even the north shore of Lake Pontchartrain, the Mississippi coastline. If evacuation orders have been given to you by local officials, go as soon as you can, because the longer you wait, and the longer you wait to see if it gets as strong as they're forecasting, the longer you wait to see if a voluntary evacuation goes to a mandatory evacuation, the less time you're going to have to get out. These storm surge values are saltwater flooding above normally dry ground. So when you're going 7 to 11 feet, that's taller than pretty much all of us, right? You can't survive that if you're there. You got to get out, and don't even try to survive storm surge. Even if you do, and you're in a higher structure, you're in an isolated location that's flooded and help can't come. The other big water problem is going to be a large, slow-moving, intense hurricane is going to dump a tremendous amount of rainfall. So if you're in New Orleans, you got to realize that this is likely to take a track that's west of Katrina. And that means heavier rain than Katrina brought, probably moving more slowly than Katrina, and probably stronger winds for New Orleans than Katrina if it comes just to your west. But still having tremendous life-threatening storm surge for the Mississippi coast, along with all the heavier rainfall. So I know New Orleans is protected by that risk reduction system, so that lessens the storm surge threat than pre-Katrina, but you could have more rain, and that system does not prevent rain-induced flooding. And that could be one of the most significant aspects of this. But look at how far inland damaging, maybe even life-threatening wind gusts could extend, Mike. This is going to bring every hazard we can deal with, including the tornado risk after it makes landfall.
Yes, it will. Dr. M, thank you so much for the specifics tonight. Really appreciate your help. And still to come, our live team coverage of Ida continues, breaking down where we'll see the highest storm surge, flooding rain, tornado threats, and wind. Stay with the Weather Channel as we track Ida. Don't forget, you can watch us on your smart TV, Fire TV, Roku, and your Google TV.
USAA is made for the safe pilots, like Matt, who can come to a stop with barely a bobble. With USAA Safe Pilot, when you drive safe, you can save up to 30% on your auto insurance. USAA, what you're made of, we're made for. Get a quote today.
People today. They could spend half their lives over 50. I get used to this. So it helps to have a friend in your corner. A friend like AARP. To help keep you exploring. Keep you involved.
We did it.
Yeah, we did it. And keep you connected. So your happiness lives as long as you do. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Meiomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Meiomi, flavor forward.
I wanna see you stand. I wanna feel you beat proud. I wanna hear you beating heart. Live out loud. You can do it all. Stand up now. If you beat proud, you can get it. You can get up now. Live out loud.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq Relief. Rinvoq, make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
When you're shopping for a new vehicle, how do you know which brand you can trust? With Subaru, you get Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand winner 7 years in a row. In fact, Subaru has won most trusted brand for more consecutive years than any other brand. No wonder Kelley Blue Book also picked Subaru as their best overall brand, once again. It's easy to love a brand you can trust. It's easy to love a Subaru.
Ida, forecast to be a major hurricane, is headed for the U.S. Gulf Coast as we head through the next 48 hours. And really, time is running out to prepare for what will probably be, most likely, a destructive storm. Nearly 5 million people are under tropical alerts tonight. And one of the places we're most concerned about, that's New Orleans. We have evacuation orders in parts of the city. It's voluntary inside the levee system, but mandatory outside of it. The governor telling everyone your time is running out. You have 24 hours or less to prepare. And tropical alerts out for nearly 5 million people right now. New Orleans is included. You're looking at a live picture there of New Orleans. Doesn't look like a lot of the people are too concerned right now, but I would say conditions there will start going downhill maybe as early as late tomorrow. All right, well, we're live tonight until 1 a.m. Eastern, 12 Central, covering what's forecast to be a major hurricane. There you can see the warnings that are up along the immediate coast. Folks, I'm meteorologist Jeff Morrow alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. Let's go to Carl now for the very latest. Carl?
Well, you know, this is one of those cases where you have this sort of an awful feeling at the pit of your stomach because you know that this is going to be a really, really serious storm. There's just almost no getting around that at this point. There's nothing that's going to hold the storm back. We're talking about optimal atmospheric conditions, a tremendous amount of warmth in the Gulf of Mexico. And so it is on its way to becoming a monster storm, and it's going to be moving in on Sunday. You want to have everything done, whether that's evacuating or just preparing. You want to have that done by Saturday night because conditions will start to go downhill overnight and certainly so into Sunday morning. So right now it is a Category 1 hurricane. It made landfall in western Cuba a little after 7 o'clock tonight. And the forecast from the Hurricane Center is a remarkable one. This is just not something that we see very often. Shows you that there is a lot of confidence in the intensity forecast, and B, a storm that is just a really unusual storm. It's going to be in a situation where it's going to have this potential to rapidly intensify. And so the Hurricane Center calling for a 140 mile per hour hurricane to be closing in on the coast. That forecast position is at 2 p.m. on Sunday, so closing in during the day on Sunday. And depending on exactly where it moves in, that's going to have everything to do with exactly when it moves in. But you're talking about a devastating storm in terms of wind impacts, in terms of surge impact. I mean, look at these surge values. I mean, this level of surge right there, that is not survivable. You can't survive something like that. I mean, even if you were on the second level of a building, I mean, would you want to be in that situation with water all around you and wind raging? Please, please listen to local officials. If they tell you to move, you've got to get out of there. We're talking about a tremendous potential for surge. 7 to 11 feet, the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then pressing up against that hurricane risk reduction system. That was the really elaborate series of walls and levees that were put in place after Katrina. This is going to be the first really big test for that system as this storm comes in. Let's talk about the current structure of the system. Huge blow up of thunderstorms about that center of circulation. And you notice also how the clouds are fanning out in all directions. So we were looking at an optimal upper level environment. There's very light wind aloft, and that will continue to be the case. We often talk about shear interfering with the storm. This storm is not going to have shear bothering it. And the hurricane hunters on their way into the storm, and they're going to be getting a really good look at what's going on with the character of the storm. So So that'll give us an even better sense of what's going to be happening going forward. Now, take a look at this. Max wind gust potential here. Here you see this enormous area of 110 plus miles per hour. So that's from New Orleans on westward into Laplace there, and then Baton Rouge and Lafayette, Houma and Morgan City, New Iberia. In all of these areas, we could be talking about significant wind damage to the level of a tornado, where you would need to be, sheltered in place in the lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. Really significant wind damage potential with this storm. And here's a model forecast. Now, it may not happen exactly like this, but it's meant to give you an idea of how this could happen. And you see the core starting to approach on Sunday morning. You notice also the water being driven into the coast there. And by the way, we're going to be looking at high tides in the early part of the afternoon and the early part of the morning. And then here you see the storm coming in. And again, where it comes in is going to have a lot to do with who exactly gets the worst of it and the timing of it. But it could come in perhaps just west of New Orleans, so sort of taking direct aim on Houma as well as into Lafayette there, and then coming up into southern Mississippi as we go beyond that. But another big part of this is that the storm is really going to slow down as it is coming onshore, and that is going to prolong the impact. It's going to make it last that much longer. So here you see 8 o'clock in the morning, tropical storm force winds coming in, and then by 8 p.m. They move just a little farther to the north. That's that slowing of the forward speed, and that is really going to add to the rainfall potential. Here you see the storm moving in Sunday morning, perhaps, and then as we go through the entire day on Sunday and then even into early Monday, it has only moved up across that stretch of 55 from near New Orleans up into southern parts of Mississippi. So that is going to mean huge potential for very heavy rainfall, and that's an area where there could be some pressure that is put on New Orleans. Even as that elaborate system of levees and walls is keeping the water out, there's going to be a lot of water that's falling inside that system that they've got to pump out. So an enormous area of 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. And this, by the way, is a model blended product, so it tends to be a little bit dampened. And so it could actually be even more than this in some areas. Look at that. Now you're talking about 6, 7, 8, 9 inches of rain near Houma there. Huge area of heavy rain into Baton Rouge and up into southern Mississippi. So we are absolutely going to be looking at a huge flood threat because of the slow forward speed of this storm. And there you see the rain total forecast reaching well up into Mississippi, the Mississippi Valley there, and perhaps all the way up into Tennessee as well. So, Jeff, multiple hazards from this storm. It really is, one of the most serious storms that we've seen in a long time. And, I hope that people take this seriously when they're told to evacuate, because I think the tendency is for a lot of people to go, well, let's wait and see if it actually does end up being as strong as they're forecasting.
Yeah, and let's talk about that a little bit, Carl, here. Right now, you're looking at an 80 mile an hour, maximum sustained wind hurricane. And people say, oh, that's a category 1. That's not a big deal. But let's talk a little bit about what is known as rapid intensification. And it really looks like the conditions are coming together for that to happen.
It really does, and for a number of reasons. And rapid intensification is when we see it increase by 30 knots within a 24-hour period of time. So one of the things that we talk about is wind shear, and I'm going to go back to the satellite picture here. And so here again, you notice how the high clouds are really fanning out in all directions. Rather than seeing the thunderstorms being blown off to one side, the winds are light right now, and that is optimal for a strengthening tropical cyclone. So let's talk about where we go from here in terms of wind shear. This is a forecast product showing you where the wind shear is. So, that right there, that's really strong wind. If you have that driving down into the center of a tropical cyclone, where you've got a good chance that it's not going to get all that strong, or it's going to weaken considerably. But watch what happens here in this model. And as we go forward, you don't really see that. You do see a little bit around it, and that is actually relative to what's going on with the storm itself. That is the in, up, and out model. That's the warm and humid air coming into the system, rising up through thunderstorms, and then coming out in the outflow, and the outflow has a clockwise pattern like that. So, apart from what the storm itself is generating, there's not going to be any wind shear. That's not going to hold the storm back. Let's talk about water temperatures. This is really, really important. The requisite temperature for a tropical cyclone's maintenance and development is 80 degrees. These water temperatures will be in the middle to upper 80s to near 90 degrees, and it's not just the surface, it's also the depth of that warmth. So here you see there's very great depth to the warmth, and that's important because when a hurricane is really strong, it churns up the water, and as it's churning up the water, if there's just a thin layer of very warm water, it can bring up cooler water from below. That's called upwelling. But if you've got a great depth to that warmth, and in some cases here, you've got water temperatures that are well into the 80s, going down 30 meters. That is a huge depth. And so even as the storm is churning up the water, it's only bringing up more warm water. It's only continuing to get more fuel to keep all those thunderstorms going. So, that's another big, big part of this. So when we look at the intensity guidance here, there are quite a few models that bring it up to major hurricane and a number of them that also bring it up to category 4. So, we are talking about just huge potential here for a really, really intense storm. And of course, that magnifies everything. That makes not just the wind worse, but the surge worse. And, you could argue that the rainfall rates could be heavier as well with that more intact core as it comes onshore.
Yeah, any way you cut it, this really, really has the potential to be a very, very bad storm. All right, let's take a little bit of a closer look at how the city of New Orleans is bracing for Ida's impact. And the city's Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, Colin Arnold, joins us live with the steps that residents are taking to get ready for the hurricane. And do you think folks are taking this seriously right now, Colin?
Well, thanks for having me this evening. Yeah, it's been a long day, and certainly I do think that. We've been out today and see a lot of people getting prepared, getting a lot of supplies. Shelves are getting cleared out. We did a sandbag opportunity today for those that wanted to avail themselves of sandbags within the city. That went really successfully, a lot of long lines. We've also been preparing as a city, city government-wise, as far as our public safety assets, our emergency health care, our infrastructure. Everybody's been working today to try and do those last-minute preparations to prepare for what we believe will be a very heavy wind and rain event.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of folks there in New Orleans, the ones that are still there, remember Katrina 16 years ago. What is the main message you want to get across to people living, particularly in the vulnerable areas?
Well, certainly outside of our levee protection, which, we've been dealing with our governor, both with the National Weather Service and the Army Corps of Engineers. They have a lot of faith in our hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system, our levee system. That is a safe place to be in at this point. Even with our storm surge models, it's looking good for New Orleans. But those outside of levee protection, we have issued a mandatory evacuation order. That's our Venetian Isles, Irish Bayou, Lake Catherine area to the east of the city, 7 to 11 feet of storm surge. Certainly not safe to be there, and time to leave now. They will be closing those floodgates tomorrow afternoon.
All right, what is the city's biggest issue, do you think, to really tackle ahead of Ida, which is coming very, very quickly here?
I think infrastructure-wise, obviously, we've had some issue with our drainage pumping system that's been going on for a few years now. There has been improvements that have been made, but there's work still to do on that. I do know that we have a system that is working today with the great majority of our drainage pumps are operational and ready to work this weekend, which is good. But, our issue will always be our relationship with water, our geography. And, if we get into the situation where we're having 7 to 8 inches of rain per hour, there's really heavy rainfall for an extended period of time, there is no system that can keep up with that. And that would be a concern that I have is, just expectations about what the system can handle and what it can pump out in a reasonable amount of time. We start in our flood fight with trying to keep the streets dry. But at some point when that rain gets too much, there will be street flooding. And then it's a matter of trying to catch up. And so, our public, we believe, understands that, but we always try and reinforce that. And then obviously our other with the wind will be extended power outages after, and what we have to do to deal with particularly our medical needs population in the city, whom we're reaching out to right now. We're assessing, we're working with our state and federal partners to set up areas for them to shelter if necessary over through the storm tomorrow night. And then, obviously we'll be doing some other things that we had to use during Zeta to do oxygen tank exchanges, power equipment exchanges, battery exchanges, things like that. It worked really well. And we look forward to, if we have to bring that to bear, we'll do that as well. And that's really for that medical needs population that we really need to look out for.
All right. Well, we want to thank you very much, Colin Arnold, Director of the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, for joining us tonight. Carl?
So let's talk a little bit about the surge threat, Jeff, because it is huge and it's going to be very, very high across parts of southeast Louisiana that are outside that really elaborate series of levees there in New Orleans. In fact, when you look at the storm surge warning, you notice it does not include a lot of New Orleans proper. And again, that's because there's this really robust series of walls and levees that have been put in place. And that was after Katrina. It's a $15 billion system. But again, this is going to be the first big test of that system. So this is a product from the National Hurricane Center, and this is the reasonable worst case scenario. How bad could it get if we have the optimal conditions with winds driving in the surge right at high tide? And when you look at Houma here, you see some levels of surge in the 6 to 9 foot range, and that is life-threatening. I mean, over 3 feet is a life-threatening level of surge, but when you're getting to 6 to 9 feet, you just do not want to be anywhere near this town with that level of surge coming in. It's very, very serious. But again, when we look at New Orleans, we notice a lack of flooding here in that storm surge modeling, and that is because the assumption here is that system is going to work very well in New Orleans. We're going to have much more on this dangerous storm coming up in a moment.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
Hey, Lily, I need a new wireless plan for my business, but all of my employees need something different.
Oh, we can help with that. Okay, imagine this, your mover, Rob. He's on the scene and needs a plan with a mobile hotspot. We cut to downtown. Your sales rep, Lisa, has to send some files, like ASAP.
So basically, I can pick the right plan for each employee.
Yeah, I should have just led with that.
With AT&T Business, you can pick the best plan for each employee and only pay for the features they need.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals. Now introducing Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Attention runners, report to the starting line. Runners, report to the starter.
You don't become a runner who breaks 8 world records after age 65 without a serious support system. Kathy Martin has one in Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. She won't go a day without the right card because she can't go a day without running. The Medicare coverage trusted by more doctors. This is the benefit of Blue. Learn more at benefitofblue.com.
Make this the summer you taught them what it means to serve. The summer of hauling happiness by the ton and bringing home hardware by the handful, where traditions were passed down on the tailgate. And the only thing more powerful than the feeling was the truck that took you to it. Make this the summer of Ram.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2021 Ram 1500.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Truck.
This is awesome!
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein. So you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
My ex is dating a Pisces.
So I'm like, screw it. Let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions.
Still that.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Not a...
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
From the marker for everything comes the pen for everything else. Introducing the smooth, bold, and vibrant Sharpie S-Gel. Sharpie S-Gel. The power of Sharpie, now in a gel pen.
TracFone Wireless gives you more control. Just swap your SIM card. You can also keep your phone, keep your network, keep your number. $20 a month, no contract. Don't keep that case, though. This is your wake-up call, people. TracFone Wireless. Now you're in control.
Better sleep means a better you. Mattress Firm's Rest Assured Promise guarantees you'll find your perfect bed from America's best brands. Save up to $700 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets and get a $300 instant gift good towards sleep accessories. Only at Mattress Firm.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 82 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, light rain developing late, low 73. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, morning showers, high 76. Chance of rain 60%. Saturday night, cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. This situation is as serious as it gets, folks. We're talking about a storm that could very well be a Category 4. We can't even rule out something a bit stronger than that. Some of the modeling has actually indicated that it could be even stronger than that. Right now, it is a Category 1 storm at 80 miles per hour, very well formed on satellite, made landfall at a little after 7 in Cuba, and already we saw some degradation of the cloud there, and already a big burst of thunderstorms, and there's just nothing that's going to hold this thing back. We talk about limiting factors all the time. There really aren't any in this case, and so as the storm moves up through the Gulf for the next couple of days, we expect that it will rapidly intensify. It could be a major hurricane by this time tomorrow, and then on its way to perhaps becoming a 140 mile per hour Category 4 storm as it is approaching on Sunday. And so, Jeff, you're just talking about a really huge impact here in so many ways, wind and surge and incredibly heavy rain on top of that.
Yeah, definitely what folks in Louisiana do not want to hear,
yes,
particularly after what they've dealt with in the last year or so.
Right.
And folks aren't taking any chances. From what we understand, gas lines are long, and they were long today across the Gulf Coast. Our storm tracker, Charles Peak, came across this scene today in the New Orleans area. The best advice, if you live along the Louisiana coast, well, you either hunker down or you get out now before it's too late. I think you have about 24 hours to rush everything to completion. Well, Ida is to make landfall on a day that sends shivers down the backs of those living in coastal Louisiana and really all along the Gulf Coast there. It's the anniversary of one of the most destructive hurricanes that we've ever seen in the U.S.
You know, we're looking at a Sunday landfall. That is the anniversary of Katrina. We have canceled our memorial services there this weekend, and our thoughts and prayers are with those families. And, you know, we know this is a tough time for them. The 167 people who died during Katrina. And, you know, we want that to be a message to our citizens now to make sure that they prepared for this event and so that we can move forward sooner after this storm.
Now, Katrina was just one of the hurricanes that really exploded in the Gulf. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talks about others that turned into powerful hurricanes just before making landfall along the Gulf Coast.
History can teach us a lot of really difficult lessons, but history we must learn from to help us understand why the current forecast for Ida is well within the realm of possibility, no doubt about it. When you look at also what Ida has done so far, going from Thursday into Friday, getting stronger than what the forecasts were, becoming a hurricane before reaching Cuba, and the conditions just getting even more conducive for strengthening over the Gulf of Mexico based on what's going on in the atmosphere. And then you look at the Gulf sea surface temperatures, especially the northern half of the Gulf, really warm, warmer than average. And it's not just about what's going on at the surface. Underneath the surface of the waters, you have very deep, warm waters from the loop current headed into the Gulf Stream. So all of those reasons are, sensible why the Hurricane Center would forecast this to become so strong before landfall with just a couple days over the Gulf of Mexico. But you also realize that just looking at all of the storms that have rapidly intensified, those bright areas, the Gulf of Mexico is a very common place, one of the most common locations overall for rapid intensification. But let's look at specifically systems that are similar to an Ida kind of track that was on the street as we went through the afternoon into the evening on Friday. Look at all of these storm tracks that come from the Northwest Caribbean as a tropical storm or Cat 1 hurricane for the most part in most of these cases, and all of these is over the last 50 years, and I might not even have found all of them, rapidly intensified to Cat 4 or 5 at landfall, essentially rapidly intensifying all the way from when they get into the Gulf until they make landfall. And all of the states, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida Gulf Coast, have all experienced this. And this is the kind of scenario we are facing with Ida, where it could rapidly strengthen all the way up to the time of landfall. Michael is one of the more recent examples in the Eastern Gulf. Laura last year in the Western Gulf, but going all the way back to Camille. None of these were major hurricanes down in the Central Caribbean. They all rapidly intensified. We can believe that it is possible what the Hurricane Center is forecasting with Ida.
All right. Well, this may be another one of those systems that rapidly intensifies, perhaps right before making landfall. Let's hope not, but that is a possibility. All right. Now, this is one of our computer models, so you can see where the possible center is coming in here over toward Vermilion Bay. That may or may not be the case. It could actually make landfall anywhere along this whole area here, so don't concentrate on that. But the general idea is there's going to be a lot of rain wherever this comes in, and since we think it's going to get larger in size, then that means the rain area will expand as well. So all along here, we're talking about not only the wind, not only the surge, which will be large, particularly to the east of wherever the center comes in, but also the tremendously heavy rain here. Check out how much we're thinking about, and this may actually even be underdone, upwards of 9 to maybe even 12 inches of rain. We'll touch on this more coming up. Stay with us.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
At Tommy John, we believe you deserve the most comfortable underwear and breathable, supportive, lightweight stretch fabrics for the perfect fit on every guy. We believe in can't believe they never thought of that designs, like our Stay Put waistband and the horizontal quick draw fly. We believe the daily grind should only be in your coffee cup, not in your underwear. Plus, we guarantee no wedgies, no adjustment needed. Feeling is believing. So upgrade now and get 20% off your first order at TommyJohn.com with this code.
When your family gathers around a Shack-a-Roni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every Shack-a-Roni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
It's like a pancake.
Okay, don't roll it too thin. This is a perfect thickness.
Is that a tattoo?
Uh-huh. Look, isn't it cute?
Yeah. Is that real?
It is very real.
Yeah, no, it looks good.
I love it. Can I have one?
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
Oh. That spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice.
Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password? It's Buick Envision. That's a really tight spot.
I used to hate parallel parking.
Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic.
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
The biggest challenge is not just the strength of the storm, but how quickly it is approaching after its initial formation. And we don't have the normal time that we typically have in order to prepare for a hurricane of this magnitude, and that's why it's important that everybody take advantage of every minute that you have.
That's right. We're probably within a 48-hour time period now of landfall. Hurricane Ida is gradually moving closer to a U.S. landfall. That was the governor there of Louisiana warning people that time is really running out to prepare for this hurricane. It's expected to be a major hurricane by the time it makes landfall. It's growing stronger by the minute as it moves off of Cuba now and gets back out over the Gulf. At 30 past the hour, let's get the very latest now. And the new information on Ida coming in, storm specialist Carl Parker joins us now. And before we get the latest, I think we can put up a picture here of downtown New Orleans here down, not on Bourbon Street, but more down toward the Riverwalk. But doesn't look like people are really taking things too seriously right now.
Yeah, New Orleans is just such a wonderful city. And, I'm always happy to go there, and I know that people enjoy being there. But you do not get the sense that people understand the gravity of what's going to occur here. Now, a lot of the modeling suggests that the core of this storm is going to come in to the west of New Orleans and more towards Houma and Lafayette, but that's not guaranteed.
No, not at all.
I mean, it could very well be that the storm is a little more to the north or to the east relative to the track there. And if that were to be the case, I mean, we'd be talking about really significant wind potential, and that would be, as you mentioned, inside of 48 hours. Mm-hmm. I mean, that would be going downhill during the day on Saturday. That gives you, almost no time. And for another thing, if suddenly You know, it is a 120 mile per hour storm tomorrow, and everybody starts freaking out, and they all want to get out. Well, the highways are going to be jammed at that point.
Which is what happened during Katrina.
Yeah, so I wouldn't want to be a part of that.
No.
You know, unless people just figure they're going to ride it out. The one good thing is that they do have that really elaborate system of levees there. So there's less concern, you know, especially relative to Katrina in terms of that, you know, huge flood potential. Although there too, you know, we can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt that that system is not going to be breached, because we talked about the fact that if the storm were to come in at a certain angle, if the core of the storm were to come, say, right over Plaquemines Parish and drive that maximum wind into that little section there going into Lake Pontchartrain.
Right. All bets are off.
Yeah, I mean, you know, what can that, you know, they say that that system is built to withstand a 1 in 100 year storm, but this is this, by the way, is I-10, and traffic is moving right along there. I'm sure there are some people who are getting out now.
And if you want to get out now, I mean, if you take a look at that, hey, doesn't look like we have a traffic backup, but I can almost guarantee you, Carl, that by this time tomorrow, that road may look a lot different, particularly if this storm gets as big as we think it's going to.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, again, there is some worry about, you know, what exactly we're going to be looking at in New Orleans. Now, I want to show you a wind forecast here, because this is, you know, one interpretation of how this could happen. And you see these, you know, very strong sort of core winds coming into the south of New Orleans and driving into Plaquemines Parish and then towards Houma and those areas. But, you know, again, that's, you know, if it were to happen like this, we'd still be seeing a lot of surge. You've still got a forecast for 7 to 11 feet of surge there in southeast Louisiana and parts of southern Mississippi. But, you know, just move that storm up by not very far, you know, 30, 40 miles, and you have that core coming in right there, man, that would put an awful lot of pressure on that levee system. And also you'd be looking at a terrific amount of rain, so water inside of the levees that needs to be pumped out. So there could still be serious flooding as a result of that. So, you know, I would not want to mess with this storm personally. Right now it's a Category 1 storm. It's really well formed, even though it made landfall within the last few hours here. Now coming off of land, and it's got time out of the open water and really nothing to hold it back. There's not going to be any wind shear to speak of. There's not going to be any tremendous dry air intrusion. There's not going to be any patches of cooler water. The water temperatures are sky high, and there's a great depth to that warmth. All the way around, this thing has every bit of potential to get incredibly strong. It is forecast, and this, by the way, is not something that you see very often, to be a 140 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane as it is approaching. And, you know, that implies, because there's always some uncertainty about intensity, that it could be a little weaker, but it could also be a little stronger than that. And so we might be flirting with, you know, Category 5. And again, if it were to be more to the right side of this, I'd be really worried about New Orleans. We've got more coming up in a minute.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Visible is wireless that doesn't play games. No surprise fees, legit unlimited data for as little as $25 a month. And the best part, it's powered by Verizon. But it gets crazier. Bring a friend every month and get every month for $5. Which is why I brought them. 2 $5 months right here. Hey. Plus the players of my squad. What's up? Then finally, my whole live stream. Boom. 12 months of $5 wireless.
Visible. Unlimited data as low as $25 a month. Or bring a friend and you both get a month for $5. Wireless, it gets better with friends.
This is a storm like we had not seen before.
It was crisis mode, just trying to make it work. What do you do without electricity, without water?
Our restaurant had resources that we wanted to share. We knew there'd be a need out there. Was able to reach out to Lila at the hospital.
She said, "You want some Chick-fil-A hot sandwiches?" And I said, "Of course we do." She actually fed 3 of our hospitals.
We knew how stressed out the hospital staff were.
The gesture of thinking of us, it was amazing.
They were caring for others, and we wanted to be able to care for them.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
your mission. Stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission. If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Life's kinda unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "There's a bake sale at school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover charcuterie is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
And welcome back. Here's the very latest we have on Hurricane Ida, which is just about, Carl and I think, about to reemerge from western Cuba out over the Gulf, and that is not good news. 80 mile an hour maximum sustained winds. It's only going to go up from here, folks, I think. Category 1, but we're thinking this could get a whole heck of a lot stronger. Hurricane hunters, by the way, are in there right now checking it out, so we should be getting some new information. This is the cone of uncertainty usually, but actually we're fairly confident that this is going to make impact in Louisiana here, and if it gets very wide, it may actually impact some neighboring states as well. But the most direct impact, probably late Sunday into Sunday night here, would be in southern Louisiana. And look at that wind at 140 miles an hour. Then you can see how it moves and kind of makes a button hook here off to the right. And the main threat there would be some locally heavy rain. I think we have a tower cam shot here. We can show you this are the Pontchartrain Causeway here going across Lake Pontchartrain. And of course, as we head through the next 48 hours, they'll probably close this, but you can see a pretty steady stream of folks. I think this camera is facing north, I think. And so those would be folks heading northbound over toward Mandeville and the Hammond area, and maybe evacuating or getting out of harm's way, which I think would be a very good idea.
Looks like as many people coming into New Orleans as
I
leaving.
didn't want to mention that, but yeah, it looks like the headlights are coming in as well. You got about, well, maybe less than 2 days now, Carl, and the storm surge is really what we want to talk about now, because it could, particularly if this hurricane moves a little bit farther east with its landfall, could really impact around places like Lake Pontchartrain.
Absolutely, and we were just looking at a shot of I-10 right there, and things are moving right along now on I-10, and you may want to think very seriously about taking advantage of that fact, because what you do not want to do, I mean, I know I certainly wouldn't want to do it, is get caught in a big traffic jam, one where everybody suddenly realizes, oh my gosh, it got a lot stronger, a lot more quickly.
And we got to get out of here.
And we don't want to mess around. And then suddenly everybody's on the roads, and then you're stuck on the roads, and the wind starts coming in. I mean, the wind could actually start picking up, late tomorrow.
Yes.
And then, going through the overnight, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is a really, really big deal, this storm. We do not want you to take it anything but incredibly seriously. And this is all along the Gulf Coast. And look at the area of storm surge warning that is in effect here. So that is from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, all across the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and then through, most of southeast Louisiana. But there are some areas, and well inland, by the way, this is a lot of this is wetlands in here. And so a lot of that is built to take on water. But then, you've got some areas where, of course, there's a lot of population, including New Orleans, where they have this really, really elaborate system of levees. I mean, just a really fantastic system system that was put in place after Katrina. So that is probably going to protect them. However, there are areas that are outside of that network, and one of them that really stands out here is Houma, and that is a map showing the reasonable worst case scenario. So how bad could it get if the storm comes right in optimally to produce the maximum level of water rise? And you're talking about as much as 6 to 9 feet, maybe 9 feet plus of surge there in Houma. That is a huge amount of surge. So please, please listen to your local officials. Well, what protects New Orleans from storm surge, again, are the network of levees. And so let's go in depth on how they work with storm water rise and what could cause them to fail. Here's meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Like the roads and bridges you use every day, levees are just another piece of the infrastructure often taken for granted. Until there's a problem. Levees are surprisingly common in the U.S. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says 1 out of 5 counties have levees. About 100,000 miles of levees wind their way across the nation. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is responsible for just 14,400 miles, or about 15%. The remaining 85,000 or so miles fall under many different local, state, and federal jurisdictions. At their simplest, a levee is just a pile of dirt or wall of concrete meant to hold back the water.
There are 4 primary reasons why levees fail. They include seepage, stability, erosion, and height.
Water can seep through the levee, weakening the structure from within. When a section of levee slides away, that's called a stability failure. So-called toe erosion can steepen the levee slope until the now unstable structure collapses. Finally, the levee just isn't high enough. Water flows over the top, causing the levee to fail from the top down. But most well-maintained levees don't fail. And today, hundreds of communities depend on levees for their livelihoods and even their lives.
All right, Jackie, thank you. And again, there's this really elaborate $15 billion system that was put in after Katrina, and that is made to protect New Orleans. Also, a series of very, very strong pumps that can pump out a lot of water from within those walls there around New Orleans. And so when you look at this reasonable worst case scenario map from the National Hurricane Center, this is a really sophisticated model, and what it's meant to show here is how bad it could get if everything happened optimally, if you maximized the intensity of the storm and the timing of it with high tide, all of that, how bad could it get? You notice there where you see these colors, yellow, orange, storm surge flooding, you don't see any around New Orleans. So the assumption there is that that system, that $15 billion system, is going to work there in New Orleans. But off to the north, in Slidell, we do start to see areas of storm surge flooding of 3 to 6 feet, especially in the south side of town, and then into Mississippi Shoreline Park, also potentially seeing significant storm surge flooding. Much more coming up.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Now, let's go borrow a boat and make some bad decisions. Time to go incognito.
I love you, Ricky! I love you, Kyle! What's the next stop?
Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos!
And since you'll have the coverage you need, you can enjoy Treasured.
And of technology partner. One who's always in your corner. And who understands that shared goals are the only ones that matter. And providing that kind of partnership is what we're built to do. Spectrum Enterprise.
Yeah, we fancy like Applebee's on a date night. Got that Bourbon Street steak with the Oreo shake and some whipped cream on the top two. 2 straws, 1 check, girl, I got you. Bougie like Natty in the styrofoam. Squeaking in the truck bed all the way home. Some Alabama jam and she my Dixieland delight. That's how we do, fancy like.
And its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 81 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, light rain developing late, low 73. Chance of rain 70%. Saturday, morning showers, high 76. Chance of rain 60%. Saturday night, cloudy. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 71. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Heavy to very heavy rains now, rocking Savlamar. Pounding Savlamar. Savlamar could be flooded here in Jamaica.
Well, video from Jamaica, as at that time it was only either a depression or a tropical storm to move through the Western Caribbean. Several inches of rain came down across the island, leading to some flooding, as you can see here. Don't know if that was in Kingston or perhaps up on some of the resorts up on the north coast. Well, meanwhile, in parts of western Cuba, rain and wind from Ida slammed the Isle of Youth. Ida made landfall there earlier as it pushed now into the Gulf of Mexico. Looks like it's just about ready to come off the west coast of Cuba and out into the Gulf and eventually head toward the U.S. All right, well, let's get you caught up on some of the latest information that we're getting in. Mandatory and voluntary evacuations are in effect as the state of Louisiana declares a federal state of emergency. As the state grapples with hospitals at capacity due to COVID-19, officials are asking people not to visit emergency rooms unless you have a life-threatening situation. And several schools in the area will be closed. Already they're closing them for Monday. Probably a good precautionary thing there, Carl, because the way things are looking right now, and we don't want to scare people, but we want to definitely kind of convey a sense of urgency here. This could be a very, very big hurricane.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely it could. It's very, very hard to see what's going to hold it back. And when you've got an explicit forecast from the Hurricane Center calling for a 140-mile-per-hour storm, I mean, that's a big deal. You just don't see that every day. And let's talk a little bit about history here across the Gulf of Mexico in the storms that we have seen in the past that have been rapid intensifiers. Rapid intensification is when a storm increases by 30 knots within a 24-hour period. And here you see there have been many, many storms that have done that, getting up to category 4 or 5 across the Gulf of Mexico. It's one of those areas where the water tends to be very, very warm and conditions can be optimal for that level of strengthening. Of course, we saw Michael, which was one of the strongest hurricanes at landfall in U.S. history, and then Camille, which is really the storm of record there in terms of the tremendous surge impact in Mississippi. You had Laura, of course, last year, and we are so hoping that this next one is not going to have the same level of impact in Lake Charles. It does appear that it's going to be coming in farther to the east, but certainly there's going to be some weather there, even if that is the case. And then, of course, you had Harvey, which slammed into Texas and then slowly worked its way up the coast. So, we're talking about a storm that could be historic here. It could be one of these storms that, you remember that name. You remember Ida in 2021. This is a look at the current intensity modeling here, and you see quite a few of these models getting well up into major hurricane range there. There's one here that takes it up to category 5. That's not the only model that does that. It just happens to be the only one that we're showing on this graph, but there are many models that do that. There are some models that make it even stronger than that. So, there is some potential that it could even get stronger than that. Here you see right now a Category 1 storm, 80-mile-per-hour storm. It made landfall at about 7:30 tonight on the western tip of Cuba. Very well-formed storm, and again, nothing holding it back from now until the time it comes into the coast. The water temperatures are incredibly warm, much warmer than they need to be, and there's a depth to that warmth as well. So even as the ocean gets churned up, it's just going to be nothing but warm water coming up from below. You've got really light winds aloft. Wind shear is not going to affect the system. There's no major area of dry air that's going to get involved in the system. So that's why we're thinking that it's got every potential to become incredibly powerful as it moves in, and that is going to be during the day on Sunday, and exactly when depends on exactly where it moves in. So this is the storm surge potential map from the National Hurricane Center. It's not that every location is going to get this level of surge, but particularly the areas that are to the right. If you think about that center of that radius of maximum winds, the areas that are on the east and north side of that, that's where we're going to really be maximizing that storm surge. I mean, 10 to 15 feet of surge, that is absolutely a life-threatening level of surge, as is 7 to 11 feet. So if local officials tell you you've got to get out, please do take that very seriously and do get out. Hurricane warnings up, and look at this, maximum wind gust potential. Look at that enormous area of 110 plus miles per hour. And so that does include New Orleans. So even if the system comes in a little to the west, could very well be into these very powerful winds, particularly if we're talking about a Category 4 storm. And also remember, these areas of southern Louisiana, that's a lot of marsh there, a lot of wetland. And so it's not like a typical situation where the storm hits the coast and then suddenly it's half over land and it's beginning to really lose its intensity. No, because you've got a lot of warm water that's in that marshland that's called the Brown Ocean. And so even as the storm is coming on shore, it is still going to be gathering fuel from those wetlands and could still be incredibly intense. And so in New Orleans, there's going to be significant potential for wind damage depending on exactly where the storm goes. Certainly so in Lafayette, in Houma, and in Baton Rouge as well. We're going to talk more about all of this coming up in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Trelegy for COPD.